Picture this, a ship, the Mary Celeste, discovered drifting in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. Its cargo was intact, its lifeboat was missing, and every single one of its crew had vanished without a single trace. No note, no sign of a struggle, nothing. It's a story that feels like it was pulled straight from a ghost tale, yet it really happened, and for over a century, this maritime mystery has stubbornly refused to surrender its secrets. It's stories like this that remind us just how much of our past is written in riddles, waiting for someone to find the key. History isn't just a collection of neat facts and settled dates. It's a sprawling, living puzzle, filled with gaps and shadows where the full picture has been lost to time. And it's within those shadows that some of the most tantalizing, brain-teasing enigmas reside, events so strange and so unexplained that they continue to captivate detectives, scholars, and curious minds like yours and mine. Welcome to a journey through time, where we're going to explore 50 of history's most baffling unsolved mysteries. From ancient civilizations that seemingly evaporated overnight to modern-day phenomena that defy all logic, we're diving headfirst into the events that still puzzle experts and challenge our fundamental understanding of the world. Think about the sheer wonder of it. How can an entire advanced society like the Maya just collapse and abandon their magnificent cities? What could possibly explain strange artifacts discovered that seem to belong to no known culture or time period? These aren't just dusty old tales from a textbook. They are real, persistent questions that poke at the very edges of our knowledge. Every one of these 50 unexplained historical events is a story of a moment where the normal rules of history seem to break down, leaving behind a void of mystery that calls out for an explanation. So get comfortable and let your curiosity lead the way. We've structured this exploration to cover a huge range of head-scratchers, from eerie disappearances and cryptic ancient codes to odd archaeological finds and bizarre occurrences that even modern science can't fully untangle. And this is a conversation, not just a lecture. As we go through these 50 puzzles, I want you to think about what might have really happened. What's your personal theory on the Mary Celeste? Have you heard of a historical mystery that keeps you up at night? Share your thoughts and guesses in the comments below. Let's put our collective minds to work on these age-old questions. Because the past is far from a closed book, it's an open invitation to wonder, to question, and to explore the incredible unknown together. Of course, the story of the Mary Celeste is a haunting maritime puzzle, but it's far from the only time a large group of people has seemingly vanished into thin air. For a mystery that truly laid the foundation for American folklore, we have to travel back even further in time to the late 16th century, to the coast of what is now North Carolina. There on Roanoke Island, a fledgling English colony was established with high hopes. But when a supply ship finally returned after a 3-year delay caused by war with Spain, the governor and his crew found a scene of profound and eerie abandonment. More than 100 men, women, and children were simply gone. The settlement was dismantled, and the only clue left behind was a single word carved into a fort post, Croatoan. To add another layer of mystery, this group included Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. Her disappearance and that of the entire colony has become one of history's most enduring ghost stories. So, what really happened to the lost colony, the most prevailing theory, and the one that seems most directly supported by that cryptic carving, is that the colonists simply integrated with the local Croatoan tribe, a friendly group who lived on a nearby island now known as Hatteras. Facing starvation and hardship, splitting up and joining a local community for survival would have been a logical, if desperate, move. Some historical accounts from later settlers even mention encounters with native people who had gray or blue eyes, claimed European ancestry, or could speak English, which many point to as potential evidence of this assimilation. However, this theory isn't a perfect fit. If they simply moved in with a friendly tribe, why was there no clear message left stating their intentions? And why would they abandon their fortified position without a trace, leaving behind no personal items to signal a planned and peaceful departure? This leads to other, darker possibilities. Perhaps the colony was wiped out by disease or famine. The timing of their settlement was precarious, and they were ill-prepared for the harsh realities of the New World. Yet, if that were the case, where are the bodies? A mass death from sickness or starvation would have left behind skeletal remains, and none have ever been conclusively found. Another persistent theory suggests they were the victims of a violent attack, either from a hostile Native American group or perhaps from the Spanish, who viewed the English colony as a threat to their own claims in Florida. But again, the lack of any evidence of a struggle, no burnt structures, no scattered weapons, no graves, makes this theory difficult to prove. The single word Croatoan wasn't a distress signal. It was carved on a clearly visible post, and according to the governor's own report, it was not carved in a rushed or chaotic manner. It was a deliberate, if utterly mysterious, message. For centuries, this puzzle has driven historians and archaeologists to search for answers. Modern technology, from ground-penetrating radar to DNA analysis, has revived the hunt. Researchers have examined artifacts found on Hatteras Island, like a European-style rapier and a slate writing tablet that could hint at trade or cohabitation. Other investigations have focused on a site further inland, where a mysterious stone allegedly carved with a message from the colonists was found, though most experts dismiss it as a likely hoax. The truth is, each new piece of potential evidence seems to raise as many questions as it answers. This lack of closure is precisely what has cemented the Roanoke Colony's place not just in history books but in our collective imagination. It serves as a powerful reminder of the fragile and perilous nature of those early European ventures in America, a ghostly prologue to the story of a nation forever lost in the whispers of the wilderness. While the silent streets of Roanoke present a haunting mystery on land, the vast, open ocean holds its own equally chilling enigmas. The tale of the Mary Celeste is perhaps the quintessential maritime ghost story, a real-life event so strange that it has inspired countless works of fiction and wild speculation. On December 4, 1872, the British brig Des Gracieux spotted another ship weaving erratically through the calm Atlantic waters, about 400 miles off the coast of Portugal. As they drew closer, they recognized the vessel as the Mary Celeste, an American merchant brigantine that had left New York for Genoa, Italy, a month prior. Hailing the ship and receiving no reply, a boarding party from the Des Gracieux made a cautious investigation, stepping into a scene of profound and unsettling silence. The Mary Celeste was utterly deserted. Her crew of 10, including Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife, and their 2-year-old daughter, were gone. The condition of the ship only deepened the mystery. She was perfectly seaworthy, with her sails partially set and a full 6 months' worth of food and water still in her stores. The personal belongings of the crew were untouched in their quarters, and the cargo of denatured alcohol remained securely stowed in the hold. There was no sign of a struggle, no evidence of violence, and no water flooding the bilges. Yet the lifeboat was conspicuously missing, suggesting the crew had abandoned their sound vessel of their own volition. The last log entry, dated 10 days earlier, noted nothing more alarming than rough weather that had since passed. It was as if the entire company had simply evaporated into the salt air, leaving behind a perfectly good ship to sail itself. Naturally, such a bizarre scenario gave rise to sensational theories. Early speculation pointed to mutiny, but this was difficult to square with the respected character of Captain Briggs and the fact that no valuables were stolen. The idea of a pirate attack was also floated, but pirates in that era would have certainly taken the valuable cargo and plundered the crew's possessions. A popular myth, heavily promoted by a young Arthur Conan Doyle in a fictionalized account, was of a giant squid attack, but there was absolutely no physical evidence to support such a confrontation. Even the theory that the crew was killed by the ship's own cargo doesn't hold up under scrutiny. The denatured alcohol was industrial grade and far less volatile than regular drinking alcohol, making a massive ship-threatening explosion highly improbable. So, if the wilder theories don't fit, what could have caused a seasoned captain to order such a rapid and seemingly panicked abandonment? Modern investigators have focused on more plausible, albeit frightening, scenarios rooted in the maritime technology of the era. One compelling theory involves the cargo itself. While not prone to explosion, the alcohol fumes could have leaked from the barrels, creating a visible vapor in the hold. Captain Briggs, upon inspecting this, might have feared an imminent explosion. In a moment of intense pressure, he could have given the order to temporarily evacuate to the lifeboat, tethering it to the ship for safety. A sudden gust of wind, a snapped line, and the Mary Celeste could have sailed away from the stranded lifeboat, leaving its occupants to the mercy of the open ocean. Another strong possibility is a natural phenomenon like a seaquake or a waterspout. A sudden, violent underground tremor could have shaken the ship violently, perhaps even causing the sea to appear to boil, convincing the crew the vessel was breaking apart. They abandoned ship in terror only for the seismic activity to cease, leaving their still seaworthy home to drift away without them. The enduring power of the Mary Celeste story lies in this terrifying plausibility. It wasn't necessarily monsters or mutineers that sealed the crew's fate, but a perfect storm of misunderstood circumstances and a single, fatal decision made under extreme duress. The case remains a cornerstone of maritime mystery, not because it is supernatural, but because it is a stark reminder of how quickly a routine voyage could turn into a catastrophe based on a captain's best guess in a moment of crisis. It forces us to confront the immense, unpredictable power of the sea and the human fallibility that can transform a sturdy ship into a ghost vessel, forever sailing through the annals of unsolved history. We journey now from ghost ships and lost colonies to an object that challenges our entire understanding of ancient technological progress. At the turn of the 20th century, sponge divers exploring a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera made a startling discovery. Amidst the typical cargo of statues and jewelry, they recovered a lump of heavily corroded bronze and wood that seemed at first glance to be little more than junk. It was only years later, when the crusted mass broke apart, that archaeologists realized they were looking at the remains of a complex, geared device. This was the Antikythera mechanism, and it would soon be recognized as one of the most astounding archaeological finds in history, an ancient Greek analog computer of breathtaking ingenuity. Dating back to around the 2nd century before the Common Era, this hand-powered device was housed in a wooden case and operated via a hand crank. Inside, at least 30 precise, interlocking bronze gears worked in concert, their teeth meticulously engineered to mirror the mathematical cycles of the cosmos. Inscriptions on the casing served as a detailed user's manual. Far from being a simple curiosity, this mechanism could predict the positions of the sun and moon, the phases of the lunar calendar, and even the timing of solar and lunar eclipses. It likely displayed the movements of the 5 planets known to the Greeks, and may have even calculated the dates for major athletic games like the ancient Olympics. It was, in essence, a portable, mechanical model of the universe as understood by the Hellenistic world. The true shock of the Antikythera mechanism lies in its profound technological isolation. Nothing remotely as complex would appear again for well over 1,000 years. Its level of miniaturization and gear complexity is directly comparable to the sophisticated astronomical clocks of 18th century Europe. So how could such advanced engineering exist 2,000 years ago, and who was brilliant enough to have conceived of it? While its exact creator remains unknown, the mechanism's design is firmly rooted in the Greek astronomical and mathematical knowledge of the time, suggesting it may have come from a major center of learning. Some scholars have pointed to the island of Rhodes, a renowned hub for astronomy and engineering, and the possible home of its legendary inventor, Hipparchus. Others speculate a connection to the legendary workshop of Archimedes in Syracuse, whose writings describe planetariums that moved with gears, though no physical examples had ever been found until Antikythera. This single artifact forces us to completely reconsider the technological capabilities of the ancient world. It wasn't magic, but the product of a vibrant, sophisticated scientific culture that valued mechanical models to understand natural philosophy. The most haunting question it poses, however, is not who built it, but why this knowledge seems to have vanished so completely. The most plausible explanation is that this specialized craft was part of a rare and fragile tradition, its secrets known only to a small number of master artisans and scholars. The political and social upheavals that followed, the collapse of the Roman Republic, the rise of the empire, and the eventual burning of great libraries like Alexandria could have easily extinguished such a delicate thread of technical expertise. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a stunning, solitary relic of a path not taken, a glimpse of a potential scientific revolution that was lost to the sea and to time, only to be rediscovered millennia later, challenging our assumptions about the linear progression of human innovation. While we marvel at the mechanical genius of the Antikythera device, another artifact from a different era presents a mystery not of engineering but of language and intent. Tucked away in a vault at Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library is a book that has become the holy grail of cryptographers and historians alike, the Voynich manuscript. This 240-page codex, carbon-dated to the early 15th century, is a breathtakingly bizarre volume. Its pages are filled with flowing text written left to right in an unknown script, an alphabet of strange, elegant characters that has never been seen anywhere else in the world. This text, which some estimate contains around 35,000 words, is accompanied by a riot of peculiar illustrations that only deepen the puzzle. You'll find paintings of plants that don't resemble any known species on Earth, intricate charts of celestial bodies in unknown constellations, and most curiously, countless drawings of small, nude women bathing in or interacting with a complex network of green, fluid-filled tubes and vessels. The manuscript's known history is a story worthy of a thriller. It first definitively appears in the court of Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II of Bohemia in the late 16th century, a ruler known for his fascination with the occult and strange curiosities. He reportedly purchased the book for 600 gold ducats, a massive sum, at the time believing it to be the work of the 13th century English friar Roger Bacon. From there, it passed through the hands of various alchemists and scholars, eventually disappearing from public view for centuries. It resurfaced in 1912 when a Polish book dealer named Wilfrid Voynich purchased it from a Jesuit college in Italy, and it is his name that the manuscript carries today. After his death, it was later donated to Yale, where it has remained, a constant and tantalizing challenge to the world's finest code-breaking minds. The list of those who have tried and failed to decipher the Voynich is a who's who of 20th century intellect. It includes top cryptographers from both World War I and World War II, such as William Friedman, who helped break Japan's purple cipher. Brilliant minds from the National Security Agency have applied the most advanced analytical techniques of their day, from frequency analysis to combinatorial cryptography, all to no avail. The text stubbornly resists every assault. Its structure has the statistical properties of a real, natural language, with patterns of word repetition and sentence length that feel logical, yet it corresponds to no known tongue, living or dead. This has led to a deep and enduring debate. Is the Voynich manuscript a sophisticated, encrypted message containing genuine knowledge, or is it history's most elaborate and beautiful hoax? The hoax theory is certainly compelling. A leading proponent of this idea suggests it could have been created by an English mystic named Edward Kelly with the help of the mathematician John Dee to swindle the wealthy Emperor Rudolph. The era was rife with such confidence tricks, where fabricated grimoires and alchemical texts were sold to gullible patrons. The argument is that the manuscript is essentially meaningless, a product of a clever algorithm for generating pseudo-text that only mimics the structure of language without conveying any actual information. However, critics of the hoax theory point to the incredible consistency and complexity of the script. The text follows distinct linguistic rules, with certain characters only appearing at the beginnings of words and others only at the ends, a level of internal grammatical structure that would be incredibly difficult to fabricate without a systematic understanding of language. Furthermore, the illustrations, while strange, are rendered with a confident, naturalistic detail that suggests the artist was depicting something they believed to be real, not merely inventing fantastical nonsense. This brings us to the other major category of theories, that the manuscript is a genuine, encoded record of something important. Some researchers believe it could be a treatise on herbal medicine, written in a forgotten dialect, with the strange plants being coded references to known species to protect the author's proprietary knowledge. Others have proposed it is written in a universal, philosophical language from the Renaissance, or even that it is the only surviving document of a now extinct language. More recently, a 2019 study using artificial intelligence suggested the script might be Hebrew that had been encoded with alphagrams, where the letters of each word are rearranged into alphabetical order. While this AI model managed to translate a handful of sentences, producing phrases like, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me," the results have not been widely accepted by the academic community, and the overall text remains as impenetrable as ever. The enduring allure of the Voynich manuscript in our digital age is a testament to its perfect mystery. In a world where we can sequence genomes and send probes to the edge of the solar system, this humble book, crafted over 5 centuries ago, remains a locked door. It represents the ultimate cold case, a puzzle that does not yield to raw computational power or historical sleuthing alone. It forces us to confront the limits of our understanding and the possibility that some knowledge, whether profound or trivial, may have been so effectively concealed by its creator that it is forever lost to us. It stands not as a machine of gears and wheels, but as a machine of pure intellect and enigma, inviting each new generation to try their hand at unlocking its silent, beautiful secrets. Moving from the world of cryptic manuscripts, we arrive at a mystery written not in code, but in stone, a structure so immense and so perfect that it has captivated humanity for millennia. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for the pharaoh Khufu around 2,560 years before the Common Era, is the sole survivor of the original 7 wonders of the ancient world. To stand before it is to feel a sense of awe that transcends time. It originally soared to a height of 481 feet, constructed from an estimated 2.3 million individual limestone and granite blocks. The sheer scale is almost incomprehensible. Each of these blocks weighs, on average, 2.5 tons, with some of the granite monoliths in the King's Chamber weighing in at a staggering 70 tons. The precision is what truly boggles the mind. The pyramid's base is a near-perfect square, with its sides aligned almost exactly to the 4 cardinal directions north, south, east, and west, with an error margin of just a fraction of a degree. This isn't just a pile of rocks, it is arguably the most accurately oriented structure in existence, a feat of engineering that would be challenging to replicate even with our modern technology of lasers and GPS. How did a Bronze Age society without iron tools, the wheel, or pulleys achieve such a monumental task? The logistical puzzle begins at the quarries. The fine white limestone casing stones were quarried right across the Nile River. The massive granite blocks used for the inner chambers were sourced from Aswan, an incredible 500 miles to the south. Transporting these multi-ton stones was the first Herculean challenge. For decades, the prevailing theory involved thousands of workers dragging the blocks on wooden sledges. While this seems plausible, recent archaeological discoveries have provided a crucial missing piece of the puzzle. In 2022, researchers confirmed the existence of a long-buried, now dry branch of the Nile River, which they named the Aramat Branch. This ancient waterway would have run right to the edge of the Giza Plateau, effectively turning the pyramid construction site into a bustling harbor. This means the massive stones, particularly the granite from Aswan, could have been floated for most of their journey on barges, dramatically reducing the labor required to move them overland. Once the stones arrived at the base of the plateau, the next and perhaps greatest mystery begins. How were they lifted and placed with such precision, course after towering course? The most widely accepted theory, supported by physical evidence like a ramp structure found at a quarry at Hatnub, involves the use of massive, linear ramps made of mud brick and rubble. Workers would have hauled the blocks up these steadily rising inclines on sledges, possibly lubricated with water to reduce friction, but the linear ramp theory has its complications. To reach the top of the Great Pyramid, a single straight ramp would have needed to be over a mile long, requiring more construction material than the pyramid itself, a logistical nightmare. This led to the proposal of a more efficient zig-zagging ramp, which would have wrapped around one or more faces of the pyramid, or an internal spiral ramp built within the growing structure itself. While the internal ramp idea, popularized by architect Jean-Pierre Houdin, elegantly solves the problem of an impossibly large external ramp, definitive archaeological proof, for it has yet to be found within the pyramid's core. The absence of a single, universally accepted explanation has, of course, opened the door for more speculative ideas. Some point to the precision of the stone cutting and the sheer mass of the structure to suggest the ancient Egyptians might have possessed knowledge or tools that have since been lost to history. Could they have used a form of sound or vibration to levitate the stones? Did they have access to a different type of geometry or physics that we no longer understand? While these ideas capture the imagination, mainstream Egyptology firmly anchors the pyramid's construction in human ingenuity and immense organized labor. The real secret may not have been advanced technology, but unparalleled social organization. Evidence from a workers' cemetery near Giza suggests that the laborers were not slaves, but likely skilled, well-fed Egyptian farmers who worked during the annual inundation of the Nile, when their fields were flooded and agricultural work was impossible. This was a national project, harnessing the labor of tens of thousands of people in a highly structured, state-sponsored endeavor that spanned more than 2 decades. So, where does that leave us? We have a plausible framework: quarried stones floated on a now-vanished river branch, transported on sledges, and lifted via a sophisticated ramp system we have yet to fully uncover. But the complete, definitive picture of the pyramid's construction remains just out of reach. We lack the one smoking gun, the clear, preserved remnants of the primary ramp system that would settle the debate. This lingering uncertainty is precisely what gives the Great Pyramid its enduring power. It stands as a testament not to aliens or lost super-civilizations, but to the breathtaking potential of human collaboration, intelligence, and perseverance. It forces us to respect the ancient Egyptians not as mystical figures, but as brilliant engineers and master organizers who achieved the seemingly impossible with nothing more than stone tools, copper chisels, and an unwavering collective will. It is a mystery, yes, but one that continues to inspire us by showcasing the incredible heights humanity can reach. From the tangible stones of Giza, we now turn to a legend built entirely from words and wonder: the lost city of Atlantis. Unlike the physical pyramids, Atlantis lives in the realm of story, a ghost of a civilization that may never have existed, yet whose pull on our imagination is as powerful as any real-world ruin. Our sole source for this enduring tale comes from the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who introduced Atlantis in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 years before the Common Era. In these texts, Plato describes through the voice of his characters a formidable naval power that existed 9,000 years before his own time. Located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we know today as the Strait of Gibraltar, Atlantis was a vast island empire, rich in precious metals and lush with vegetation, ruled by a confederation of kings descended from the god Poseidon. Its people were said to have built a magnificent capital city with concentric rings of water and land, connected by great canals and bridged with towering structures. But their success bred arrogance, as the Atlanteans grew morally corrupt and militarily aggressive, attempting to conquer the entire Mediterranean. They incurred the wrath of the gods. According to Plato's account, in one terrible day and night of fire and earthquakes, the entire island was swallowed by the sea, vanishing forever beneath the waves. The central, tantalizing question is whether Plato was recording a genuine, albeit embellished, historical catastrophe or crafting a purely philosophical fable. Many scholars firmly believe the latter. In the context of his other works, Atlantis serves as a perfect antagonist for his ideal state, Athens. The story illustrates the moral that even the most advanced and powerful civilizations will crumble if they abandon virtue and justice. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of imperial overreach and hubris, a powerful metaphor rather than a historical report. Plato himself prefaces the story by calling it a true tale, but in the language of ancient Greek philosophy, this often meant a story that conveyed a deeper truth, not necessarily a factual one. The complete lack of any mention of Atlantis in Egyptian or other ancient records that would have spanned the supposed time frame is a significant point against its historical reality. Yet, the human desire to find a literal, physical Atlantis has proven irresistible for centuries. This has spawned a breathtaking array of proposed locations, each with its own coterie of passionate proponents and a collection of intriguing, if often circumstantial, evidence. One of the most compelling and scientifically supported theories points to the volcanic island of Thera, known today as Santorini in the Aegean Sea. Around the year 1600 before the Common Era, Thera was rocked by one of the most violent volcanic eruptions in human history. The cataclysm was apocalyptic, blasting the center of the island into a massive caldera and generating tsunamis that would have devastated the nearby, highly advanced Minoan civilization on Crete. The parallels are striking: a sophisticated island culture with running water and elaborate palaces, largely wiped out in a single, catastrophic event. Proponents argue that the memory of this disaster, passed down through generations and perhaps relayed to the Egyptians, could have been the seed that grew into Plato's grand tale, with its location and scale dramatically altered over 1,000 years of storytelling. Other theories cast their nets much wider, truly embracing the idea of an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Some look to the Azores archipelago, noting that these remote islands are perched on the mid-Atlantic ridge, a seismically active area that could have experienced a massive geological collapse. Underwater formations near the islands, which some claim resemble man-made structures, have been cited as potential evidence, though most geologists identify them as natural volcanic rock formations. Even more speculative is the notion that Atlantis was located in the Bahamas, near the island of Bimini, where a controversial Bimini Road of underwater stones has been interpreted by some as a remnant of a sunken harbor wall. Further still, some have looked to the frigid south, proposing that Antarctica was once a temperate haven for an advanced civilization before a sudden shift in the Earth's crust encased it in ice. This theory often relies on pseudo-scientific interpretations of the Piri Reis map, a medieval document that seems to show an ice-free coastline of Antarctica, though most historians attribute this to conjecture or coincidence in the map-making process. What is truly fascinating is how the legend of Atlantis has evolved in the modern era. It has become a blank slate upon which we project our own anxieties and aspirations. In the late 19th century, it was seized upon by mystics and theosophists who described it as a utopian society with psychic powers and advanced technology. In the 20th century, it became a popular trope in science fiction and comic books, a symbol of a lost golden age. Today, it fuels countless documentaries and books that connect it to everything from ancient aliens to psychic crystals. This enduring appeal speaks to a deep-seated human longing. Atlantis represents the haunting idea of a great forgetting, that our ancestors might have possessed knowledge or achieved a societal pinnacle that was utterly lost to a global cataclysm. It embodies our fear of environmental collapse and our fascination with the idea that profound secrets might lie hidden, just beneath the waves or buried under the ice, waiting to be rediscovered. The search for Atlantis, therefore, is about much more than finding a sunken city. It is a quest for meaning, a desire to find evidence that our own civilization is not the first to reach for the stars, and a sobering reminder that even the mightiest of empires can be erased by the indifferent forces of nature. Yet another puzzle, this one carved not in stone or written on parchment, but drawn on an epic scale across the floor of a desert. Far below the flight path of a modern airplane, on the arid, wind-swept plains of southern Peru, lies one of archaeology's most magnificent and perplexing galleries, the Nazca Lines. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 years before the Common Era and 500 years of the Common Era, these geoglyphs are not just simple sketches. They are colossal works of art, etched into the dark, iron oxide-coated desert pebbles by removing the top layer to reveal the lighter-colored sand beneath. This technique created stark, contrasting lines that have been miraculously preserved for over a millennium by one of the driest climates on Earth. What they left behind is a breathtaking array of hundreds of figures, from clean, razor-straight lines that run for miles to complex geometric shapes like trapezoids and spirals. But the most captivating are the enormous biomorph stylized depictions of animals and plants. There is a hummingbird with wings outstretched, a massive monkey with an elaborately coiled tail, a spider, a condor, a pelican, and even what appears to be a humanoid figure often called the astronaut. The sheer scale of these designs is what defines their mystery. Many are so immense, with some stretching over 1,200 feet in length, that their full form can only be truly comprehended from the air, a vantage point the Nazca people themselves could never have physically achieved. This fundamental question, why create art you cannot see, is the very heart of the Nazca enigma. From the ground, the lines appear as little more than shallow grooves or paths. It is only from high above that the hummingbird takes flight and the monkey reveals its playful form. So what was their purpose? The most enduring and scientifically supported theory is that the lines served a deep astronomical and calendrical function. In the 1960s, an astronomer and a mathematician proposed that many of the lines pointed directly to the position of the sun, moon, and certain stars on the horizon during key solstices and equinoxes. They argued that the desert plain acted as a gigantic astronomical calendar, allowing the Nazca to track the passing seasons and celestial cycles, which were crucial for knowing when to plant and harvest in an unforgiving environment. The geoglyphs of animals, in this view, might have represented constellations, mapping the heavens onto the Earth in a grand cosmological diagram. Another compelling theory suggests the lines were sacred pathways, meant to be walked upon during elaborate religious rituals. Archaeologists have found ceramic shards and other offerings at the endpoints and intersections of many lines, indicating they were sites of ceremonial activity. The act of processing along these straight and winding paths could have been a form of pilgrimage or a devotional practice, with the journey itself holding spiritual significance. This connects to the broader idea that the entire system was an offering to powerful deities. in the worldview of the Nazca, who were masterful irrigators fighting a constant battle against the desert, water was life itself. Many of the animal figures, like the hummingbird and the spider, are associated with rain and fertility in Andean mythology. It is plausible that these massive drawings were pleas to the gods, a way to communicate with celestial beings who they believed could look down from the sky and see the magnificent displays of devotion laid out for them. The lines were not for human eyes, but for the eyes of the gods, a permanent prayer etched into the landscape for water and abundance. Of course, the sheer strangeness of the lines has also given rise to more speculative theories. The most famous of these, popularized in the 1960s, is the ancient astronaut hypothesis, which posits that the Nazca lines were landing strips or navigational markers for extraterrestrial visitors. Proponents point to the need for an aerial view and the long, flat trapezoids that resemble modern runways. While a captivating idea for science fiction, this theory is largely dismissed by mainstream archaeologists. There is no need for physical landing strips for advanced spacecraft, and the idea ignores the vast body of evidence linking the lines to Nazca culture and religion. It also overlooks a much simpler explanation for how the Nazca could have designed such massive, precise figures without flight. They were master surveyors. Using simple tools like wooden stakes and ropes, they could have scaled up a small model into a giant geoglyph through basic geometric principles. A team of researchers successfully demonstrated this by recreating one of the large bird figures using only technology available to the Nazca, proving that the creation of these wonders was well within their human capabilities, requiring brilliant ingenuity but not alien intervention. Perhaps the most inventive terrestrial theory involves the lines being used in a massive, ritualistic slingshot system. The idea suggests that the long, straight lines were used to launch projectiles or even people into the sky as a form of sacrifice or to achieve a brief, soaring view of the designs. While there is no archaeological evidence to support this, it highlights the creative lengths to which people will go to explain something so visually spectacular. Ultimately, the true purpose of the Nazca lines likely lies in a combination of the astronomical, hydrological, and religious theories. They were not built for a single reason, but functioned as a multi-layered sacred landscape. They were a calendar that marked time, a temple without walls where rituals were performed, and a permanent, sprawling prayer for the most precious resource in the desert, water. Their enduring mystery is amplified by their perfect preservation, a frozen moment from an ancient culture that continues to communicate with us not through words, but through stunning, silent images that challenge us to see the world and the cosmos through their eyes. Shifting our focus from the sprawling desert canvas of Nazca, we venture into the lush, dense jungles of Central America, where an entirely different kind of ancient artistry lies hidden. Scattered across the Diquis Delta of southern Costa Rica are hundreds of almost perfectly round stone spheres known locally as Los Bolas. Ranging in size from small, hand-held objects just a few centimeters across to colossal orbs over 2 meters in diameter and weighing up to 16 tons, these spheres are a monument to precision that seems to defy their origins. They were crafted by the pre-Columbian Diquis culture, beginning around 600 years of the Common Era and continuing for nearly a millennium. The first modern discovery of these spheres came in the 1930s, when the United Fruit Company was clearing vast tracts of jungle for banana plantations. As workers burned away the dense vegetation, they began to uncover these enigmatic stone balls, seemingly placed in mysterious groupings, often in alignments or near the foundations of what were once chiefdom settlements. The immediate and most pressing question is how a culture without metal tools, let alone modern precision instruments, could have achieved such near-perfect sphericity. The spheres were made from a hard, igneous rock called gabbro, quarried from the nearby Talamanca foothills, as well as from a softer, limestone-like shellstone known as coquina. Archaeologists believe the process was one of immense patience and skill. First, a large boulder would be selected and roughly shaped by heating it with fire and then rapidly cooling it with water, causing pieces to fall off. Then, using hammerstones made of equally hard or harder rock, artisans would have painstakingly pecked away at the surface, slowly rounding the form. The final, breathtaking precision was likely achieved through a process of continuous grinding with sand and water, perhaps using a piece of leather or a wooden board, gradually smoothing the surface to its remarkably round state. The level of accuracy is astonishing. Some of the most pristine spheres have a variance of less than 2 centimeters in their diameter, a feat that speaks to generations of master craftsmen honing their art. But the how is only half the mystery. The why is a puzzle that has only become more complicated over time. When initially discovered, many of the spheres were found in elaborate arrangements, often grouped in lines, triangles, or parallelograms leading to the entrances of important buildings or plazas. This led to a compelling theory that they functioned as astronomical markers, their alignments pointing to celestial events like the solstice sunrises or the positions of significant stars, effectively turning entire villages into cosmic calendars. Other researchers propose they were powerful status symbols. The sheer labor investment required to create the largest spheres would have made them exclusive to the most powerful chieftains, serving as undeniable declarations of wealth, authority, and connection to the spiritual world, placed prominently to impress both allies and rivals. A more symbolic interpretation suggests the spheres were physical representations of celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, or even the cosmos itself, acting as a tangible map of the Dikwis' worldview, grounding their understanding of the universe in the very landscape they inhabited. Tragically, the quest for definitive answers has been severely hampered by the sphere's modern history. In the initial wave of discovery, many were unceremoniously rolled away from their original locations by bulldozers or tractors, looted to adorn the gardens of wealthy landowners, government buildings, and even corporate headquarters. This widespread displacement was an archaeological catastrophe. It erased the sphere's primary context, their relationship to each other, to structures, and to the surrounding topography. It's as if someone took all the pieces of a complex jigsaw puzzle and scattered them randomly across a room. We have the pieces, but we've lost the picture on the box that shows how they were meant to fit together. This has fueled intense debate, as researchers now have to rely on early, often incomplete reports and the few spheres that were left in situ to guess at the original grand designs. This loss makes the ongoing preservation efforts led by the Costa Rican government and UNESCO, which has declared several sites World Heritage Sites, all the more critical. Archaeologists continue to meticulously excavate the few untouched areas, hoping that an undiscovered, pristine alignment will one day provide the crucial key. The stone spheres of Costa Rica stand as a different kind of mystery from the Great Pyramid or the Nazca Lines. Their enigma is not one of immense scale, but of profound perfection and displaced intention. They are a silent testament to a sophisticated society's artistic genius and cosmological beliefs, yet their full message has been muffled by time and modern interference. They challenge us not only to figure out how they were made, but to reconstruct the lost blueprint of a civilization's sacred landscape, a puzzle where the most important pieces are the empty spaces between the stones. While the stone spheres of Costa Rica represent a tangible mystery of form and placement, another artifact from the ancient world presents a puzzle not of function, but of fundamental scientific principle. In the basement of the National Museum of Iraq in Baghdad sits a small, unassuming object that has sparked one of the most heated debates in the history of archaeology, the Baghdad Battery. Discovered in 1936 just outside the city of Qujat Rabu, the artifact is believed to date from the Parthian period, around 2,000 years ago. It consists of a simple 13-centimeter long clay jar, inside of which was found a rolled copper cylinder, sealed at the base with an asphalt-like bitumen. Suspended inside this copper cylinder was a solid iron rod, also isolated from the copper by the same bitumen seal, which would have acted as an insulator. To the untrained eye, it looks like a quirky, sealed-up pot, but to a modern observer, its components are instantly recognizable. It looks for all the world like a primitive electric cell. The hypothesis, first formally proposed by German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig, is as radical as it is compelling. If this jar were filled with an acidic or alkaline electrolyte, something as common as vinegar or grape juice, it would create a classic galvanic cell. The iron rod would act as the anode and the copper cylinder as the cathode, and a chemical reaction between the two dissimilar metals and the electrolyte would generate a small but measurable electric voltage. Experiments with replicas have consistently proven this is possible, producing between 0.8 and 2 volts of electricity. This immediately raises a breathtaking question. Could the Parthians, or perhaps the earlier Sasanians, have possessed a rudimentary understanding of electrochemistry over a millennium before Alessandro Volta invented the modern battery in 1800? Proponents of this view suggest a practical, albeit limited, application: electroplating. The small current generated could have been used to deposit a thin layer of gold or silver onto other metal objects, a technique known as gilding. This would explain ancient accounts of mysterious processes for applying gold that didn't involve heat, and could account for the remarkably fine gold plating found on some artifacts from the region that has long puzzled experts. However, this electrifying theory is met with profound skepticism by many mainstream archaeologists who offer a much more mundane and arguably more likely explanation. A primary counterargument is that the so-called battery was simply a storage vessel for sacred scrolls. In this interpretation, the iron rod and copper cylinder were nothing more than the durable core of a rolled-up scroll made of papyrus or parchment, perhaps containing a religious text or an important document. The bitumen seal would have effectively waterproofed the container, protecting the fragile scroll from moisture and decay. This was a common practice in the region for safeguarding valuable texts, and several similar jars have been found, though often without their metal interiors, which may have corroded away entirely. The skeptics point out that if these devices were truly batteries, we would expect to find associated evidence: wires, perhaps made of a precious metal, or electroplated objects clearly showing this specific technique. No such evidence has ever been conclusively linked to the Baghdad battery. Furthermore, not a single one of these jars was discovered with traces of an acidic or corrosive residue inside, which one would absolutely expect to find if they had been repeatedly filled with an electrolyte like vinegar. This leaves us with a classic historical conundrum, a perfect what-if scenario. The object's design is eerily prescient, its potential undeniable in laboratory recreations. It tantalizes us with the possibility that the spark of electrical discovery was struck not in the enlightened salons of Europe, but in the workshops of ancient Mesopotamia. Yet, the hard evidence for its intentional use as a power source is simply not there. The context of its discovery doesn't point to a workshop, and the lack of any corroborating artifacts or textual descriptions from the period creates a deafening silence around the theory. Perhaps the truth lies in a fascinating middle ground. It is entirely possible that an ancient artisan, using these common materials for a purely storage-related purpose, accidentally created a chemical cell without ever understanding the principles behind the faint tingle or strange metallic taste that might have resulted from exposure to the right liquid. The Baghdad battery, therefore, stands not as proof of ancient electricity, but as a powerful symbol of the gaps in our knowledge. It challenges our assumptions about the linear progression of science and forces us to consider that the ancients may have stumbled upon profound natural phenomena, harnessing their effects through practical application long before they understood the underlying theory. It is an artifact that powers not light bulbs but imagination, forever hovering in that intriguing space between revolutionary discovery and remarkable coincidence. Journey with us now from the sun-baked plains of Nazca and the jungles of Costa Rica to the windswept coast of Brittany in northwestern France, where another megalithic marvel stirs the imagination. Here, in the village of Karnak, lies the most extensive collection of standing stones on the planet. Erected by Neolithic peoples over a period of several centuries beginning around 4,500 years before the Common Era, the Karnak alignments are a breathtaking spectacle of prehistoric ambition. Imagine not just a single stone circle, but a vast, sprawling complex of more than 3,000 individual menhirs or standing stones arranged in long, precise rows that stretch for kilometers across the landscape. The major groupings, Mainek, Kermario, and Kerleskan, form colossal avenues of granite, with some stones towering over 4 meters high. To walk among these silent, weathered sentinels is to feel the presence of a deep and organized purpose, one that has been utterly lost to the passage of 5,000 years. Theories regarding the purpose of these alignments are as numerous and varied as the stones themselves, and they reflect our ongoing attempt to understand the sophisticated minds of our Neolithic ancestors. One of the most compelling and enduring ideas is that the stones functioned as a gigantic astronomical observatory and calendar. Researchers have noted that the alignments of certain rows appear to be oriented toward the rising and setting points of the sun and moon during key solar and lunar standstills, those extreme points in the sky that mark the limits of the moon's cycle. This would have provided an incredibly accurate long-term calendar, allowing these early farmers to predict seasonal changes, solstices, and equinoxes with remarkable precision, which was essential for planting, harvesting, and coordinating communal rituals. The sheer scale of the site suggests it was a regional center of tremendous importance, where knowledge of the heavens was literally set in stone for generations. Another fascinating, more recent theory proposes a seismic function. Some geologists have pointed out that the local geology beneath the Karnak alignments is crisscrossed with dozens of active fault lines. They suggest that the massive stone rows could have acted as a primitive but highly sensitive earthquake detection system. The idea is that the stones were placed upright in a way that made them susceptible to the subtle tremors that precede a major quake. A slight, almost imperceptible tilting of a key stone in the line might have served as an early warning, allowing the community precious time to evacuate to safer ground. This theory frames the Neolithic builders not just as stargazers, but as practical geologists, intimately attuned to the subtle movements of the earth beneath their feet and developing a sophisticated technology to monitor it. Yet, not all interpretations are so pragmatic. Many archaeologists believe the primary function of the Karnak stones was deeply spiritual and religious. The alignments may have marked a sacred processional route, a path walked by pilgrims and priests during major seasonal ceremonies dedicated to deities of the earth, sky, and ancestors. The effort required to quarry, transport, and erect thousands of multi-ton stones was immense, an undertaking that could only have been motivated by a powerful, unifying faith. This enormous investment of labor itself may have been a form of social glue, binding the community together in a shared, sacred project. Alternatively, the stones might have served as territorial markers, visibly demarcating the land of a powerful and organized tribe. Their imposing presence would have sent a clear message to any outsiders. This land is claimed, and the people who built this are numerous, coordinated, and formidable. As with so many ancient mysteries, the void of factual knowledge has been filled by rich and colorful legend. Local folklore offers a dramatic origin story, one that involves the legendary wizard Merlin. The tale recounts that when a Roman legion was marching across Brittany to conquer the region, the wise Merlin, protector of the native Bretons, stood upon a nearby hill and witnessed their advance. To save the people, he uttered a powerful enchantment, turning the entire marching army to stone where they stood. The long, orderly rows of menhirs are thus explained as the petrified remains of legionaries, frozen for all eternity in their military formation. This story, while a beautiful piece of mythology, highlights a very human tendency to attribute the inexplicable works of the deep past to magical or supernatural forces, a way of making sense of a landscape transformed by a people whose true names and stories are gone. The enduring enigma of the Karnak stones is amplified by their sheer scale and the silent erosion of their original cultural context. Unlike the pyramids, there are no hieroglyphs to decipher. Unlike the Antikythera mechanism, there are no intricate gears to analyze. We are left only with the stones themselves, their placement, and their relationship to the sky and land. Modern archaeological techniques, from ground-penetrating radar to detailed soil analysis, continue to probe the site for clues, uncovering post holes and evidence of wooden structures that suggest the stone rows were just one part of a much larger and more complex ceremonial landscape. The true meaning of Karnak likely lies in a combination of all these theories. It was at once an astronomical calculator, a sacred temple, a social symbol, and a testament to human ingenuity. It stands as a monumental question mark from the dawn of European civilization, a silent forest of stone that challenges us to listen closely to the whispers of a world long lost. Our journey now takes us from the silent forests of standing stones to the dry, haunting caves of Qumran, where one of the most literal and tantalizing treasure hunts in history began. Among the famous Dead Sea Scrolls, ancient religious manuscripts discovered in clay jars between 1947 and 1956, one document stands utterly apart. While the others are painstakingly inscribed on leather or papyrus, this one is made of copper, two oxidized sheets riveted together, and its message is not spiritual but staggeringly material. This is the Copper Scroll, and it is perhaps the world's oldest and most controversial treasure map. Dated to between the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era, the scroll is written in a form of Hebrew that differs from the rest of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it contains no psalms or prophecies. Instead, it presents a straightforward, matter-of-fact inventory of 64 locations where immense quantities of gold, silver, precious coins, and sacred ritual objects were allegedly hidden. The sums listed are almost beyond comprehension, totaling many tons of precious metals, with some estimates placing the modern value in the billions of dollars. The immediate and intoxicating mystery is whether this list represents a real, physical fortune or a symbolic, religious allegory. The scroll's sheer specificity argues powerfully for its reality. It doesn't speak in parables, it gives instructions. One entry, for example, might direct a seeker to a certain cistern in a particular valley, while another describes a burial spot beneath a specific set of steps or in a cavity of a drain conduit. This level of practical detail suggests the author was documenting a genuine, desperate effort to safeguard a national treasury from an imminent threat. The most widely accepted theory points directly to the First Jewish-Roman War, culminating in the devastating siege of Jerusalem and the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in the year 70 of the Common Era. It is profoundly plausible that priests or temple officials, seeing the Roman legions advancing, undertook a massive, secret operation to empty the temple's vast storerooms of its tithes and treasures accumulated over centuries, and hide them throughout the Judean wilderness to prevent their capture or desecration. The Copper Scroll, then, would be the official and durable record of that operation, a ledger meant to survive where fragile papyrus would not, ensuring the wealth could be recovered and the temple restored one day. This historical context makes the treasure's potential existence incredibly compelling, but the scroll itself is a devilishly difficult puzzle. The directions are cryptic and rely on landmarks that were common knowledge 2,000 years ago but are now lost to time. It refers to ruins, dams, and specific trees that have long since vanished. To make matters even more challenging, some scholars believe the scroll was deliberately encoded. The place names might be pseudonyms, and the instructions could be out of order to confuse any unauthorized readers who might get their hands on it. This has turned the modern search for the treasure into a mixture of high-tech archaeology and pure guesswork. For decades, expeditions have scoured the arid landscape around Qumran and Jerusalem, armed with metal detectors and the scroll's enigmatic text. They have dug at the base of cliffs, explored ancient aqueducts, and investigated countless caves. While a handful of minor, contemporary artifacts have been found, proving that the areas described were indeed in use, the legendary tons of gold and silver have remained stubbornly out of reach. The most famous search was led by the late archaeologist John Allegro in the 1960s, whose team followed the scroll's clues with fervent determination but ultimately found nothing, a story that has become a cautionary tale about the intoxicating and often fruitless nature of the hunt. Naturally, such a high-stakes mystery has spawned alternative theories. Some researchers propose the treasure was not from the Jerusalem temple at all, but the accumulated wealth of the Essene community, the ascetic Jewish sect many believe authored the Dead Sea Scrolls. However, the sheer scale of the treasure listed makes this unlikely, as the Essenes were known for their simple, communal lifestyle, not for hoarding immense personal riches. A more radical suggestion is that the scroll does not document a single hidden cache, but is instead a cumulative record of tithes and offerings stored in many different locations over a long period, meaning some of the treasures might have been retrieved in antiquity, while others were lost when those who knew their exact locations perished in the war. This would explain why no single massive hoard has ever been discovered. The copper scroll, therefore, is more than a simple map. It is a historical snapshot of a society in its death throes, a record of a people trying to preserve their spiritual and material heart from annihilation. Its enduring power lies in that perfect blend of historical plausibility and cryptic, unfulfilled promise. It dangles the possibility of unimaginable wealth just beyond our grasp, a tangible fortune hidden somewhere in the dust and stone of the Holy Land, waiting for someone someday to finally crack its 2,000-year-old code. Now we turn from treasure maps of precious metal to a map that itself is a kind of treasure, one that seems to chart knowledge that shouldn't have existed in its time. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral and cartographer named Mary Celeste compiled a world map, a stunning piece of artistry and geography that now resides in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul. What makes this map so extraordinary and so controversial isn't its depiction of the familiar coasts of Europe and Africa, but rather a sliver of land at its southern edge. The map shows a detailed and strikingly accurate outline of the eastern coast of South America, but more astonishingly, it appears to depict a landmass stretching across the bottom of the map, a continent that bears a curious resemblance to the coastline of Antarctica, and it shows this land not buried under miles of ice, but as a green, inhabitable place. This is the central, mind-bending puzzle of the Mary Celeste map, because the continent of Antarctica was not officially discovered by Western explorers for another 3 centuries in 1820. So how could a 16th-century Ottoman admiral have mapped a continent that would remain hidden for 300 more years? The map itself provides a fascinating clue, as Mary Celeste included extensive notes in the margins detailing his sources. He openly states that he compiled his work from about 20 different source maps, including ancient Greek charts, contemporary Portuguese sailing maps, and even one that he claimed was drawn by Christopher Columbus. This admission is crucial because it frames the map not as a product of original, impossible discovery, but as a synthesis of existing knowledge from across the globe. The accurate portrayal of South America is easily explained by these Portuguese sources, as explorers like Pedro Alves Cabral had already reached Brazil by 1500. The real enigma is that southern landmass. Mainstream scholarship offers a compelling, if less sensational, explanation. Many experts argue that what we are seeing is not Antarctica at all, but a speculative, composite depiction of a mythical, great southern land, a concept that had existed in European geography since the time of the ancient Greeks. This hypothetical continent, known as Terra Australis Incognita, was theorized to exist in the southern hemisphere to balance the known landmasses of the north. Cartographers often filled this unknown space with a fictional coastline, and it's highly probable that the land on the Peary Rise map is simply an early, inaccurate guess at this theoretical continent, perhaps even cobbled together from misaligned sightings of the actual southern tip of South America. However, this rational explanation hasn't stopped a wave of more speculative theories, largely fueled by the work of historians like Charles Hapgood in the 1960s. Hapgood and his supporters argued that the accuracy of the supposed Antarctic coastline was too great to be mere guesswork. They proposed that the map must be based on much older source maps, drawn by an advanced, prehistoric seafaring civilization that had explored the entire globe when Antarctica was actually free of ice. According to geological evidence, the last time the coast of Antarctica could have been ice-free and charted from the sea was thousands of years ago, around 4,000 years before the Common Era. This line of thinking suggests that a forgotten civilization, perhaps the mythical Atlanteans, possessed cartographical skills that were lost for millennia, with their knowledge only surviving in fragments that were copied and recopied by later cultures like the ancient Greeks, eventually finding their way into the hands of Peary Rise. This theory taps directly into the same human fascination that fuels the legend of Atlantis, the idea of a great global civilization that fell, leaving behind only cryptic clues to its former glory. Yet, when subjected to rigorous cartographical analysis, the ancient civilization theory begins to fray at the edges. Modern comparisons of the Peary Rise map to the actual subglacial topography of Antarctica, which we can now map with radar, show significant discrepancies. While a few coastal features seem to align, the overall shape is a poor match, and the map is plagued by large-scale distortions, a common problem when trying to project a spherical world onto a flat surface with limited data. Furthermore, the map completely omits about 9,000 miles of coastline between the Americas and Asia, including the entire Pacific Ocean, which suggests its compiler was working with a fundamentally incomplete and fragmented dataset, not a comprehensive global survey from an advanced source. The most logical conclusion is that Peary Rise created a brilliant but flawed document for its time, a patchwork of the best and sometimes the most speculative geographical information available to him in the Ottoman Empire. Its enduring power lies in that tantalizing gap between what it clearly shows and what it might accidentally reveal. It serves as a permanent reminder of how much of our own history of exploration and discovery is still incomplete, a ghost of an idea that pushes us to wonder just how much the ancients truly knew about the shape of their world. From holy texts and ancient maps, we now move to an object that exists at the very intersection of faith, science, and history, the Shroud of Turin. Housed in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy, this piece of linen cloth, measuring approximately 14 feet long by 3.5 feet wide, is one of the most controversial and studied artifacts in the world. On its surface is the faint, straw-colored, negative image of a man front and back who appears to have been brutally scourged and crucified. The details are hauntingly specific: wounds on the wrists and feet, what looks like a puncture in the side, and even markings on the head consistent with a crown of thorns. For millions of believers, this is not merely an image. It is the actual burial shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, a sacred relic that miraculously captured his likeness at the moment of resurrection. For skeptics and scientists, it is a medieval forgery, an elaborate puzzle that has stubbornly resisted a definitive explanation for how its mysterious image was created. The shroud's known history is a tapestry woven with equal parts reverence and mystery. While its existence can be reliably traced back to the 1350s in Liège, France, its journey before that is shrouded in legend. One compelling tradition suggests it was the famed image of Edessa, a cloth revered in the Byzantine Empire for centuries that was said to bear the divine impression of Christ's face. The historical record solidifies in the 1400s when it came into the possession of the House of Savoy, the royal family of Italy, who eventually moved it to Turin in 1578. It has remained there ever since, surviving a devastating chapel fire in 1997 that threatened to destroy it, an event that only intensified its aura as a seemingly indestructible object of veneration. The modern scientific investigation of the shroud began in earnest in the late 19th century, but it was a single, accidental photograph in 1898 that catapulted it into the realm of the truly inexplicable. An amateur photographer named Secondo Pier was granted permission to take the first official photographs of the cloth. As he developed the glass plate negatives in his darkroom, he experienced a profound shock. The faint image on the shroud itself, which is difficult to decipher with the naked eye, appeared on the negative plate as a detailed, positive photograph of a tortured man. This revelation was staggering. It meant that the shroud itself functions as a perfect photographic negative, a property that would have been utterly impossible for a medieval forger to conceptualize, let alone create, centuries before the invention of photography. This discovery forced scientists to confront a fundamental question: what process could have encoded such three-dimensional, photographic information onto a piece of linen? In 1978, a team of American scientists and researchers known as the Shroud of Turin Research Project, or STURP, was granted unprecedented access to the cloth for 120 hours of intensive, round-the-clock testing. They used the most advanced technology of the day, including ultraviolet spectrometry, infrared thermography, and sophisticated chemical analysis. Their conclusion was both definitive and deeply puzzling. They found no evidence of any pigments, dyes, or artistic mediums on the fibers. The image, they determined, was not painted on. It resides only on the very topmost microfibers of the linen threads, as if it were produced by a rapid, surface-level chemical change that caused the fibers to dehydrate and oxidize, akin to a very subtle scorch. They famously concluded that while they could describe the image's properties, the question of how it was formed remained a mystery. No scientific theory could adequately explain the image's resolution, its three-dimensional information content, and its lack of any discernible artistic substance. This scientific impasse set the stage for the most dramatic and controversial chapter in the shroud's modern history: radiocarbon dating. In 1988, with the permission of the Vatican, small samples from a corner of the shroud were carefully cut and distributed to 3 independent, world-renowned laboratories at the universities of Oxford, Zurich, and Arizona. Using accelerator mass spectrometry, all 3 labs independently arrived at strikingly similar results. They dated the linen of the shroud to between 1260 and 1390, with a 95% confidence level. This placed its origin squarely in the medieval period, a time when the forgery of religious relics was a rampant and lucrative enterprise. For many in the scientific community, the case was closed. The shroud was a brilliant, albeit inexplicable, fake from the 13th or 14th century. Yet the story did not end there. Almost immediately, critics of the carbon dating results raised serious objections. They pointed out that the sample taken came from a highly handled edge of the cloth, an area that had been repeatedly grasped by priests during centuries of public exhibitions and had also been repaired after the fire damage in the Middle Ages. Could the sample have been contaminated by carbon from later centuries, or, more intriguingly, could it have been a piece of invisible reweaving, where medieval nuns expertly repaired damaged sections with new thread, thus skewing the date? Some researchers have even proposed a biological theory, suggesting that a microbial biofilm of bacteria and fungi coating the ancient fibers could have contaminated the sample with younger carbon, throwing off the dating by hundreds of years. While these claims are hotly debated and lack universal acceptance, they have provided enough reasonable doubt to keep the scientific conversation alive and contentious. The radiocarbon date, rather than being the final word, became just one more piece of a profoundly complex puzzle. This ongoing debate has fueled a wide range of theories about how a medieval artist could have produced such an image. Could it have been created using a primitive form of photography, perhaps with a camera obscura and light-sensitive silver compounds? While an ingenious idea, no evidence of such chemicals has been found on the cloth, and the technology would have been centuries ahead of its time. Another theory suggests the image was formed through a natural chemical reaction, such as the Maillard reaction, between amines from a decomposing body and the carbohydrates of the linen itself. This vaporograph theory could explain the image's superficial nature and its precise anatomical details, but experiments have failed to reproduce an image with the same clarity, resolution, and lack of distortion found on the shroud. Other, more skeptical proposals include the use of a bas-relief, a sculpted statue heated and pressed against the cloth with a faint pigment, or the application of a dilute acid to selectively degrade the fibers. Yet, none of these methods successfully replicate all of the shroud's unique characteristics, particularly its encoded three-dimensional data and its existence as a perfect photographic negative. Ultimately, the enduring power of the Shroud of Turin lies in its unique ability to speak to two different realms of human understanding. For the faithful, it is a tangible connection to the divine, a silent witness to the central miracle of Christianity. Its unresolved scientific mysteries only serve to bolster their belief, seen not as flaws but as evidence of a miracle that transcends human explanation. For the scientific mind, it represents an exquisite and unsolved forensic problem, a cold case from the Middle Ages that continues to defy replication with the tools of any era. It is an artifact that forces a confrontation between empirical evidence and deeply held belief, a 14-foot-long question mark that challenges us to consider the limits of both our technology and our understanding of history. Whether it is a divine relic or the world's most ingenious forgery, the Shroud of Turin remains an indelible and captivating icon of the unknown. While the Shroud of Turin presents a mystery of faith and science, another historical event from the same era reveals a terrifying mystery of the human mind and body, playing out not in a quiet chapel but in the open streets of a desperate city. In the sweltering summer of 1518, in the city of Strasbourg, a woman named Frau Trophia stepped into a narrow street and began to dance. This was not a dance of celebration, but a frantic, compulsive, and uncontrollable movement. She danced for hours and then for days, her body refusing to rest even as her feet bled and her strength faded. Within a week, the number of dancers had swelled to dozens and then to hundreds. The city was gripped by a bizarre and terrifying spectacle, a plague not of boils or fever, but of relentless, manic dancing. Historical records from physicians and city council notes describe a scene of utter chaos, with people twisting and leaping in the public square, their faces contorted in agony, screaming for help even as their limbs flailed involuntarily. This was the dancing plague, and it did not relent for an entire month. The consequences were dire and fatal. Many dancers collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Others succumbed to heart attacks or strokes brought on by the relentless physical strain. The death toll climbed into the dozens, perhaps even the hundreds, a grim testament to a phenomenon that seemed to defy all logic and medical understanding of the time. So, what could have caused such a collective frenzy? Historians and medical experts have put forward several compelling theories, each pointing to a different kind of trigger for this mass hysteria. The most widely accepted explanation today is mass psychogenic illness, a powerful form of social contagion where psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms in a group. To understand this, we must look at the context of Strasbourg in 1518. The city was a pressure cooker of suffering. It had been ravaged by a series of brutal famines, with crops failing and food prices skyrocketing. Widespread diseases like smallpox and syphilis were rampant, and the poor lived in a state of constant, grinding poverty. The social fabric was frayed by extreme superstition and a pervasive belief in vengeful saints. In such an environment of profound stress, fear, and hopelessness, the mind can seek a dramatic collective outlet. The dancing may have begun as one individual's stress-induced breakdown, a dissociative state that provided a temporary escape from an unbearable reality. In a community already primed for mass suggestion, this behavior then spread like a psychological virus. People saw the dancing and subconsciously found it to be an acceptable, shared expression of their collective anguish, a bizarre and tragic somatic symptom of a society on the brink of collapse. Another prominent theory points to a tangible, biological cause: ergot poisoning. Ergot is a fungus that infects rye grain, a staple food for the poor in medieval Europe. This fungus produces powerful alkaloids that are chemical precursors to lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD. When people eat bread made from contaminated rye, they can experience a range of severe symptoms known historically as St. Anthony's fire. These symptoms include violent muscle spasms, convulsions, hallucinations, and a burning sensation in the limbs, all of which could be misinterpreted as a frenzied, uncontrollable dance. The hot, damp summer of 1518 would have created ideal conditions for ergot to flourish in the grain stores. It is a compelling argument linking the physical convulsions directly to a known neurotoxin. However, critics of the ergot theory point out some inconsistencies. While ergotism can cause spasms and hallucinations, it also typically leads to gangrene and a constriction of blood vessels that would have made prolonged dancing physically impossible. Furthermore, historical accounts don't mention other common symptoms of ergotism, like the intense burning pain or the loss of limbs. If this was a simple case of food poisoning, why did it manifest so specifically as a continuous communal dance? And why did it seem to spread by sight and suggestion rather than just through the shared food supply? This leads us to consider a third, more nuanced possibility: a combination of factors. Perhaps a small number of people, weakened by hunger and stress, experienced mild ergot poisoning that induced spasms or strange behavior. In the highly superstitious and anxious atmosphere of Strasbourg, this was immediately interpreted as a curse or a divine punishment, specifically from Saint Vitus, a saint known for both causing and curing a nervous disorder called chorea. The city council's own response inadvertently fueled the crisis. Believing the dancers needed to dance the plague out, they actually built a special stage, hired musicians, and provided professional dancers to encourage the afflicted, a well-intentioned but catastrophic misdiagnosis that only validated the behavior and encouraged its spread. This created a perfect storm: a population physically weakened by famine and potential toxins, psychologically broken by stress, and then culturally encouraged to dance themselves to death as a form of cure. The dancing plague of 1518 stands as one of history's most extreme and chilling examples of the mind-body connection. It demonstrates how societal trauma can translate into a physical epidemic and how collective belief can override individual survival instinct. It is a stark reminder that the most inexplicable human behaviors often emerge not from supernatural forces, but from the terrifying and complex interplay between our biology, our psychology, and the immense pressures of the world we inhabit. But from the collective psychological trauma of a whole city, we narrow our focus to a phenomenon that torments only a select few, a private and persistent noise that has become the definition of a modern auditory ghost. In the serene, high desert landscape of Taos, New Mexico, a mystery literally buzzes in the air, but one that only a fraction of the population can actually perceive. Since the early 1990s, residents and visitors have reported hearing what they call the Taos hum, a persistent, low-frequency sound, often compared to a distant diesel engine idling, a throbbing vibration that seems to have no point of origin. Imagine lying in bed at night trying to sleep while this invasive, rumbling drone fills your ears, a sound no one else in your household can hear. For the small percentage of people dubbed hearers, this is not a curiosity. It's a life-altering nuisance that can lead to chronic sleeplessness, debilitating headaches, dizziness, and immense psychological distress. The bizarre nature of the hum lies in its selectivity. It's an experience that divides communities and even households, creating a sense of isolation and frustration for those who are afflicted. The peculiar nature of the Tao's hum prompted official investigations, the most notable being a study commissioned by the United States Congress in the 1990s, which tasked a team of scientists from some of the nation's top research institutions with identifying the source. Researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory and other agencies descended upon Taos, armed with sophisticated acoustic monitoring equipment. They surveyed residents, mapped the reports, and attempted to record the elusive sound. The results, however, were deeply unsatisfying. While the scientific team confirmed that a significant number of people were genuinely hearing something, their sensitive microphones and spectrum analyzers could not detect any anomalous acoustic signal that corresponded to the described hum. This fundamental disconnect is the core of the enigma. Either the hum exists at a frequency or volume below the threshold of the recording equipment, or its source is not an external sound wave at all, but something happening inside the bodies and brains of the hearers themselves. This ambiguity has, of course, given rise to a wide spectrum of competing theories, each with its own merits and flaws. On the external side, investigators have pointed to industrial sources. Could it be the cumulative effect of natural gas pipelines, high-pressure airlines, or electrical substations humming at a specific resonant frequency? Perhaps it was a product of the region's extensive power grid, with electromagnetic fields from high-voltage transmission lines inducing a perceived sound in certain individuals. Other proposals delve into the geological, suggesting the hum could be the result of low-frequency seismic activity, the grinding of tectonic plates deep beneath the Earth's surface generating microtremors that manifest as sound. Yet, none of these potential sources have been conclusively linked to the specific, localized experience of the Tao's hum. If it were a simple industrial noise, why isn't it heard by everyone, and why can't it be consistently measured? If it were geological, why is it so focused on places like Taos, Bristol in England, and Windsor in Ontario, rather than being a global phenomenon in all seismically active areas? The failure to find an external cause has naturally led many researchers to look inward, proposing that the hum is a form of mass psychosomatic condition or a specific type of tinnitus. Tinnitus is the medical term for the perception of sound when no external noise is present, often a ringing or buzzing in the ears. Could the Tao's hum simply be an example of low-frequency tinnitus, where sufferers are actually hearing the internal workings of their own bodies, the rush of blood through vessels, the hum of neural activity, or the spontaneous firing of cochlear hair cells in the inner ear? This theory is compelling because it explains the selectivity. Some people's auditory systems may simply be more sensitive to these internal sounds, especially in the profound quiet of a desert night. Proponents of this view suggest that once the idea of a mysterious hum is introduced into a community, it creates a cognitive template. People who were previously vaguely aware of a faint internal noise suddenly have a name for it, and their brains, seeking patterns, latch onto and amplify this sensation, turning a background murmur into an inescapable forefront drone. The true impact of the Tao's hum, however, transcends the debate over its source. For the hearers, the effect is profoundly real and deeply disruptive. The constant, inescapable noise can shatter concentration, prevent restful sleep, and create a state of near-constant irritability and anxiety. The social dimension is equally taxing. When you complain about a noise that no one else can hear, you risk being labeled as eccentric, attention-seeking, or even mentally unstable. This dismissal by friends, family, and doctors can compound the suffering, adding a layer of social isolation and self-doubt to the physical discomfort. The hearers find solace in online forums and support groups, virtual communities where they can finally share their experiences with others who understand, a digital validation of their very real perceptual reality. The Tao's hum and phenomena like it around the world represent a fascinating frontier where objective science collides with subjective human experience. It challenges our ability to measure and quantify the world, reminding us that perception is not always a straightforward recording of external reality, but a complex construction of the brain. Whether it is a faint physical vibration from an unknown source or a dramatic manifestation of internal auditory sensitivity, the hum remains a deeply personal and unresolved puzzle, a ghost in the machine of human hearing that continues to murmur its secrets just below the level of scientific proof. And from the deeply personal, almost internal mystery of the Tao's hum, we rocket out into the vast, impersonal silence of space for what many consider the most tantalizing whisper from the cosmos. On a quiet night in August 1977, a powerful telescope known as the Big Ear, operated by Ohio State University as part of the early search for extraterrestrial intelligence or SETI, was dutifully scanning the sky. It was a slow, methodical process, with the telescope's fixed dish relying on the Earth's rotation to sweep its gaze across a narrow strip of the heavens. The data it collected was printed out in long columns of letters and numbers representing signal intensity, a monotonous stream that volunteer astronomer Jerry Amon was reviewing a few days later. His trained eye moved down the page until it stopped at a sequence of characters that made no sense. The code 6-5 erupted from the background noise. It was a signal so intense, so perfectly confined to a narrow band of the radio spectrum, and so fleeting that it stood out like a cosmic scream in a library. Stunned by the sheer improbability of what he was seeing, Amon grabbed a red pen, circled the alphanumeric string, and in the margin wrote a single, now legendary word: "Wow." That simple exclamation has come to define one of the most enduring mysteries in astronomy. But what made this particular signal so special? The key lies in its precise characteristics, which aligned almost perfectly with what scientists predicted an artificial interstellar signal would look like. First, it was a narrowband signal concentrated at a frequency of 1420 MHz, which is very close to the emission line of neutral hydrogen, a fundamental and abundant element in the universe. This frequency band is considered a logical watering hole where different civilizations might listen and transmit. Second, the signal's intensity rose and fell over the course of 72 seconds, exactly the length of time the Big Ear telescope's fixed receiver would be pointed at a single point in the sky as the Earth turned. This created a perfect bell curve shape on the printout, confirming the signal came from a fixed celestial source rather than a moving object like an aircraft or satellite. Finally, and perhaps most critically, the signal was never heard again, despite numerous dedicated follow-up searches using more powerful equipment over the following decades. The WOW signal remains a one-off event, a single, brilliant flash from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius that has never repeated. This unique combination of features immediately ruled out most common terrestrial and solar system origins. It wasn't a passing airplane or a secret military transmission, as those would have been detected across multiple telescope beams or would have had a different frequency signature. It wasn't a reflection of a human-made signal off a piece of space debris or an asteroid, as those reflections are typically much weaker and more distorted. The signal's strength was phenomenal, far more powerful than any natural astronomical radio source of that type. For a brief moment, it seemed as if humanity might have just received its first greeting card from another star. The sheer power required to generate such a signal from such a vast distance suggested a transmitter far beyond our own capabilities, a truly astronomical feat of engineering with the deliberate intent to be noticed. Of course, the scientific community has diligently searched for a natural explanation, and a few have been proposed. One of the most discussed theories emerged in 2017, suggesting the signal could have been generated by a cloud of hydrogen surrounding a passing comet. Two specific comets, not known in 1977, were in the same general area of the sky at that time. The idea is that the sun's radiation could have excited the hydrogen in the comet's comas, causing them to emit a strong radio signal at the characteristic frequency. While an elegant solution, this theory has been largely dismissed by many astronomers, including Jerry Amon himself. The comets were not actually within the specific area of the sky the Big Ear was observing at that precise moment, and the type of signal a hydrogen cloud emits is broadband, not the intensely narrowband signal that was detected. Other proposals include a highly energetic, one-time astronomical event like a microlensing event, where the gravity of a foreground star briefly focuses the light from a distant background source, amplifying it for just a moment. Yet, even these explanations feel like a stretch, failing to account for the signal's perfect, artificial-seeming properties, the enduring legacy of the WOW signal is not that it proved we are not alone, but that it demonstrated with startling clarity just how difficult the search for extraterrestrial intelligence truly is. The cosmos is vast, and our window for listening to any one particular star is incredibly small. It is entirely possible that we simply missed the broadcast, that an alien transmitter was sweeping its beam across the galaxy, and for 72 glorious seconds it pointed directly at Earth, only to move on and never point our way again. The signal's singularity is what makes it both so compelling and so frustrating. It is a data point of one, an anomaly that cannot be verified or studied further. It stands as a monument to the patience and optimism required for science, a single red circle on a faded printout that continues to inspire the search for answers. It tells us that the universe is capable of producing surprises that defy easy categorization, a cosmic wink that challenges us to keep listening, forever wondering if that one in a billion signal is still out there, waiting to be heard a second time. While the WOW signal represents a mystery from the depths of space, another event from the early 20th century serves as a terrifying reminder that sometimes the cosmos comes to us with violent and earth-shattering force. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, in a remote and largely uninhabited part of Siberia near the Podkamennaya-Tunguska River, the sky tore open. Reindeer herders and the few local residents described seeing a brilliant blue-white fireball, as bright as a second sun, streaking across the heavens. Moments later, a cataclysm unfolded. A massive explosion ripped through the atmosphere, unleashing a shockwave so powerful that it flattened an estimated 80 million trees across 2,000 square kilometers of dense forest. The force of the blast was seismic, registering on barometers as far away as England and creating atmospheric pressure waves that were detected circling the globe twice. The energy released has been calculated to be roughly 1,000 times greater than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, a detonation so immense that it lit up the night skies across Europe and Asia for days afterward, with reports of people in London being able to read a newspaper outdoors at midnight. For decades, the sheer inaccessibility of the Tunguska region meant the event remained a spectacular, almost mythical rumor. It wasn't until 1927 that the first Soviet research expedition, led by the determined mineralogist Leonid Kulik, managed to reach the epicenter. What they found was a scene of apocalyptic devastation, but one that defied all expectations. The trees were radially flattened outward from a central point, their trunks scorched and stripped of branches, all pointing away from the heart of the blast. Yet at the very center, a cluster of trees remained standing, charred and leafless like ghostly telegraph poles. Most puzzling of all was what was missing: a crater. For an explosion of that magnitude, scientists expected to find a massive hole in the Earth, similar to the Barringer crater in Arizona. Instead, they found only swampy, waterlogged ground and a series of small, shallow depressions that were later determined to be thermokarst pits formed by the melting of permafrost, not impact sites. Even more baffling was the almost complete absence of any meteoritic fragments. Kulik and subsequent expeditions sifted through the soil and surveyed the landscape for years, but they recovered only microscopic particles of extraterrestrial dust and tiny silicate and magnetite spheres, nothing resembling a substantial core from a large asteroid or meteorite. This strange combination of immense power and a lack of traditional impact evidence is what fuels the enduring mystery of Tunguska and has given rise to the leading scientific explanation, an air burst. The prevailing theory posits that the object was not a solid iron meteorite, but a stony asteroid or a fragile icy comet fragment, roughly 60 meters in diameter, traveling at hypersonic speeds of about 15 to 20 kilometers per second. As this object plunged into Earth's atmosphere, the intense pressure and heat generated by its passage caused it to violently disintegrate and explode 5 to 10 kilometers above the ground. This kind of atmospheric explosion unleashes its energy in a devastating flash of heat and a powerful shockwave that hits the surface like an invisible fist, accounting for the widespread forest destruction without leaving a classic crater. The absence of large fragments supports this, suggesting the entire body vaporized in the blast. This air burst theory has gained significant credibility in recent years, especially after the similar, though much smaller, Chelyabinsk meteor air burst over Russia in 2013, which provided a modern, observed example of the same basic phenomenon. However, the lack of a definitive smoking gun has kept the door open for a host of alternative, and often far more speculative, theories. In the 1970s, a team of physicists proposed that Tunguska was the result of a small black hole passing through the Earth. The idea was that a primordial black hole with the mass of a large asteroid but compressed into a subatomic point would have entered the atmosphere, caused the explosion as it passed through, and exited out the other side of the planet. While a fascinating concept that would explain the lack of debris, it has been largely dismissed because such an event would have created a similarly dramatic exit event, which was never observed, and it conflicts with our understanding of seismic data from the time. Another fringe theory suggests the explosion was caused by the annihilation of a chunk of antimatter from space upon contact with our normal matter atmosphere. While this would indeed release a tremendous amount of energy, the probability of such a large chunk of antimatter surviving the journey through the interstellar medium to reach Earth is considered astronomically low. And as with many great unexplained events, some have looked beyond natural explanations entirely. A persistent, though scientifically unsupported, idea is that the explosion was the result of a crashing extraterrestrial spacecraft, a UFO whose power source detonated, leaving no conventional debris behind. Proponents of this view point to reported changes in the growth patterns of trees and plants in the area after the event, which they attribute to radiation, though these effects are more credibly explained by the immense heat flash and the enrichment of the soil with extraterrestrial nutrients from the vaporized bolide. The true legacy of the Tunguska event, beyond the speculation, is its role as a sobering cautionary tale for planetary defense. It demonstrated with brutal clarity that the Earth's atmosphere provides only a partial shield against cosmic threats. An object of that size striking a populated area today would completely annihilate a major metropolitan city. The event is now a primary driver for international efforts to catalog and track near-Earth objects, a stark reminder that understanding what happened in that remote Siberian forest over a century ago is not just about solving a historical puzzle, but about ensuring that humanity is never again taken by surprise by a visitor from the void. While the Tunguska event was a cataclysm of cosmic proportions, the terror we turn to now was chillingly human in its origin. In the late 1960s, the serene backdrop of Northern California became the stage for one of America's most infamous unsolved crime sprees, one defined not just by violence, but by a calculated, intellectual game of cat and mouse. The figure known as the Zodiac Killer murdered at least 5 people, though he claimed dozens more, and managed to evade one of the largest manhunts in history. But his enduring infamy doesn't stem solely from his crimes. It is rooted in the complex web of communication he wove with the public and the press. He didn't just kill, he boasted, he taunted, and he challenged the entire Bay Area to a battle of wits, leaving behind a series of cryptograms that have become as much a part of his legend as the murders themselves. The Zodiac's campaign of fear was orchestrated through a chilling media strategy. He began sending letters to Bay Area newspapers in August 1969, taking credit for the murders and providing details only the killer could know to prove his authenticity. These letters were filled with grotesque bravado, featuring threats like his desire to collect slaves for the afterlife and his now iconic crossed circle symbol. But the most tantalizing elements were the ciphers, 4 coded messages he included, promising they contained his true identity. He understood the power of mystery, turning his crimes into a public puzzle and ensuring his notoriety would far outlive his actual string of attacks. The first of these, known as the 408 cipher for the number of characters it contained, was sent in 3 parts to 3 different newspapers. In a stunningly swift response, a Salinas, California couple named Betty and Donald Harden managed to crack it within a week using classic cryptographic techniques. The decoded message was a chilling, narcissistic rant, but it was ultimately a red herring. It read, in part, "I like killing people because it is so much fun. The best part of it is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise and all the I have killed will become my slaves." It was terrifying, but it revealed absolutely nothing about who he was. This left the other 3 ciphers, which proved to be infinitely more stubborn. The most famous of these, the 340 cipher, was sent to the San Francisco Chronicle in November 1969. It was a grid of 63 characters, and for over 50 years it defied every attempt by the world's top codebreakers, including experts at the National Security Agency. The Zodiac had learned from his first mistake and created a far more complex system. The breakthrough finally came in December 2020 when a team of private citizens, David Oranchak, a software developer, Sam Blake, a mathematician, and Jarl van Eyck, a Belgian codebreaker, cracked the cipher with the help of an FBI-backed distributed computing project. The solution, however, was another profound anticlimax. The message read, "I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner." Now I have a little list. It contained no name, no address, no concrete clue to his identity. It was simply more of the killer's gloating, confirming that his primary goal was psychological torment and the perpetuation of his own myth. The final 2 ciphers, including the short 13-character cipher and the lengthy, unsolved 340Z13 cipher, remain a locked door, a silent challenge to cryptanalysts around the world. The failure of the codes to yield a name has only amplified the focus on the long list of suspects investigated over the decades. One of the most compelling was Arthur Lee Allen, a school teacher who was investigated multiple times and was named as the prime suspect by the original case detectives. Allen fitted several pieces of the puzzle. He owned a watch engraved with the Zodiac's crossed circle symbol. He lived near one of the crime scenes, and he was known to have a deep animosity toward women. A former friend even claimed Allen had confessed to being the Zodiac. Yet, despite 2 searches of his property and intense scrutiny, his handwriting and fingerprints did not match the evidence from the letters, and he was never charged. Another prominent suspect was Ross Sullivan, a mentally unstable former library clerk from Riverside, California, who bore a strong resemblance to the famous police sketch of the Zodiac and had a history of violence. The case took a dramatic turn in 2021 when a team of independent investigators calling themselves the Case Breakers publicly named a new suspect, a man named Gary Francis Post, based on forensic analysis of photographs and a claim that his name could be decoded from the Zodiac's letters. However, law enforcement officials were quick to dismiss this theory, stating there was no new physical evidence linking Post to the crimes. This cycle of suspicion and dismissal is emblematic of the entire case. Every promising lead seems to ultimately dissolve when held against the hard, unyielding physical evidence or the lack thereof. What is it about the Zodiac Killer that continues to captivate us more than half a century later? Part of it is the primal fear of the random, motiveless attack. His victims were young couples in secluded lovers' lanes, representing a universal vulnerability. But the larger draw is the intellectual puzzle he presented. He wasn't a brute, he was a communicator, a showman who understood the media landscape of his time and manipulated it masterfully. His ability to remain anonymous in the face of such intense scrutiny speaks to a chilling level of cunning and control. For amateur sleuths, the case is the ultimate cold case file, a sprawling digital playground where anyone with an internet connection can scrutinize the ciphers, analyze the suspect lists, and try their hand at solving a real-world mystery. The codes are a siren song for puzzle solvers. The grainy police sketches a Rorschach test for a nation's fear. The Zodiac transformed himself from a mere murderer into a mythological figure, a shadowy intelligence whose final message remains, for now, locked in silence, ensuring that his game is not yet over. From the calculated terror of a human killer to the raw, indifferent power of nature, our next mystery transports us to the frozen, unforgiving slopes of Russia's Ural Mountains. In the bitter winter of 1959, a group of 10 experienced ski hikers from the Ural Polytechnic Institute, led by Igor Dyatlov, embarked on what should have been a challenging but routine expedition. Their goal was to reach Mount Artorten, a peak designated as a Category 3 hike, the most difficult level in the Soviet system. These were not novices, they were well-equipped, physically fit students and engineers, familiar with the harsh demands of the winter wilderness. When they failed to send a scheduled telegram, concerned family members sparked a search party. What the rescuers found on February 26th, at a place now known forever as Dyatlov Pass, was a scene of such profound and chilling disorder that it would spawn decades of speculation and fear. The first discovery was the group's tent, and it immediately signaled that something was horribly wrong. The shelter had been cut open from the inside, as if its occupants had used knives to slash their way out in a frantic, desperate rush. The tent was abandoned, but most of the hikers' belongings, their warm clothes, their boots, even their passports and money, were left neatly inside. The searchers' dread mounted as they followed a trail of footprints leading away from the campsite, down the slope toward a dense forest at the tree line. The first 2 bodies were found under a large cedar tree, dressed only in their underwear, despite temperatures that had plunged to an estimated -25 degrees Celsius. A small, dying fire had been built nearby. 3 more bodies, including that of the group leader, Igor Dyatlov, were discovered between the cedar tree and the tent, appearing to have succumbed to hypothermia while trying to crawl back to the shelter. It was the condition of the final 4 hikers, found over 2 months later buried under a deep layer of snow in a ravine, that transformed the tragedy into a full-blown international mystery. These individuals had suffered catastrophic, fatal injuries. One had a fractured skull, others had massive chest trauma with multiple ribs broken in a symmetrical pattern, yet there were no corresponding external wounds on their skin, as if they had been crushed by an immense, even pressure. One of the women was missing her tongue, along with parts of her lips and eyes, though this was later determined by investigators to have been the result of post-mortem scavenging by small animals. The official Soviet criminal investigation, hampered by the remote location and the politics of the Cold War era, was abruptly closed after a few months, concluding that the hikers had met their deaths due to a compelling natural force. This vague, unsatisfying verdict, combined with bizarre details like reports that some of the victims' clothing contained elevated levels of radioactivity, effectively opened the floodgates for a torrent of theories. For years, the most popular explanations leaned into the realm of the paranormal or the conspiratorial. The violent internal injuries prompted speculation about a yeti or other unknown creature attacking the group, causing a panicked flight from the tent. The lack of external wounds also fueled theories about infrasound, low-frequency sound waves generated by the wind that can induce feelings of intense dread, panic, and even physical illness in humans. Perhaps a unique atmospheric condition created an infrasound event that terrified the hikers, causing them to flee irrationally into the deadly cold, with the strongest among them later succumbing to their strange injuries in the ravine. More darkly, the location of the incident was not far from a secret military testing range. Could the hikers have accidentally witnessed a test of a new weapon, perhaps a sonic device or a missile, and been silenced to protect state secrets? The radioactivity on the clothing seemed to support this, though it could also be explained by the thorium gas mantles in their kerosene lanterns, a common source of low-level radiation at the time. In recent years, however, a renewed scientific focus has centered on more plausible, natural explanations, with the slab avalanche theory gaining significant traction. For a long time, this was dismissed because the slope was not considered steep enough for a major avalanche, and the tent was found still standing, not buried. But modern research has shown that rare and specific conditions could have triggered a small, localized slab avalanche. The hikers had cut into a steep slope to create a platform for their tent, potentially undermining the stability of the snowpack above them. A sudden shift, perhaps caused by strong katabatic winds roaring down the mountain, could have sent a dense slab of snow, not large enough to bury the tent completely, but with enough force to cause severe blunt force trauma to anyone caught in its path. This would explain the catastrophic internal chest injuries, akin to what happens in a serious car crash without leaving external marks. The panicked survivors, perhaps injured and disoriented, might have then cut their way out of the collapsed tent and fled downhill to the relative shelter of the trees, succumbing to hypothermia as they went. Yet, even this rational theory doesn't perfectly fit all the pieces of the puzzle. Why were the first bodies found in only their underwear, suggesting they were in bed when the catastrophe struck? If an avalanche hit, why was no significant snow debris found inside the tent during the initial investigation? Skeptics of the avalanche theory point to the absence of any avalanche debris in the contemporary photographs of the site, and the fact that the official inquest made no mention of avalanche conditions in its report. This lingering ambiguity is the lifeblood of the Dyatlov Pass mystery. It presents a scenario where the most logical explanations still feel just slightly inadequate, leaving room for that chilling sliver of the unknown. The case endures not because it is likely to be supernatural, but because it is a stark, frightening illustration of how quickly a controlled situation in the wild can spiral into an uncontrollable catastrophe, leaving behind a crime scene written in snow and silence, a riddle where the witnesses are the victims themselves, and their final, desperate actions are the only clues we have. But no exploration of disappearances would be complete without confronting one of the most famous and persistent legends in the modern imagination, a name that instantly conjures images of ghost ships and vanishing planes: the Bermuda Triangle. This loosely defined region in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean, with its vertices often placed at Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has been a focal point of speculation for decades. The core of the legend is deceptively simple: that this specific patch of ocean is a uniquely dangerous place, a sort of maritime graveyard where vessels and aircraft are swallowed by some unknown force, vanishing without a trace and often without a distress call. The stories are compelling and have been repeated so often they feel like established fact, creating a powerful narrative of a place where the normal rules of physics and navigation simply break down. The legend's foundation was built on a series of high-profile and genuinely tragic cases. Perhaps the most famous of these is the story of Flight 19. On December 5, 1945, 5 United States Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on a routine training mission. The flight consisted of 5 experienced aviators and 9 student pilots. As the mission progressed, the flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, reportedly became disoriented. Radio transmissions indicate he believed his compasses were malfunctioning and that he was unsure of his position, famously stating, "We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. We don't know where we are. The water is green, no white." Despite attempts by ground control to guide them back, the flight, now hopelessly lost, eventually ran out of fuel. In a tragic twist, a PBM Mariner flying boat sent on the search and rescue mission also disappeared without a trace that same evening. The loss of 6 aircraft and 27 men that day was a profound shock and remains one of the U.S. Navy's most puzzling aviation losses. Another cornerstone of the Triangle myth is the disappearance of the USS Cyclops, a massive American naval collier. In March 1918, the ship was sailing from Brazil to Baltimore with a crew of 309 and a cargo of manganese ore when it vanished somewhere in the Caribbean. No distress signal was ever received, and an extensive search found no wreckage or lifeboats. The sheer size of the vessel and the complete lack of evidence fueled rampant speculation, especially as it occurred during World War I, leading to theories of enemy action, though no German forces claimed responsibility. The case was so baffling that President Woodrow Wilson would later say, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." These 2 incidents, along with other tales like the disappearance of the civilian freighter SS Marine Sulphur Queen in 1963, became the core evidence for writers like Vincent Gaddis and Charles Berlitz, who in the 1950s and 60s popularized and branded the concept of the Bermuda Triangle, weaving these separate tragedies into a single, sinister pattern. However, when you subject this legend to statistical and scientific scrutiny, the sinister pattern begins to dissolve. The United States Coast Guard and the world's leading insurance and maritime agencies have consistently stated that the Bermuda Triangle is not significantly more dangerous than any other similarly trafficked part of the world's oceans. The area is one of the most heavily traveled shipping lanes on the globe, with a high volume of pleasure craft, commercial freighters, and air traffic passing through daily. When you factor in this immense traffic volume, the rate of disappearances is statistically unremarkable. Many of the incidents attributed to the Triangle either happened on its fringes or have perfectly logical, if tragic, explanations that are common to maritime and aviation disasters everywhere. So, if it's not a supernatural vortex, what does explain the very real and sometimes strange incidents that have occurred there? The answers lie in a combination of well-understood, if formidable, natural phenomena. First, the region is notorious for its violent and sudden weather. The Gulf Stream, a powerful, warm, and fast-moving ocean current, flows directly through the Triangle. This current can quickly erase any evidence of a disaster, sweeping wreckage and debris far away from the site of a sinking. It also creates dramatic and unpredictable local weather patterns. Waterspouts, tornadoes over water, are common, and sudden, powerful thunderstorms can develop with little warning, creating conditions that could easily overwhelm a ship or plane. Furthermore, the geography of the seafloor in parts of the Triangle is complex, with deep trenches and steep underwater cliffs, meaning a vessel that sinks could easily be lost in depths that make recovery nearly impossible. Another compelling natural explanation involves methane hydrates. These are ice-like formations on the ocean floor that trap vast amounts of methane gas. The theory posits that periodic, massive methane eruptions could occur, where a large bubble of gas rises to the surface. When it erupts, it could theoretically decrease the density of the water so drastically that a ship would lose its buoyancy and sink almost instantly. In the air, a large methane release could potentially disrupt an aircraft's engines or alter the air density, causing it to lose lift and plunge into the sea. While this is a scientifically plausible phenomenon, there is no direct evidence that such a large-scale eruption has occurred in the Bermuda Triangle during any of the famous disappearances. It remains a fascinating what-if scenario rather than a proven cause. When we look back at the specific cases with modern knowledge, the mysteries often lose their supernatural sheen. Official naval investigations concluded that Lieutenant Charles Taylor of Flight 19, while an experienced pilot, had a history of getting lost and had previously had to be rescued at sea. On that fateful day, evidence suggests he mistakenly believed he was over the Florida Keys when he was actually far out over the Atlantic. His decision to fly east, confident he was heading toward land, instead took the entire flight deeper into the open ocean until they ran out of fuel. As for the rescue plane, the PBM Mariner, it was an aircraft known for its volatile fuel system. A single spark could cause a catastrophic explosion, which is the most likely explanation for its disappearance. The USS Cyclops, heavily laden with dense cargo, was likely unstable and top-heavy. A sudden, severe storm could have capsized the ship too quickly for a distress call, or a structural failure could have split the hull, sending it to the bottom in minutes. So why does the legend of the Bermuda Triangle persist with such tenacity in our books, films, and collective consciousness? The answer lies in a fundamental human desire. We are pattern-seeking creatures, and a simple, single explanation for a series of complex tragedies is psychologically comforting. The idea of a mysterious, malevolent force is often easier to accept than a cascade of human error, mechanical failure, and the sheer, indifferent power of nature. The triangle provides a tidy, dramatic narrative that connects disparate events across decades, creating a story that is far more compelling than a list of unrelated maritime accidents. It speaks to a primal fear of the unknown, the idea that there are still places on our well-charted planet where the map still reads, "Here be dragons." The Bermuda Triangle is not a geographic anomaly but a cultural one, a powerful testament to our need for mystery and our enduring fascination with the idea that the deep blue sea still holds secrets we have yet to fully explain. Now, let's travel from the sweltering Bermuda Triangle to the frigid, windswept shores of Greenland, where another community of pioneers faced a slow, creeping disappearance. For nearly 500 years, two Norse settlements, the eastern and western settlements, flourished along the southwestern coast of Greenland. Established by the fiery-tempered explorer Eric the Red around 985 of the Common Era, these colonies represented the far western frontier of the Viking world. At their peak, they boasted a population of several thousand people with bustling farms, sturdy stone churches, and a society that traded walrus ivory, polar bear skins, and live falcons for the vital imports of iron, timber, and grain from Europe. They were not just outposts, but a functioning medieval European society transplanted onto the edge of the Arctic. And then, by the middle of the 15th century, they were gone. The last known written record, a marriage contract, dates from the early 1400s. After that, silence. When a ship finally arrived from Iceland around 1540, the crew found only empty farms, crumbling buildings, and an unsettling quiet. The Norse of Greenland had vanished, leaving behind one of history's most protracted and haunting mysteries. What became of Europe's first American frontier? The most widely accepted explanation points to a powerful and relentless force of nature, climate change. The period of Norse settlement coincided with the medieval warm period, a time of unusually mild temperatures that allowed for a form of subsistence farming just viable enough to support their Scandinavian diet and lifestyle. They could grow hay to feed their cattle through the long winters, a cornerstone of their cultural identity. But beginning in the 13th century, the climate began to shift, ushering in the Little Ice Age. This was not a single cold snap, but a gradual, centuries-long descent into a much harsher reality. Summers grew shorter and cooler, making it increasingly difficult to harvest enough hay. Winters became longer, more severe, and more unpredictable. Sea ice, a formidable barrier to Viking ships, began to linger for more of the year, blocking the vital sea lanes to Iceland and Norway for longer periods. This environmental shift would have created a cascade of crises. Malnourished livestock would have produced less milk and meat. With shorter growing seasons, the already marginal farms would have failed, leading to famine. The constant, grinding struggle against the cold would have sapped the strength and morale of the entire population, making them vulnerable to a single, catastrophic bad year. Yet, climate change alone is not a complete answer. It was the economic consequences of this cooling that may have delivered the final blow. The Greenland Norse economy was precariously dependent on a single export, walrus ivory. This commodity was highly prized in medieval Europe for carving religious artifacts and luxury items. However, as the climate deteriorated, the sea ice that made walrus hunting so dangerous would have expanded, making the hunt itself more perilous and less productive. At the same time, the trade routes were shifting. The Hanseatic League was dominating European commerce, and the Black Death in the mid-14th century devastated Norway, their primary trading partner. But perhaps the most devastating economic blow came from an unexpected source, Africa. With the expansion of trade routes southward, elephant ivory began to flood the European market. This was a superior product, easier to carve and available in larger quantities, and it catastrophically undercut the value of the Greenlanders' primary source of wealth. A society already on the ecological brink now found its economic lifeline severed. They could no longer afford the imported goods, especially iron and timber for ship repair, that were essential for their survival in that landscape. A broken axe couldn't be reforged, a damaged ship couldn't be rebuilt. Their technological society was slowly, inexorably breaking down. This brings us to the human dimension of the mystery, the relationship between the Norse settlers and the Thule people, the ancestors of the modern Inuit. The archaeological record shows very little evidence of trade or cultural exchange between the two groups. The Norse, it seems, maintained a stubborn cultural isolation, clinging to their European identity and looking down upon the Inuit as pagan scralings, a word meaning wretches or barbarians. This cultural arrogance may have been their fatal flaw. The Thule people were supremely adapted to the Arctic environment. They possessed technologies the Norse lacked, toggle-headed harpoons for hunting large sea mammals like seals and whales from kayaks, and sophisticated clothing made from animal skins that provided far better insulation than the Norse woolens. As the climate worsened, the Norse continued to try to farm like Europeans, while the Inuit thrived by hunting like Inuit. There is some evidence of conflict. Norse sagas tell of skirmishes, and archaeological sites show signs of violence. It's possible that rising tensions over dwindling resources, particularly the migratory seals both groups relied on, escalated into raids that the increasingly weakened Norse could not withstand. Did the last generations die in a series of conflicts, or did they simply watch with despair as their neighbors successfully lived on resources they themselves were unable to master? This leads to the final, poignant question about the colonists' ultimate fate. Did they all simply perish where they stood, the last survivor succumbing to starvation or disease in a lonely, cold longhouse? Isotopic analysis of skeletal remains reveals a grim story. Over time, the Norse diet shifted from about 80% land-based food from their farms to 80% marine food. They were, in their final century, desperately trying to adopt a seal hunter lifestyle, but without the proper tools or knowledge to do it efficiently. There is no evidence of a mass die-off from plague or a single catastrophic event. Instead, the end seems to have been a slow, grinding attrition. Another possibility, supported by some archaeological finds in Iceland, is that some of the Greenlanders gave up and managed to sail back to Iceland, reintegrating into the society their ancestors had left centuries before. The most tantalizing theory, however, is that of assimilation. Could the last remnants of the eastern settlement, facing certain extinction, have finally set aside their pride and integrated with the Thule people? While there is no strong genetic evidence for this in modern Inuit populations, the oral histories of some Inuit groups do tell of encountering and eventually absorbing groups of people who lived differently. The lost colony of Greenland, therefore, stands as a profound and sobering lesson in societal collapse. It wasn't one single disaster that ended them, but a perfect storm of environmental change, economic irrelevance, cultural inflexibility, and likely a final, desperate struggle for survival against a changing world they could no longer control. Their empty homesteads are a silent monument to the peril of clinging to a way of life even when the world that made it possible has vanished. Far out in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, more than 2,000 miles from the nearest continent, lies one of the most isolated inhabited places on Earth, Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Island. And scattered across its windswept landscape are the silent, brooding figures that have become its defining mystery, the moai. Nearly 900 of these monumental stone statues were carved by the Rapa Nui people between approximately 1250 and 1500 of the Common Era. They are not simply heads, as is often thought, but mostly full-body figures that were buried up to their shoulders over centuries of soil accumulation. The largest of them, named Paro, stands a staggering 33 feet tall and weighs an estimated 82 tons. The sheer scale of their construction is breathtaking, but the truly baffling part of the puzzle is how they were moved. The main quarry at Roanoke, a volcanic crater, is littered with moai in every stage of completion, as if the work suddenly stopped one day. From this quarry, finished statues were transported as far as 11 miles across the island's rugged terrain to massive stone platforms called ahu along the coast. The Rapa Nui people accomplished this without the wheel, without metal tools, and without any large draft animals to help them. So how did they move 80-ton stones for miles? For a long time, the prevailing theory was that they dragged the moai horizontally on a sled or on top of log rollers. This idea seemed logical, but it came with a devastating ecological cost. The traditional narrative of Easter Island is a tragic parable of environmental collapse. This theory held that the island was once covered in a lush palm forest, and that the Polynesian settlers systematically cut down every last tree to create rollers and levers for their ever larger statues. In this story, the moai transport literally deforested the island, leading to soil erosion, the collapse of agriculture, famine, warfare, and a dramatic population decline. It was a powerful cautionary tale about a society that literally cut down its own future to serve its obsession with monumental architecture. However, more recent archaeological and experimental evidence has challenged this simple narrative and provided a much more ingenious and less ecologically destructive answer to the transportation mystery. A compelling new theory, supported by brilliant experimental archaeology, suggests that the moai weren't dragged at all, they were walked. Imagine a team of rope handlers on either side of a towering statue, carefully rocking it back and forth, side to side, inching it forward with a coordinated, swaying motion. This method, popularized by researchers like Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, and demonstrated dramatically by National Geographic and a team including archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, shows that as few as 18 people with 3 sturdy ropes can walk a multi-ton replica moai hundreds of yards in just minutes. This technique leverages the statue's own center of gravity and its distinctive forward-leaning design. The bulging belly and sloped base are not just artistic choices, they are brilliant engineering features perfectly suited for this upright, rocking form of transportation. This walking theory not only works in practice, but it also requires far fewer people and, critically, far less wood than the log rolling method, forcing a complete re-evaluation of the island's infamous ecological collapse. So, what was the powerful motivation that drove the Rapa Nui to undertake such a colossal, generations-long project? The moai were not idols for worshipping gods, but representations of deified ancestors. In the Rapa Nui worldview, a person's mana or spiritual power did not dissipate at death. It could be harnessed by the living community. By carving a moai and placing it on an ahu platform facing inward toward the village, the islanders believed they were channeling the protective and generative power of their ancestors. The statues were not gazing out to sea, as is often romantically depicted. They were watching over their descendants, their stone eyes ensuring the fertility of the land and the prosperity of the people. The different ahu, often built by competing clans, became a form of spiritual one-upmanship. Erecting a larger, more elaborate moai than your neighbors was a way of demonstrating your clan's connection to more powerful ancestors, and by extension, your own social status and authority. This was a society where spiritual belief, political power, and artistic expression were completely intertwined, all manifested in the creation of these immense stone figures. This revised understanding of the moai's transport forces us to also reconsider the broader story of Rapa Nui's collapse. While deforestation certainly did occur, the evidence no longer points to a single, rapid ecocide caused solely by statue building. The palm forests did disappear, but the process was likely more complex, involving the introduced Polynesian rat, which ate the palm nuts and prevented forest regeneration, combined with a naturally vulnerable ecosystem. The real coup de grace for the classic moai building culture probably came not from a lack of trees, but from contact with the outside world. The first recorded European contact by Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen on Easter Sunday in 1722 was followed by Peruvian slave raids in the 1860s that kidnapped and killed thousands, and by the introduction of Old World diseases to which the islanders had no immunity. These external shocks, more than any internal ecological failure, decimated the population and shattered the social and religious structure that had sustained the moai cult. The production of statues didn't stop because they ran out of trees. It stopped because the society that believed in their power was brutally dismantled. The moai of Easter Island, therefore, are more than just a marvel of ancient engineering. They are the stoic, stone chronicle of a remarkably resilient and creative people who achieved the seemingly impossible on their remote island home, and whose ultimate tragedy was shaped less by their own hubris and more by the brutal arrival of a world they had never known. But from the slow unfolding tragedy of societal collapse, we turn to a mystery that plays out on a much smaller, yet equally mesmerizing scale. In the heart of Death Valley National Park, one of the hottest and driest places on Earth, lies a perfectly flat, dried lakebed called the Racetrack Playa. For over a century, this stark, beautiful landscape held a secret that seemed to defy logic. Scattered across its cracked clay surface were rocks, some as small as a baseball, others weighing over 700 pounds. And behind them, stretching for hundreds of feet, were long, meandering trails etched into the mud, as if the stones had gone for a leisurely stroll. These were the legendary sailing stones, and their silent, inexplicable journeys captivated geologists and park visitors alike for generations. The fundamental puzzle was absolute. What force could possibly move these heavy rocks across a level plain, leaving such elegant trails with no sign of human, animal, or even supernatural intervention? Theories attempting to explain the phenomenon were as creative as they were varied. Some suggested powerful, localized dust devils or tornadoes could lift and carry the stones, but the trails were too smooth and continuous, lacking the scattered debris or chaotic patterns a whirlwind would create. Others proposed that the slippery, algae-based surface of the playa might reduce friction enough for hurricane-force winds to push the rocks. While the winds in Death Valley can be fierce, calculations showed that even gale-force winds would be insufficient to budge a several hundred-pound boulder on a dry surface. More fanciful ideas involved intense magnetic fields or even pranks played by mischievous park rangers, but these were easily dismissed. The true explanation had to account for the bizarre, often contradictory evidence. the rocks only moved occasionally, sometimes changing direction, traveling in parallel, or even turning in complete loops, all while leaving a crisp, unbroken trail in their wake. It was a perfect natural detective story, waiting for the right investigators to catch the culprits in the act. That breakthrough finally came in the winter of 2013 to 2014, thanks to a clever combination of old-fashioned fieldwork and modern technology. A resourceful team of scientists, including Richard Norris and James Norris, installed a weather station at the playa and, crucially, planted a series of motion-activated time-lapse cameras around the area. They also brought their own 15-pound rocks fitted with cheap, consumer-grade GPS units and set them out on the playa, hoping to witness the magic. Their patience paid off in a spectacular way. In December 2013, they observed the perfect cocktail of conditions required for the stones to sail. First, a rare and sufficient amount of rain fell, flooding the playa with a shallow layer of water just a few inches deep. Then, as night fell, temperatures plunged below freezing, forming a thin, windowpane-like sheet of ice across the submerged surface. But this wasn't a solid sheet. It broke up into large floating panels or ice rafts. The key to the entire mystery was the sun. As the morning sun rose and warmed the playa, the ice began to melt and break apart further. Now imagine a large, thin panel of ice, perhaps the size of a dining room table, floating on a few inches of meltwater. A rock is trapped within this ice, or perhaps protruding slightly above it. When a gentle breeze, no stronger than a modest 10 miles per hour, blows across the playa, it doesn't push the rock directly. Instead, it pushes the enormous floating sheet of ice. This ice panel then acts like a slow-moving, invisible bulldozer blade, exerting a steady, immense force against the rock, shoving it across the underlying slick, wet mud. The rock, in turn, carves a trail through the soft sediment as it is pushed. The process is slow and graceful, the rocks moving at speeds of just a few inches per second, almost imperceptibly over the course of several minutes or hours. The intricate trails, the curves, the parallel paths, the loops are created as the ice sheets fracture, rotate, and change direction in the shifting wind, all while maintaining their gentle but firm grip on the stones. The solution to the sailing stone mystery is a beautiful example of how science, through perseverance and ingenuity, can demystify even the most magical-seeming phenomena. It wasn't a single, simple force like wind or water, but a delicate, choreographed dance between all three states of matter: rainwater, floating ice, and steady wind acting in concert. The explanation requires just the right sequence and intensity of events. Enough rain to create a shallow pool, a hard freeze to form the ice sheets, and then just enough sun and wind to set the entire process in motion before the water evaporates in the desert heat. It's a recipe that comes together only rarely, which is why the stones might sit motionless for years before embarking on their brief, silent journeys. The solved mystery of the racetrack playa doesn't make the sight any less wondrous, it enhances it. It transforms the stones from objects of supernatural speculation into elegant markers of a complex and exquisite natural process, a hidden ballet performed on a stage of cracked mud under the vast Death Valley sky. Now we turn from the silent, moving stones of the desert to an object that seems to pulse with a very human, and perhaps even infernal, energy. Tucked away in the National Library of Sweden is a book so massive and heavy that it is said to have required 2 people just to lift it. This is the Codex Gigas, more famously known as the Devil's Bible, a 13th century manuscript from Bohemia that is as notorious for its terrifying full-page illustration of the devil as it is for the incredible legend of its creation. The story, passed down through the centuries, claims that the Codex was the work of a single monk, a scribe who had broken his monastic vows and was sentenced to be walled up alive. In a desperate bid for salvation, the monk promised to create, in a single night, a book that would contain all human knowledge and glorify his monastery forever. As the midnight hour approached and the impossible task loomed, the monk supposedly prayed not to God but to the fallen angel Lucifer, offering his soul in exchange for completion. The legend says the devil himself appeared and finished the manuscript, inscribing his own portrait as a permanent and chilling signature on the page. While the supernatural tale is gripping, the reality of the Codex Giza's creation is a marvel of human endurance that is, in its own way, just as astonishing. This is the largest surviving medieval manuscript in the world, a behemoth weighing nearly 165 pounds, with its wooden covers stretching 36 inches tall and 20 inches wide. The vellum pages were made from the skins of an estimated 160 donkeys, a testament to the sheer material scale of the project. Its contents are a breathtakingly comprehensive library in a single volume. It contains the complete Latin Vulgate Bible, the historical works of Josephus, a collection of medical texts by Constantine the African, a chronicle of Bohemia, and various encyclopedic works all bound together. The most compelling evidence for its human, rather than diabolical, origin lies in the script itself. Paleographers who have studied the Codex have noted that the handwriting remains remarkably consistent throughout its 620 pages, showing no signs of the aging, deteriorating eyesight, or changing mood you would expect from a scribe laboring over many years. This incredible consistency suggests one dedicated, highly skilled scribe worked on the manuscript for an estimated 20 to 30 years, not one desperate night. The legend of the single night likely arose from this very uniformity. To a medieval observer, such perfect, unvarying script across such a huge work must have seemed superhuman. So, if it wasn't a pact with Satan, why does the devil feature so prominently in this holy book? The answer lies in the complex and deeply symbolic worldview of the medieval church. The now famous illustration on page 290 is a full-page, striking depiction of the Prince of Darkness. He is shown alone with a ghastly greenish face, clawed hands and feet, two long red tongues, and wearing nothing but an ermine loincloth, a symbol of royalty, twisted here to represent his false, corrupting authority. Yet, directly facing this fearsome image on the opposite page is a magnificent depiction of the heavenly city, a vision of paradise and divine order. This deliberate juxtaposition was not an act of worship but a powerful visual sermon. For the medieval monk, the devil was a very real and present danger, the ultimate tempter and the embodiment of sin. Placing his portrait directly across from the kingdom of heaven created a dramatic, immediate contrast between salvation and damnation, a stark reminder of the eternal consequences of one's choices. The Codex was likely used for study and reference within a Benedictine monastery, and this dramatic visual would have served as a constant, sobering warning to the brothers about the perils of straying from their sacred path. The illustration was not meant to honor the devil but to confront him, to make the abstract concept of evil tangible and terrifying, thereby strengthening the resolve of the faithful. This leaves us with the lingering question of why this one monk would dedicate his entire adult life to such an immense and solitary task. While we may never know his name, his motivation was probably rooted in the deepest core of Benedictine spirituality, the idea of work as prayer or ora et labora. The physical act of writing, of carefully forming each letter, was seen as a devotional act in itself, a way of drawing closer to God through disciplined labor. Creating a volume of such encyclopedic scope would have been considered a monumental act of piety, a permanent offering to his monastery that would secure his legacy, and he would have hoped his place in heaven. The sheer ambition of the project suggests it may have been commissioned by the monastery itself, a grand undertaking to showcase its wealth, learning, and spiritual dedication. The Codex Giza, therefore, stands at a fascinating crossroads. It is simultaneously a profound work of faith, an astonishing feat of human dedication, and a cultural artifact that has been forever colored by a spectacular and enduring folk tale. It reminds us that our ancestors saw the world as a stage for a cosmic battle between good and evil, and they created objects of immense power to navigate that struggle. The Devil's Bible is not a book of dark magic, but a monumental testament to one man's faith, his incredible endurance, and the timeless human fascination with the ultimate battle between light and shadow. A battle captured forever in the silent, massive pages of this awe-inspiring and slightly sinister tome. While we often imagine ancient armies falling in epic battles, the story of the lost army of Cambyses presents a far more chilling and enigmatic fate, vanishing without a single clash of swords. Our source for this incredible tale is the Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote about it decades after the fact. According to his account, around 524 years before the Common Era, the powerful Persian king Cambyses II, son of Cyrus the Great, was consolidating his control over Egypt. He dispatched a massive force of 50,000 soldiers from the city of Thebes with a clear and sacrilegious mission: to march across the desert to the Siwa oasis and destroy the famed oracle of Ammon, which had apparently denied him the divine legitimacy he craved. The army reportedly made it about halfway through their treacherous journey, but as they were stopping to eat their midday meal, a cataclysmic sandstorm, a Khamsin, roared up from the south. Herodotus describes a wall of sand, raised up to an immense height, that buried the entire army, swallowing 50,000 men whole and leaving no trace behind. It is a story of almost biblical-scale annihilation, a force of conquest erased not by man, but by the elemental fury of the desert itself. The question, of course, is whether this is history or a cautionary fable woven by Herodotus, who was known to blend fact with folklore. The logistical challenge is immense. Moving 50,000 men, along with their support personnel, animals, and supplies, across the unforgiving western desert of Egypt would have been a staggering undertaking, even for the Persians, who were master organizers. Yet the core of the story is not entirely implausible. We know Cambyses was a volatile and ambitious ruler, and his conflict with the powerful priesthood of Ammon is well documented. The Siwa oasis was a major religious center, and an attack on it would have been a potent symbolic act to crush Egyptian resistance. Furthermore, the deserts of Egypt are brutally capable of such a feat. Khamsin storms can indeed blot out the sun and reshape the landscape in hours, and there are numerous accounts from World War II of entire vehicles and their crews being lost and rediscovered decades later, entombed in the dunes. The story's power lies in this terrifying plausibility, the idea that the desert could simply open its mouth and consume an entire civilization's worth of soldiers in a single, silent gulp. This tantalizing blend of history and legend has proven irresistible to archaeologists and explorers for centuries, transforming the search for the lost army into a kind of modern-day Grail quest. The most prominent effort was led by the Italian brothers Angelo and Alfredo Castiglione, who in the 1980s and again in the 1990s began a systematic survey of the Western Desert, focusing on a strategic area known as the Great Sand Sea. Their breakthrough, announced in the 2000s, was electrifying. They claimed to have found a sprawling site littered with artifacts that could only belong to a large military force. Their discoveries included dozens of Achaemenid-era bronze weapons, including daggers and arrowheads, silver bracelets, earrings, and perhaps most evocatively, hundreds of human bones and skulls scattered across a large area. They posited that the army, lost and disoriented, had taken shelter in a rocky wadi, or dry riverbed, only to be completely inundated by a massive, fast-moving dune during the storm. Their findings, if genuine, would represent one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the century, a veritable time capsule of a Persian military unit frozen at its moment of doom. However, the Castiglione brothers' claims have been met with intense skepticism from the wider academic community, creating a fascinating controversy that remains unresolved. Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities has never officially endorsed their findings, and many leading experts have pointed to significant problems. The artifacts were reportedly found on the surface, not excavated from a stratified layer of sand that would definitively link them to the time of Cambyses. This opens up the possibility that the items could be from a much later period, perhaps from a caravan that met a similar fate centuries afterward. Furthermore, some archaeologists who have examined photographs of the bronze weapons argue that their typology is not conclusively Persian and could belong to other cultures that traversed the desert. The human remains, while compelling, have not undergone extensive, independent forensic analysis to determine their age and origin. The debate highlights the immense difficulty of desert archaeology, where evidence is constantly exposed and reburied by the shifting sands, and where the line between a major discovery and a coincidental collection of unrelated artifacts can be dangerously thin. What continues to drive the search despite the controversies and the daunting odds is the almost romantic prospect of what such a discovery would mean. Finding the lost army of Cambyses would not be like uncovering a single tomb or a city. It would be an unprecedented snapshot of a complete military unit on the move, preserved in situ by the very disaster that killed it. The desert sand, acting as a perfect desiccant, could have mummified soldiers, preserved their leather armor, their colorful uniforms, their food supplies, and their personal effects. It would offer an unimaginably rich window into the daily life, organization, and equipment of the Achaemenid army at the very height of its power, information that is almost entirely absent from the historical record. The story endures because it represents the ultimate archaeological prize, an entire lost world, hidden just beneath the surface of the dunes, waiting for one lucky or persistent explorer to finally confirm a 2,500-year-old legend and prove that sometimes the most incredible stories from the ancient world are, in fact, true. Transitioning from the silent, sunken fate of a lost Persian army, we journey now to an event of such explosive, earth-shattering power that its echoes may have given rise to one of history's most enduring legends. Around the year 1600 before the Common Era, the vibrant heart of the Aegean Sea was home to a dazzling jewel of the Bronze Age, the island of Thera. This was not the fragmented crescent we know today as Santorini, but a single, massive volcano at the center of which thrived a sophisticated Cycladic settlement, a vibrant outpost deeply connected to the magnificent Minoan civilization on Crete. The people of Thera lived in multi-stored, lavishly decorated homes, their walls adorned with breathtaking frescoes of graceful antelopes, flotillas of ships, and blooming lilies, a testament to a prosperous and artistically gifted society. Then, in a geological instant, their world ended. The volcano at the island's core, having gathered its fury for millennia, unleashed one of the largest volcanic eruptions in the past 10,000 years. The cataclysm was apocalyptic. The entire center of the island collapsed into a void of magma, creating the vast caldera that defines Santorini's dramatic landscape today. The explosion ejected an estimated 60 cubic kilometers of rock and ash into the atmosphere, and the sound of the blast would have been heard across the entire eastern Mediterranean. The immediate physical consequences for the Minoans on Crete, just 70 miles to the south, would have been nothing short of biblical. First came the earthquake's powerful tremors heralding the main event. Then a towering column of ash and pumice would have darkened the sky, blotting out the sun for days. This was followed by a downpour of superheated gas and volcanic rock, a pyroclastic surge that raced across the sea, scouring the northern coast of Crete and likely setting fire to ports and coastal villages. But the most devastating blow was yet to come. The catastrophic collapse of the volcano's core into the sea would have triggered a mega tsunami, a wave of unimaginable proportions. Geological evidence on Crete shows marine deposits and debris pushed far inland, suggesting waves that may have been over 150 feet high when they crashed onto the northern shore. This wall of water would have utterly annihilated the Minoan navy, the source of their economic and military power, and flooded their coastal agricultural centers, salinating the fertile fields with seawater and crippling their food supply for a generation. In a single violent day, the Minoans, Europe's first great civilization, lost their fleet, their ports, and their breadbasket. The central, heated debate among archaeologists is whether this singular, catastrophic event was the direct cause of the Minoan civilization's ultimate decline. There is no doubt it was a devastating, society-altering blow. The magnificent palace complexes like Knossos and Phaistos show clear signs of massive fire and structural damage consistent with this period. The sophisticated trade networks that brought copper from Cyprus and ivory from Egypt were catastrophically disrupted. The population appears to have shifted away from the devastated north coast to more defensible inland locations. Proponents of the eruption as collapse theory argue that the Minoans never truly recovered from this 1-2 punch of tsunami and ash fall. Their economy, built on maritime trade, was shattered. Their religious and political authority, perhaps tied to the palace centers that were damaged or destroyed, was fatally undermined. In this view, the Minoans were left prostrate and vulnerable, a wounded giant that could no longer resist the rising power of the Mycenaeans from mainland Greece, who moved in to fill the power vacuum and eventually took control of Crete. However, a compelling counter-argument suggests that the Minoan decline was a more protracted process, and that the eruption of Thera was a severe but not fatal setback. Evidence indicates that life at the Great Palace of Knossos continued for several more generations after the eruption. The Minoans demonstrated remarkable resilience, rebuilding and repairing their centers. Their culture, though undoubtedly shaken, did not instantly vanish. This has led some scholars to propose that internal factors such as social unrest, political fragmentation, or a prolonged period of climate change caused by the volcanic aerosols in the atmosphere may have played an equally important role in their slow decline. The Mycenaean takeover might not have been a swift conquest of a broken people, but a gradual cultural and political absorption that occurred over a century or more. The truth likely lies in a complex combination of both views. The Thera eruption delivered a mortal wound to the Minoan body politic, from which it slowly bled out over the next 50 to 100 years, unable to withstand the final push from its mainland rivals. This monumental event is so colossal in scale and so dramatic in its narrative that it has long been a prime candidate for the seed of a legendary story told 2,000 years later, the tale of Atlantis. The parallels are striking and deeply compelling. Plato describes a powerful, advanced naval empire on a large island located beyond the Pillars of Hercules. While the Thera caldera is in the Aegean, not the Atlantic, the geographical confusion for a story passed down for 1,000 years is understandable. He describes this civilization as being swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of cataclysmic fire and earthquakes. The fate of Thera and the subsequent tsunamis that ravaged the Minoan coastal centers fit this description with eerie precision. The vibrant, artistic, and technologically sophisticated Minoans, with their elaborate palaces and sprawling trading network, perfectly match the description of an advanced, utopian society that fell into hubris. It is profoundly plausible that the memory of this real-world disaster was preserved in Egyptian records or oral traditions, later filtered through the philosophical lens of Plato to become the ultimate cautionary tale about the fragility of even the greatest civilizations. Adding another layer of modern mystery to this ancient cataclysm is a fierce and ongoing chronological debate. When exactly did Thera erupt? Traditional archaeology, based on aligning Egyptian and Minoan timelines through trade goods found in each other's ruins, pointed to a date of around 1500 before the Common Era. This timeline neatly fits the archaeological evidence of the Minoan decline and the subsequent rise of the Mycenaeans. However, science has introduced a complicating and controversial piece of evidence: radiocarbon dating. By analyzing seeds, wood, and bone from the volcanic destruction layer on Thera itself, scientists have arrived at a consistently earlier date, somewhere between 1620 and 1600 before the Common Era. This discrepancy of a century is a massive problem for historians. A 16th century eruption severs the clean, causal link between the volcano and the final Minoan collapse, as it would mean the Minoans survived and thrived for many more decades after the event. This has forced a difficult choice. Do we trust the scientific data from the eruption site itself, or the historical chronology pieced together from pottery styles and Egyptian king lists? Efforts to reconcile the two, such as proposed revisions to the Egyptian timeline or theories about a long, dormant period on Thera after the initial eruption, have so far failed to produce a consensus, leaving the precise moment of this Bronze Age apocalypse frustratingly just out of reach, a pivotal but poorly understood hinge upon which the fate of an entire civilization may have turned. Leaving behind the sun-scorched Mediterranean, our journey now takes us into the cool, damp, and shadowy wetlands of northern Europe, where the earth itself has been guarding its dead for millennia in a state of haunting preservation. Across the peat bogs of Denmark, Ireland, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands, a remarkable and somber collection of individuals has been unearthed. These are the bog bodies, and they are not skeletons but people. Their skin is tanned to the color of old leather, their features often eerily recognizable, their last expressions frozen in time. Dating predominantly from the Iron Age, roughly 2,500 years ago, these men, women, and even children were not laid to rest in formal graves. Instead, they were placed carefully or sometimes cast carelessly into the murky, acidic waters of sphagnum moss bogs, where a unique chemical environment worked a kind of dark magic, preventing their decay and gifting them to our era as perhaps the most intimate and unsettling witnesses to a distant, often violent past. When we look upon a bog body like Toland Man, discovered in Denmark in 1950, we are not looking at an abstraction, we are meeting a person. His face is calm in sleep, his stubbled beard and the leather cap on his head preserved with stunning clarity. Or there is Gråball Man, also from Denmark, his auburn hair and distinctive hands looking as if he merely dozed off. Yet this intimate preservation is paired with brutal evidence of their demises. Toland Man was hanged, the noose still visible as a furrow in the skin of his neck. Gråball Man's throat was slit from ear to ear. Lindo Man, found in a bog in Cheshire, England, was struck violently on the head, garroted, and then his throat was cut. Many show signs of multiple, overkill methods of execution, suggesting their deaths were not simple murders but carried a profound ritual significance. This combination of careful placement and extreme violence is the central, chilling puzzle of the bog bodies. Why were these people, some of whom appear to have been of high status, subjected to such elaborate and fatal ceremonies before being consigned to the swamp? The most compelling theory, supported by Roman historians like Tacitus, who wrote about the practices of northern tribes, is that these individuals were human sacrifices, offerings to powerful and often capricious gods. In the worldview of Iron Age communities whose survival depended on the fertility of the land, the success of the harvest, and the favor of the elements, the most valuable offering one could make was a human life. The bog, a liminal space between earth and water, solid ground and liquid deep, was likely seen as a sacred portal to the gods or the underworld. By placing a ritually killed victim into this threshold, the community may have been seeking to appease a deity of fertility, like a mother goddess or perhaps a war god, in preparation for a coming conflict. The evidence of a last meal adds a poignant layer to this theory. Examination of the stomach contents of several bog bodies reveals that their final meals were often special, sometimes consisting of a gruel made from many different grains and seeds, or containing traces of mistletoe, a plant sacred to the Druids. This could indicate a ritual feast before the sacrifice, a way of marking the individual as set apart for the gods. The overkill, the combination of hanging, stabbing, and bludgeoning, might reflect a complex ritual designed to please multiple deities at once, or to ensure the offering was accepted by thoroughly severing the individual's ties to the world of the living. However, not every bog body fits neatly into the sacrifice narrative, leading to other, equally grim possibilities. Some may have been criminals or social outcasts executed for their transgressions and then dumped into the bog as a form of ultimate disgrace and a means of preventing their spirits from returning to haunt the living. The bog was a place of fear and mystery, and to consign a wrongdoer to its depths was a powerful form of post-mortem punishment. The body of Girl, a teenager from the Netherlands, shows evidence of scoliosis, which may have marked her as different and led to her being selected as a scapegoat for a community's misfortunes. Another theory suggests that some of these individuals, particularly those who appear well-groomed and well-fed, could have been vanquished nobles or deposed chieftains from rival tribes. Their ceremonial execution in the bog, a potent political act that demonstrated the power of the victor and symbolically drowned their claim to authority. What makes this so difficult to untangle is that in the Iron Age worldview, the line between criminal punishment, political assassination, and religious sacrifice was likely blurred. An act could be simultaneously a political necessity and a sacred duty, a criminal sentence and an offering to the gods, all woven together in a single, violent event. The true miracle of the bog bodies, beyond the mystery of their deaths, is the science of their preservation. It is the unique, oxygen-poor, and highly acidic environment of the peat bog that acts as a remarkable tanning vat. Sphagnum moss, the primary plant in these bogs, releases complex organic acids that slowly tan the skin and hair, turning it dark brown and leathery, while the cold, stagnant, airless water prevents the bacteria responsible for decomposition from thriving. This process, known as sphagnum tanning, preserves the soft tissues in astonishing detail. We can see the intricate braids in a woman's hair, the calluses on a man's hands, the fine lines on a face. Even fingerprints and the walls on the soles of feet can remain perfectly intact. Yet, the same acids that preserve the skin relentlessly leach calcium from the bones, leaving them soft and pliable, often causing the skeleton to dissolve entirely over the centuries. This creates the haunting image of a recognizable person whose internal structure has literally melted away, a leathery shell holding a human form. This combination of preservation and destruction is a cruel irony. It gives us a face, a last meal, a cause of death, but it often robs us of the skeletal evidence that could reveal long-term health, age, or specific physical stresses, keeping crucial parts of their life stories forever locked away. The legacy of the bog bodies is profound and deeply humanizing. They are a direct, tangible link to our Iron Age ancestors, forcing us to confront the complexity and at times the brutality of their world. They are not just archaeological specimens, they are individuals who laughed, worked, loved, and then met a terrifying, ritualized end. They remind us that our prehistoric past was not a simple, idyllic existence, but a time of deep spirituality, stark social hierarchies, and an intimate, often violent, relationship with the natural world and the gods believed to inhabit it. Each new discovery, like the recent finding of a man's skull in a Danish bog in 2023, adds another piece to this sprawling, macabre puzzle. These silent, preserved figures challenge our modern sensibilities and invite us to ponder the beliefs that could lead a community to such an act, and the strange, alchemical power of the earth that has kept their story alive, waiting in the peat for thousands of years to be told. But from the silent, preserved witnesses of the European bogs, we travel across the world to a highland plateau in Southeast Asia, where an entirely different kind of megalithic mystery lies scattered across the landscape. In the Xingqiang province of Laos, rolling green hills are dotted with one of archaeology's most surreal and enigmatic sites, thousands of gigantic stone jars. These immense vessels, hewn from sandstone and granite, are scattered in clusters of a few to several hundred across nearly 100 sites. Their scale is humbling. Some stand over 3 meters tall and weigh several tons, their rims often wider than a person is tall. They were crafted during the Iron Age, with the most active period placed between 500 years before the Common Era and 500 years of the Common Era, and they present a fundamental logistical puzzle. How, and more importantly why, did an ancient people invest such immense effort in quarrying, carving, and transporting these colossal urns to these specific high-altitude locations? The most prominent and scientifically supported theory points towards an elaborate funerary culture. The leading hypothesis suggests the jars were not for storing grain or water, as local legend sometimes holds, but were central to complex burial practices. In one scenario, they acted as massive sarcophagi, holding the bodies of the deceased for a primary burial. However, the more widely accepted idea involves a practice known as excarnation or sky burial. In this process, a body would be placed inside a jar to decompose, sheltered from the elements but exposed to the natural processes that would slowly break it down. After a suitable period, the remaining bones would be carefully collected for a secondary, final burial elsewhere, perhaps in a nearby cave or a smaller stone pit. This two-stage burial ritual is known in many cultures around the world and serves both practical and spiritual purposes, freeing the soul from the body and allowing the living to curate the bones of their ancestors as revered relics. Recent archaeological work has begun to turn this theory from speculation into compelling evidence. Excavations led by teams from Laos and Australia have carefully unearthed the earth around and beneath the jars, making critical discoveries. They have found human bones, including fragments of skulls and long bones, as well as sophisticated ceramic burial goods such as intricately decorated pots and glass beads. The types of artifacts found, like carved stone discs that were possibly used to mark burial sites, and the placement of the remains strongly support the idea that these sites were indeed vast, organized cemeteries. The jars themselves, then, were the centerpieces of this mortuary landscape, each one representing a sacred, communal space for the transformation of the dead, a stone womb where the physical body was returned to the earth so the spirit could journey onward. Yet, this fascinating research has been conducted under a shadow of immense danger and difficulty, a stark reminder of how modern history can impede our understanding of the ancient world. The Xing Quang Plateau lies directly in the path of what was known during the Vietnam War as the Ho Chi Minh Trail. As a result, from 1964 to 1973, the United States military conducted a massive, secret bombing campaign over Laos, making it, per capita, the most heavily bombed country in history. Millions of cluster bomblets were dropped, and a devastating number failed to detonate on impact. To this day, the Plain of Jars remains lethally contaminated with unexploded ordnance, or UXO. This has rendered vast areas completely inaccessible to archaeologists and local villagers alike. Every survey, every excavation must be preceded by painstaking and perilous clearance work by specialized teams. This deadly legacy has not only slowed research to a crawl, but has also irrevocably destroyed untold numbers of jars and any archaeological context they held, as bombs and shrapnel have shattered the ancient stones, blurring the very evidence needed to solve their mystery. This tragic reality adds a profound layer of poignancy to the site. The jars have stood for 2 millennia, only to be vandalized by the shrapnel of a 20th century conflict. The work that continues today is therefore a race against time and a testament to human perseverance. Archaeologists, working hand in hand with bomb disposal experts, are slowly and safely clearing areas, allowing for meticulous digs that are gradually piecing together the puzzle. Each carefully mapped artifact, each analyzed bone fragment, adds another piece to the story of the mysterious megalithic culture that flourished here. They were clearly a society with sophisticated stone-working skills, a complex belief system surrounding death, and the social organization to coordinate such large-scale projects. The Plain of Jaws stands as a hauntingly beautiful monument to an unknown people, its silent, scattered vessels holding their secrets close, even as modern courage and careful science work to finally hear the story they have been waiting 2,000 years to tell. Yet another mystery emerges not from a grand pyramid or a desolate battlefield, but from the quiet, agricultural heart of 12th century England. During the reign of King Stephen, in the village of Woolpit in Suffolk, an account was recorded that feels less like a historical document and more like a page from a fairy tale. According to chroniclers Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, villagers harvesting their crops made a startling discovery: 2 children, a boy and a girl, cowering at the mouth of a wolf pit, the deep traps used to catch predators that gave the village its name. Their appearance was as shocking as their sudden presence. Their skin was tinged a distinct green, a hue no one had ever seen on a human being before. Their clothing was made from an unfamiliar, strange fabric, and they spoke in a language that was completely unintelligible to the local Saxons. When food was offered to them, they refused everything, seeming near starvation until they were presented with raw, freshly picked broad beans, which they devoured eagerly. The villagers took them in, and the story of the green children of Woolpit began its journey from local wonder into enduring legend. For a time, the children would eat nothing but these green beans. The boy, however, was said to be sickly and eventually died, but the girl slowly adapted to her new life. As she began to eat other foods, her unusual green pigmentation gradually faded until she looked like any other local girl. She learned to speak English and was eventually able to tell the story of her origin. She described a place she called the Land of St. Martin, a twilight realm where the sun never rose and the light was perpetually dim like the glow just after sunset. She and her brother, she claimed, were herding their father's cattle when they heard a loud sound like bells. Following this sound, they were somehow transported and suddenly found themselves in the wolf pit in Woolpit, blinded by the intense, bright sunlight of our world. This bizarre and poignant narrative, recorded by monks centuries ago, has fueled speculation ever since, presenting a small but perfectly formed historical puzzle that balances on the line between plausible tragedy and enchanting fantasy. So, if we set aside the idea of literal subterranean people, what rational explanations could account for such a strange story? The most compelling theory points to a simple human tragedy of displacement and disease. The 12th century was a tumultuous time in England, a period known as the Anarchy, marked by civil war and local strife. Woolpit is located in a region where there were significant settlements of Flemish immigrants who were often persecuted and sometimes the victims of violent attacks. These Flemish people would have spoken a Germanic language utterly foreign to the Anglo-Saxon locals, and their distinctive style of dress would have seemed unusual. The green skin, then, could be explained by a medical condition. The children may have been suffering from chloroses, now more commonly known as hypochromic anemia or iron deficiency anemia. This condition, often caused by malnutrition, can indeed give the skin a pale, greenish pallor. If 2 Flemish orphans fleeing violence or simply lost stumbled into Woolpit, they would have been starving and malnourished, their anemia causing their greenish tint. Their initial refusal of all food except beans makes medical sense. Their digestive systems, weakened by starvation, could only handle the simplest, most easily digestible food available. The raw beans would have provided a crucial source of iron, which could explain why their green complexion faded as their diet improved and their health was restored. But what of the girl's haunting description of a land of perpetual twilight? This could be a child's metaphorical interpretation of a deeply traumatic experience. If they were hiding in a dark forest for a long period, or perhaps had been kept in a cellar or underground mine shaft as prisoners or laborers, their world would have indeed been one of constant dimness. The loud sound that led them away could have been the bells of a nearby church. Disoriented and frightened, they may have followed the sound until they emerged from a dense thicket into the bright, open fields of Woolpit, an experience that would have been utterly overwhelming. Their story of herding their father's cattle could be a fragmented memory of their previous life in Flanders, a region known for its livestock. In this interpretation, the legend of the Green Children becomes a heartbreaking story of real children, refugees from ethnic conflict, whose strange appearance and language were woven into a fantastical tale by a community trying to make sense of the utterly unfamiliar. Of course, the more enchanting elements of the story have also inspired more speculative theories that capture the imagination in a different way. The idea of a subterranean world populated by green-skinned people is a staple of folklore, and the Woolpit account fits neatly into this tradition. Could the children have come from a hidden world beneath our feet, perhaps accessed through a cave system or a deep fissure? Their description of a land with no sun could be a literal one, and their sensitivity to our sunlight a biological adaptation to a darker environment. In a more modern twist, this theory has been co-opted by proponents of the ancient astronaut hypothesis, who suggest the children were extraterrestrials whose spacecraft malfunctioned or crash-landed near Woolpit. In this view, their green skin was their natural coloration, their strange clothing was a flight suit, and the land of St. Martin was their home planet, which was tidally locked, meaning one side always faced its sun while the other remained in perpetual twilight. The loud bells they heard could have been the sounds of their damaged ship. While there is no evidence to support this, it demonstrates how a single, strange medieval story can be recontextualized to fit the anxieties and fascinations of every new era. Ultimately, the enduring power of the Green Children of Woolpit lies in its perfect blend of the mundane and the magical. It is a story grounded in a specific time and place, recorded by relatively credible sources, yet it contains elements that defy easy explanation. It serves as a Rorschach test. We see in it what we want to see. A historian finds a tragic tale of medieval immigration and disease. A folklorist sees a classic motif of visitors from another world. A UFO enthusiast finds potential evidence for early contact. The fact that the girl reportedly grew up, was baptized, married a local man, and lived the rest of her life in the area adds a layer of verisimilitude that makes the mystery all the more tantalizing. It suggests that at the heart of this fairy tale, there might just be a kernel of truth, a real event so strange and so poorly understood by the people who witnessed it that the only way they could process it was to wrap it in the language of wonder and fantasy, gifting us with one of history's most charming and inexplicable little enigmas. From the eerie quiet of the English countryside, we are transported to the absolute center of royal power and paranoia in 17th century France, where a single, anonymous prisoner became the stuff of national legend. Imagine a man, his face perpetually hidden behind a mask, transferred between the grim fortresses of Pignerol, Sainte Marguerite, and finally the infamous Bastille, always under the direct command of the king's most trusted minister. This was no common criminal. His jailers were forbidden to speak with him or ever see his face, and he was reportedly treated with a strange deference, provided with fine food and clothing, yet never allowed a moment without his concealment. This is the enigma of the man in the iron mask, a figure whose true story is even more fascinating than the myth, beginning not with clanging iron, but with the stifling silence of black velvet. The popular image of a claustrophobic iron helmet is largely the invention of Romantic literature. Historical documents, including correspondence from the prison's governor, mention a mask of black velvet, likely held in place by thin steel strips or springs. This was not an instrument of torture, but a tool of absolute anonymity. The mask's purpose was not to punish the man, but to erase him, to allow him to be moved and housed without anyone, from fellow prisoners to low-ranking guards, ever learning his identity. The secrecy surrounding him was so total that when he died in the Bastille in 1703, every possession was destroyed, the walls of his cell were scraped clean, and every item with his name was burned. He was buried under a false name, and the official register simply listed him as a prisoner of the lowest rank. This systematic obliteration points to a secret so explosive that the Sun King, Louis XIV, believed it had to be taken to the grave. So, who was this man, and what could he have possibly known to warrant such extreme measures? The theories are as numerous as they are compelling, each one a potential key to one of history's greatest cold cases. The most long-standing and sensational theory, heavily promoted by the philosopher Voltaire, posits that the prisoner was the illegitimate older brother of Louis XIV. The story suggests that before the Queen gave birth to Louis, an earlier, hidden twin was born. To prevent a future crisis of succession, this firstborn was secretly sent away, only to reappear decades later as a threat to the king's absolute authority. Imprisoning him for life under a mask would have been a way to neutralize the threat of a rival claimant without resorting to murder, which would have been a mortal sin. While there is no concrete evidence for a hidden twin, the theory's power lies in its simplicity. The mask hid a man who looked exactly like the King of France. Other plausible candidates emerge from the intricate political and military machinations of the court. One strong possibility is Count Ercole Antonio Mattioli, a minister of the Duke of Mantua. In 1679, Mattioli was secretly negotiating with Louis XIV to purchase the strategically crucial fortress of Casale. However, Mattioli double-crossed the king, revealing the secret treaty to several rival states. In a furious response, Louis had him kidnapped and imprisoned, first in Pignerol and then, according to some accounts, as the masked prisoner. This fits the timeline and the motive perfectly. Mattioli possessed a devastating state secret and had humiliated the most powerful monarch in Europe. His perpetual masking was a permanent punishment for his betrayal. Another candidate is Eustache Dorger, a valet whose name appears in the ledgers of the prison at Pignerol. The theory suggests Dorger was not important himself, but had been the valet to a far more significant political prisoner, perhaps Nicolas Fouquet, the disgraced former superintendent of finances. As a valet, Dorger might have overheard state secrets during his service or been privy to conversations his master believed were private. Knowing too much in the court of Louis XIV was often a more dangerous crime than any act of treason. The story's journey from obscure state secret to global legend was fueled by two literary giants. Voltaire, who was himself imprisoned in the Bastille decades after the masked man's death, first popularized the tale, embellishing it for dramatic effect and firmly planting the idea of the Iron Mask and the royal twin in the public imagination. But it was Alexander Dumas, the master of the historical adventure, who truly immortalized the prisoner in the final installment of his Three Musketeers saga. In Dumas's hands, the prisoner became a tragic, sympathetic figure, a philosophical twin brother to the king, and the story was woven with heroic rescues and daring escapes. Dumas took a historical footnote and transformed it into a powerful myth about the corruption of absolute power and the destruction of an innocent life for reasons of state. The novel's immense popularity cemented the man in the Iron Mask not as a mere prisoner, but as a symbol of the individual crushed by the merciless machinery of the monarchy. The enduring fascination with this mystery lies in its perfect storm of elements: the absolute power of the Sun King, the impenetrable secrecy of the state, and the haunting image of a single, silent man whose very identity was a crime. He represents the ultimate what-if of history. Was he a royal sibling, a disgraced diplomat, or simply an unfortunate servant who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? The French state's success in erasing him so completely is what guarantees his immortality. We are left with a void, a blank space in the record that our imagination rushes to fill. The man in the Iron Mask is no longer just a man. He is a canvas onto which we project our fears about power, identity, and the terrifying ease with which a person can be disappeared by the state, leaving behind only a whisper and the shadow of a black velvet mask. From the masked prisoner of the French monarchy, we cross the English Channel to a royal mystery that cuts to the very heart of the British crown, a story of power, ambition, and two young boys whose fate has echoed through the centuries. In the spring of 1483, the 12-year-old King Edward V and his 9-year-old brother, Richard, the Duke of York, were the most prominent residents of the Tower of London. They were not there as prisoners in the modern sense, but for protection and in preparation for Edward's coronation. Their father, the charismatic King Edward IV, had died suddenly, leaving a child as his heir. In this power vacuum, their uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was appointed Lord Protector, tasked with safeguarding the kingdom until the boy king came of age. Yet within weeks, the atmosphere shifted from preparation to imprisonment. Richard moved against the boy's maternal relatives, the Woodville family, accusing them of plotting against him. He then placed both princes securely within the tower, and they were seen less and less until, by the end of that summer, they were not seen at all. They had simply vanished, leaving behind one of history's most poignant and enduring whodunits. The prime suspect has always been the man who benefited most directly from their disappearance, their uncle, Richard III. In a stunning political maneuver, Richard declared his brother's marriage to the boy's mother, Elizabeth Woodville, invalid, rendering all their children illegitimate and therefore ineligible for the throne. With the princes now officially bastards, Parliament petitioned Richard himself to take the crown, which he did in a lavish coronation in July. The logic is inescapable. As long as the boys lived, they were a permanent threat to his reign. Rebellions could and would form around their claim. For Richard, their deaths were a grim political necessity. This version of events was cemented into the popular imagination by the Tudor historians who followed him, most famously in William Shakespeare's masterful play, which portrays Richard as a physically deformed, scheming monster who coldly gives the order, "I wish the bastards dead," sealing his reputation as one of history's great villains. However, the case against Richard is not as open and shut as the Tudor narrative suggests. The first question is one of timing. If Richard was the murderer, when exactly did he give the order? While they were in his direct custody in the Tower, he had an obvious motive, but consider the political landscape after his coronation. The boys were now legally illegitimate and posed a much diminished threat. Killing them at that point would have been an enormous risk with very little political gain, turning him from a potentially legitimate king into an undeniable child killer in the eyes of the nation. Furthermore, after Richard was killed at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, the new king, Henry VII, who had every reason to produce evidence of his predecessor's crimes, never did so. He backdated his own reign to the day before Bosworth, effectively making anyone who fought for Richard a traitor, but he never formally accused Richard of the murders or put anyone on trial for the deed. This silence is deeply suspicious. If the bodies were discoverable, why didn't Henry produce them to solidify his own, somewhat shaky, claim to the throne? This line of thinking leads us directly to the other major suspect, Henry VII himself. Henry Tudor's claim to the throne was exceedingly weak, derived from a line that had been explicitly barred from succession. By marrying the prince's eldest sister, Elizabeth of York, he united the warring houses of Lancaster and York, but the existence of her brothers was a massive problem. As long as the princes lived, their claim was superior to both Henry's and their sisters'. For Henry, their removal was the final, necessary step to secure his new Tudor dynasty. He had the motive, and after he took the throne, he had the opportunity. The boys were never seen again after 1483, but we have no definitive proof they were already dead when Henry seized power. It is entirely plausible that Richard kept them alive in some secluded location, and that Henry, upon gaining control of the Tower, gave the fatal order. This would perfectly explain his later silence and his failure to investigate the matter. You do not launch an inquest into a crime you yourself committed. The debate was dramatically reignited in the 17th century when workers making renovations to the Tower of London discovered a wooden chest buried beneath a staircase leading to the White Tower. Inside were the skeletons of two children. King Charles II, believing these to be the remains of the princes, had them interred in a marble urn in Westminster Abbey, where they remain today. A scientific examination in 1933 confirmed the bones were of two children roughly the right age, and there were traces of what appeared to be fine fabric, suggesting they were buried in expensive clothing befitting their status. However, the analysis was inconclusive and controversial. It couldn't definitively prove the sex of the skeletons, their exact ages, or, most critically, the time of death. Was it 1483 or later? Modern DNA testing could potentially answer some of these questions, but the British monarchy has consistently denied requests to re-examine the remains, leaving this tantalizing piece of evidence frustratingly out of reach for modern science. Beyond the two main suspects, other, more complex theories have emerged. One suggests that Richard's most powerful ally, the Duke of Buckingham, acted on his own initiative, either to win Richard's favor or in a bid to seize power for himself. Another, even more startling theory proposes that one of the princes, the younger Richard, Duke of York, actually escaped the tower. This idea points to the case of Perkin Warbeck, a pretender who claimed to be the Duke and who managed to gain the recognition of several European monarchs before being captured and executed by Henry VII. While most historians dismiss Warbeck as a clever impostor, his detailed knowledge of the Yorkist court has kept a sliver of doubt alive. The enduring power of the princes in the Tower mystery lies in this perfect storm of high stakes, missing evidence, and brutal political realism. It is the ultimate cold case from the bloody conclusion of the Wars of the Roses, a story where every possible suspect had a powerful motive and the truth was the first casualty of power. It forces us to question the narratives written by the victors and to remember that sometimes the most profound mysteries are not about what happened, but about who we choose to believe was capable of such a dark and final act. But if the fate of the princes remains a secret buried in the walls of the Tower of London, our next mystery involves a very different kind of hole in the ground, one that has consumed fortunes and obsessed dreamers for well over 2 centuries. Off the coast of Nova Scotia lies Oak Island, a relatively small, unassuming piece of land that is home to one of the world's most famous and frustrating treasure hunts. The story begins in 1795 when a teenager named Daniel McGinnis spotted a strange, circular depression in the ground beneath an old oak tree, with a branch showing signs of having been used as a pulley. Fueled by local legends of pirates, he and 2 friends started to dig, quickly discovering a series of astonishing and deeply unnerving man-made layers. Just a few feet down, they hit a platform of flagstones. At 10 feet, they found a layer of sturdy oak logs. At 20 and 30 feet, they found the same thing, another platform of logs, seemingly placed at regular intervals. It was clear they were not digging a natural formation, but a deep, meticulously constructed shaft that someone had gone to incredible lengths to conceal. This was the first glimpse of what would become known as the Oak Island Money Pit, a puzzle that has baffled, bankrupted, and captivated explorers ever since. As the 19th century progressed and more syndicates took up the hunt, the pit began to reveal its true, diabolical nature. The deeper they went, the more complex and dangerous the shaft became. At around 90 feet, a searcher's pickaxe struck something that sounded like wood. Thinking they had finally reached the fabled treasure chest, the crew returned the next morning, only to find the shaft flooded with 60 feet of seawater. They bailed relentlessly, but the water level would not drop. This was the pit's first major defense, a brilliantly engineered series of flood tunnels. These tunnels, later traced back to a nearby beach known as Smith's Cove, were an ancient feat of hydrological engineering. They were lined with coconut fiber, a material not native to Canada, and layered with eelgrass, acting as a massive, natural sponge that constantly siphoned seawater directly into the heart of the pit. Any attempt to dig past a certain point would trigger this silent, automatic booby trap, ensuring that whatever lay at the bottom remained protected by the relentless Atlantic Ocean. This wasn't just a hole, it was a fortress designed by minds of formidable intelligence to guard its secret at all costs. So, what could possibly be valuable enough to warrant such an elaborate and permanent security system? The legends are as varied as they are spectacular. The most enduring theory points to pirate treasure, specifically that of the infamous Captain William Kidd. It's said that just before his capture, Kidd claimed to have buried a fortune worth £100,000, a king's ransom in the 17th century. Another tantalizing possibility involves the lost jewels of the French crown. In 1791, as the French Revolution engulfed the aristocracy, Queen Marie Antoinette reportedly instructed her lady-in-waiting to flee with the royal jewels. The story goes that the woman and the treasure made it as far as the French stronghold of Louisbourg in Nova Scotia before it fell to the British, and the jewels were then hidden on Oak Island for safekeeping, never to be recovered. Even more esoteric theories suggest the pit holds the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant, smuggled out of Europe by the Knights Templar and hidden in the New World. Perhaps the most culturally compelling idea is that it contains the original manuscripts of William Shakespeare, hidden by the author Francis Bacon, who some believe was the true genius behind the plays and needed to protect his identity. The modern era of the hunt has been dominated by two brothers from Michigan, Rick and Marty Lagina, whose quest has been documented in the long-running television series The Curse of Oak Island. They have brought unprecedented resources and technology to the search, moving beyond the simple shovels and pumps of their predecessors. Their work has been a methodical process of eliminating possibilities and chasing clues, and they have indeed uncovered a range of fascinating, if enigmatic, artifacts. Using advanced drilling and sonar, they have retrieved small pieces of metal, including a decorative brass buckle and a centuries-old copper coin. Perhaps their most significant find came from a drill core sample extracted from deep underground, a small piece of parchment with what appeared to be the letters Roman 6 written in ink. The presence of parchment, a material used for important documents, reignited the Bacon and Shakespeare manuscript theories. They have also uncovered a medieval lead cross, likely of Spanish origin, and evidence of a massive man-made stone structure deep beneath the island, which they call the anomaly, which their scans suggest could be a treasure chamber or a metal-rich object of significant size. Yet, for every tantalizing clue, Oak Island has delivered a heavy dose of reality. The brothers, like all those before them, have battled the ever-present saltwater flooding, unstable soil conditions that cause dangerous collapses, and the sheer, staggering cost of the operation. The curse of the island is not a supernatural one, but a financial and logistical one. They have sifted through mountains of earth, drilled countless holes, and deployed teams of historians and archaeologists, all in pursuit of a central truth that remains just out of reach. The ultimate allure of the money pit is this perfect balance between evidence and elusiveness. The platforms, the flood tunnels, the coconut fiber, and the scattered artifacts prove, beyond a doubt, that something of immense importance was hidden here by someone with incredible engineering skill. Yet the treasure itself has never materialized. It stands as the ultimate symbol of the human spirit of discovery, a monument to our willingness to risk everything on a story, a clue, and the unshakable belief that just a little deeper, just beyond the next flood tunnel, lies an answer that will rewrite history. But while the secrets of Oak Island are buried by human hands, another profound disappearance was written into the very bones of our ancient past. For hundreds of thousands of years, Europe and Western Asia were the undisputed domain of a robust, intelligent, and highly successful people, the Neanderthals. They were not the brutish cavemen of outdated cartoons, but sophisticated hunters who mastered their icy world. They crafted complex stone tools, built shelters, controlled fire, and even exhibited symbolic behavior like creating art and burying their dead with care. These were our closest hominin relatives, and for a time they thrived. Then, around 40,000 years ago, shortly after our own species, Homo sapiens, began to migrate out of Africa and into their territories, the Neanderthals vanished as a distinct group. Their fossil record simply fades away, leaving behind one of the most fundamental questions in human evolution. What happened to our cousins? One of the most persistent theories points to the brutal realities of competition. When Homo sapiens entered Eurasia, we were not arriving in an empty land. We were moving into a neighborhood that had been occupied for millennia. Both species were large-brained hunter-gatherers who needed the same resources to survive: large game like mammoths and deer, fertile valleys, and sheltered caves. It's easy to imagine this competition turning violent. While there's no definitive evidence of widespread genocidal warfare, sporadic conflicts were almost certainly a factor. However, the competition was likely more subtle and more devastating than simple clashes. Homo sapiens may have possessed a slight edge in technological and social innovation. Our tools were often more specialized and efficient, and our social networks may have been broader, allowing for better exchange of ideas and resources during hard times. This competitive exclusion wouldn't have required a war. It could have been a slow, relentless squeeze where Homo sapiens, just by being slightly more efficient or reproducing slightly faster, gradually outcompeted Neanderthals for the best hunting grounds and shelter, pushing them into more marginal environments where they were more vulnerable to other threats. One of those critical threats was a climate in tremendous flux. The period of the Neanderthals' decline was not one of stable, predictable ice age conditions. Instead, it was a geological roller coaster known as the late Pleistocene, characterized by wild, rapid swings between cold glacial periods and warmer interstadials. These weren't gradual changes over centuries, but dramatic shifts that could occur within a human lifetime. Forests would replace tundra, then vanish again. Herds of migratory animals would change their routes or disappear entirely. For a species like the Neanderthals, who were physically adapted for a cold climate with their stocky, heat-conserving bodies and were specialized hunters of large game, this instability could have been catastrophic. Their populations, which were already relatively small and scattered, would have been fractured and isolated by these rapid environmental changes. A series of bad winters, a crashed population of their preferred prey, or a particularly volatile climate swing could have delivered a series of blows from which their already stressed populations could not recover. Yet, the story of our relationship with Neanderthals was not solely one of competition and conflict. The most intimate and revealing clue comes from our own DNA. In a groundbreaking scientific discovery, geneticists found that most people of non-African descent carry within them a living relic of the Neanderthals, anywhere from 1 to 4% of their DNA. This is undeniable proof that when our paths crossed, we did more than just fight. We met, we interacted, and we had children together. This interbreeding suggests a much more complex and nuanced relationship than a simple replacement. Some of these Neanderthal genes even provided a survival advantage to the incoming Homo sapiens, conferring traits like a more robust immune system that was better equipped to fight off Eurasian pathogens. This leads to the compelling theory of absorption. Rather than being wiped out, the Neanderthals may have been gradually assimilated into the much larger and faster-growing populations of Homo sapiens. Over generations, through interbreeding, their distinct genetic signature was simply diluted, like a drop of ink in a flowing river. They didn't so much go extinct as merge, their legacy living on not in their own distinct fossil line but in us. So, which of these factors was the final, decisive one? The most compelling answer emerging from modern research is that it wasn't one single cause but a perfect storm of all three. The Neanderthals were likely a vulnerable species even before Homo sapiens arrived. Their populations were small, they had low genetic diversity, and they were highly specialized, making them exquisitely sensitive to environmental shifts. The arrival of a new, intelligent, and adaptable competitor in the form of Homo sapiens placed them under immense new pressure. This competition for resources, perhaps punctuated by sporadic violence, pushed them to the brink. Then, the final act may have been one of integration rather than annihilation. Unable to compete as a separate group in a rapidly changing world, the remaining Neanderthal bands were gradually absorbed into the burgeoning Homo sapiens population through interbreeding. Their disappearance as a distinct physical type was the result of a multi-pronged assault by a volatile climate, a formidable new competitor, and the ultimate, intimate merging of our two lineages. The mystery of the Neanderthals, therefore, is not a whodunit with a single villain, but a poignant story of a people who, after ruling Eurasia for an unimaginable span of time, found themselves unable to adapt to a new world order, their end marked not just by silence, but by the enduring echo of their genes in billions of people walking the earth today. Imagine a collection of ancient wisdom so vast and priceless that its loss is considered one of the greatest tragedies for classical scholarship, a legendary archive that could have rivaled the legendary Library of Alexandria itself. This is the story of the lost library of the Moscow Tsars, a fabled treasure trove of texts that has tantalized historians and treasure hunters for centuries. The legend begins not with Ivan the Terrible, but with a formidable woman whose arrival in Moscow marked a pivotal shift for the rising Russian state. In 1472, Sophia Paleologina, the niece of the last Byzantine emperor, arrived in Moscow to marry Grand Prince Ivan III. She was more than a bride, she was a living symbol of Rome's legacy, and she is said to have brought with her a magnificent dowry that included a priceless inheritance of ancient Greek and Latin manuscripts. These weren't just any books, the accounts suggest they were scrolls and codices that had been salvaged from the collapsing Byzantine Empire after the fall of Constantinople in 1453. This collection, the story goes, contained irreplaceable works, perhaps even lost dialogues of Aristotle, missing histories, and complete versions of classical texts that we now know only through fragments or second-hand references. It was an intellectual and cultural windfall, a direct transfusion of classical knowledge into the heart of the nascent Russian Empire. The narrative then takes a darker turn with the rise of Ivan IV, known to history as Ivan the Terrible. A man of immense learning and even greater paranoia, Ivan was a bookish ruler with a deep interest in theology and history. He is believed to have been fascinated by his grandmother Sophia's collection, and as his reign grew more tyrannical and Russia became increasingly isolated, the legend claims he had the entire library hidden away for safekeeping. The most persistent theory is that he ordered the construction of secret subterranean vaults beneath the Moscow Kremlin, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers where the priceless manuscripts were sealed away, safe from fire, invasion, and prying eyes. The story goes that the library's location was a state secret, known only to the Tsar and perhaps a few trusted confidants, and that with Ivan's sudden death in 1584, the knowledge of its precise whereabouts died with him. The library, if it ever existed in this grand form, simply vanished from history, becoming a ghost of a collection, its existence only hinted at in rumor and fragmentary documents. So, what evidence is there to support this tantalizing tale? The case rests on a few key accounts. In the 16th century, a Lutheran pastor named Johann Wettermann, who was living in Moscow, wrote of being shown a mysterious collection of ancient Greek books hidden in an underground storehouse by the Tsar himself. A century later, a Danish ambassador to the Russian court named Adam Olarius also mentioned hearing rumors of a hidden library of Greek manuscripts. The most specific and controversial account comes from a man named Macquarie, the Metropolitan of Moscow in the early 16th century, who supposedly left a cryptic note describing the library's contents and its general location. These second- and third-hand reports are the fragile pillars upon which the entire legend stands. They paint a picture of a real collection, but the details are frustratingly vague. Were these witnesses actually seeing the fabled Library of Sophia, or were they being shown a more modest but still impressive collection of ecclesiastical texts that was later embellished by storytellers? The line between historical record and romantic fabrication is exceptionally thin. This ambiguity has, of course, fueled an endless and passionate hunt. For over 300 years, everyone from amateur enthusiasts to state-sponsored archaeologists has searched for the library. The primary focus has always been the Moscow Kremlin, a complex with a deep and largely unexplored subterranean world. In the early 18th century, when Peter the Great ordered the construction of new foundations, workers reportedly stumbled upon a mysterious, sealed chamber. But by the time officials arrived, the chamber had been closed up again and its location lost. In the 1960s, during the construction of the State Kremlin Palace, Soviet engineers conducted extensive geological surveys and discovered a series of unknown voids and tunnels beneath the ancient walls, sparking a fresh wave of excitement. Yet every excavation, whether in the arsenal or near the secret tower, has been hampered by the sheer complexity of the site, the risk of collapsing the structures above, and the constant presence of groundwater. Expeditions have been launched far beyond Moscow's walls as well, with theories placing the hidden library in the ancient town of Alexandrov, in Vologda, or even in the remote Solovetsky Islands, but none have yielded anything more conclusive than a few ancient bricks or empty chambers. The central scholarly debate, therefore, is not just about where the library is, but whether it ever existed in the grand, unified form that the legend describes. Skeptics offer a compelling counter-narrative. They argue that while Sophia Paleologina almost certainly brought a collection of books with her from Rome, it was likely a personal library of religious and philosophical works, not a massive, comprehensive archive of lost classics. The political marriage was above all a strategic alliance, and her dowry would have been comprised of jewels, silks, and other tangible wealth. Furthermore, they point out that no comprehensive inventory of the library has ever been found in the Vatican archives or in any Russian state records from the period. If such a monumental transfer of cultural treasure had taken place, it would have left a significant paper trail. The skeptics suggest that the legend of the lost library grew over centuries, absorbing smaller, real collections that were dispersed or destroyed in Moscow's many fires and conflicts, its reputation inflating with each retelling until it became the mythical beast it is today. Yet the dream refuses to die, and for good reason. The potential payoff is almost unimaginable. The loss of the classical world's written heritage is staggering. We possess only a tiny fraction of the works of Aristotle, Plato, Sophocles, and Livy. To find a complete text of Aristotle's second book of Poetics, or a lost history by Herodotus, or a full play by Aeschylus, would be a discovery that would fundamentally reshape our understanding of Western philosophy, literature, and history. It's this profound cultural longing that gives the legend its enduring power. It represents the ultimate what-if for historians, the chance to recover a world of thought that we thought was gone forever. The lost library of the Moscow Tsars is more than a treasure hunt. It is a symbol of our enduring connection to the ancient world and a testament to the fragile nature of knowledge itself. It stands as a permanent, tantalizing question mark, a reminder that some of history's greatest secrets may still be waiting, not in the deserts of Egypt or the jungles of Cambodia, but deep beneath the cobblestone streets of a modern capital, silently holding the voices of the past. While the immense stone jars of Laos and the vanished library of the Tsars represent mysteries of forgotten cultures, our next enigma is a wonder celebrated for millennia, yet one that may have existed only in the minds of poets and historians. Imagine a ziggurat-like structure of ascending terraces, a green mountain of lush vegetation, towering palms and vibrant flowers, seemingly floating in the arid Mesopotamian air. At its heart, a miraculous irrigation system, described as a complex arrangement of screws, pumps, and chains of buckets, lifted water from the Euphrates River to nourish this artificial paradise. This is the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, a testament to royal love and engineering genius. The classical writers who described it, like the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, painted a picture of breathtaking beauty, a multi-level garden built by the powerful King Nebuchadnezzar II around 600 years before the Common Era to console his wife, Amatis of Media, who missed the green, mountainous landscape of her homeland. It is a story of romance and grandeur that has captured imaginations for over 2,000 years. Yet, here is the profound and puzzling reality. Despite its fame and detailed descriptions, not a single shard of definitive archaeological evidence for these gardens has ever been found in the ruins of Babylon itself. The search for the physical gardens has been a central and fruitless pursuit for generations of archaeologists excavating the ancient city. They have uncovered the grand processional way, the magnificent Ishtar Gate with its glazed blue bricks and animal reliefs, and the immense foundations of the Etemenanke ziggurat, which some believe inspired the biblical Tower of Babel. But of the legendary gardens, there is nothing, no specific terrace structures, no unique irrigation channels, and no inscriptions from Nebuchadnezzar's own extensive building records that mention such a monumental horticultural project. This glaring absence has forced scholars to confront a startling possibility: that the Hanging Gardens are an elaborate literary fiction, a romantic idealization of the exotic East that Greek travelers brought back and embellished over centuries. The concept of a paradise garden, a walled, cultivated oasis, was a powerful symbol in Persian culture, and it is plausible that Greek writers conflated reports of different royal gardens and attached the most spectacular version to the most famous city they knew, Babylon, and its most famous builder, Nebuchadnezzar. This theory of a beautiful mirage, born from a combination of travelers' tales and poetic imagination, would explain why the physical evidence remains so stubbornly elusive where we most expect to find it. This frustrating void in Babylon has given rise to a compelling and revolutionary alternative theory championed by the late scholar Dr. Stephanie Dalley of Oxford University. Her groundbreaking proposal is that the Hanging Gardens were not in Babylon at all, but were built a century earlier in the Assyrian capital of Nineveh by the king Sennacherib. The evidence she marshals is both extensive and persuasive. First, there is the matter of water technology. The classical descriptions of the garden's complex irrigation system, involving a giant screw and bronze chains of buckets, align perfectly with known Assyrian engineering. Most critically, Sennacherib himself left behind a detailed royal inscription describing his own palace and a marvelous garden at Nineveh. He boasts of creating a wonder for all peoples, an immense garden with aromatic plants and fruit trees, built on a series of stone vaults and terraces that resembled the mountainous landscape of Amanus. Most tellingly, he describes a revolutionary water-raising system involving a great parkland, bronze screws, and a massive canal and aqueduct system, the Jerwan Aqueduct, which still stands today, that brought water from mountain sources over 50 kilometers away to the high ground of Nineveh. This was an engineering feat far beyond what was achieved in Babylon, which primarily drew water directly from the Euphrates with simpler shadufs or counterweighted buckets. Sennacherib's own account reads like a blueprint for the legendary Hanging Gardens, but it was written 100 years before Nebuchadnezzar ever ruled. Beyond the technology, there is a fascinating linguistic clue that supports the Nineveh theory. The Greek word kremastos, which we translate as hanging, can also mean overhanging, as in the case of a balcony, or projecting from a wall, like the terraces of a theater. This perfectly describes the stone terraces of a garden built on a palace complex, exactly the kind of structure Sennacherib built. Furthermore, after the Assyrian Empire fell, its great cities like Nineveh were sacked, and its achievements were absorbed and often re-attributed by its conquerors, including the Babylonians. It is entirely plausible that over centuries, the memory of Sennacherib's astonishing garden in Nineveh was gradually transferred in popular lore to the more enduringly famous city of Babylon and its great builder king. This theory elegantly solves the central mystery. The gardens did exist, but we have been searching for them in the wrong ancient metropolis all along. The romantic story of a king building them for his homesick wife could even be a later Greek addition, a narrative flourish added to a tale of already staggering engineering. So, where does this leave one of the seven wonders? The debate between the Babylonian and Assyrian locations remains lively and unresolved. Proponents of the traditional Babylonian view argue that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The gardens, if built primarily with mud, brick, and perishable plants, could have been completely eroded by the elements and located in a part of the sprawling city that has not yet been fully excavated or has been irrevocably damaged by the Euphrates shifting its course over the millennia. They suggest that later Greek writers, while prone to exaggeration, were working from earlier, now lost sources like the accounts of Babylonian priests that did describe a real garden. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, therefore, exist in a tantalizing limbo between history and legend. They are a powerful symbol of what we have lost from the ancient world, not just a structure, but a complete understanding of our own past. Whether they were a magnificent reality in Nineveh, a beautiful fiction born from Greek imagination, or a genuine wonder of Babylon still waiting to be unearthed, their story continues to inspire us. They represent humanity's timeless desire to create beauty and impose order on nature, a dream of a lost paradise that, real or not, has forever taken root in our cultural consciousness. But perhaps no artifact better represents the gulf between romantic legend and scientific reality than the enigmatic crystal skulls. These hauntingly beautiful objects, carved from single blocks of clear or milky quartz into life-sized human skulls, first captured the public imagination in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Often promoted as ancient Mesoamerican relics, they were said to be the handiwork of Aztec or Maya priests, created with a level of precision and spiritual purpose that defied explanation. The most famous among them, like the Mitchell-Hedges skull and the British Museum skull, were celebrated for their flawless, polished surfaces and their uncanny, almost supernatural appearance. Legends swirled around them, suggesting they were vessels of immense psychic power, tools for divination, or even databanks holding the lost knowledge of a vanished civilization. They were said to hum with energy, to cause visions, and to have been used in sacred rituals for centuries. This narrative of ancient mystery was incredibly seductive, positioning the skulls as tangible evidence of a spiritually advanced past, a time when artisans could somehow carve one of the hardest substances on Earth with impossible skill. The core of the mystery always rested on their alleged origins. How could pre-Columbian cultures, without the benefit of metal tools harder than the quartz crystal itself, have achieved such a feat? Proponents of their antiquity pointed to the skull's smooth, polished surfaces and the absence of visible tool marks as proof that they were not made with crude implements, but with some lost technology or through a painstaking process using sand, water, and endless patience over generations. The romantic notion was that they were carved by master craftsmen as representations of deities or as powerful ceremonial objects, their crystalline structure believed to amplify spiritual forces. For much of the 20th century, museums proudly displayed them, and a thriving subculture of mystics and psychics attributed all manner of esoteric properties to them, from healing cancer to communicating with extraterrestrials. They became icons of the New Age movement, symbols of a holistic, lost wisdom that modern society had forgotten. This enchanting narrative, however, began to unravel under the cold, hard gaze of modern scientific analysis. As interest in the skulls grew, so did skepticism from the archaeological community. The first major red flag was the complete lack of provenance. Not a single crystal skull had ever been discovered during a documented, professional archaeological excavation. They all seemed to appear out of nowhere, typically surfacing in the curiosity shops of Europe in the 1800s, and then being sold to wealthy collectors or museums with vague, unverifiable stories about their discovery in a lost jungle temple or an ancient tomb. Furthermore, their style was oddly anachronistic. The skulls are anatomically perfect in a way that real human skulls are not, with features that align more closely with 19th century European ideas of anatomy than with the stylized art of the Aztecs or Maya. Mesoamerican depictions of skulls were often symbolic and decorative, integrated into larger sculptures or architectural elements, not freestanding, hyper-realistic models like the crystal skulls. The definitive blow came when scientists were finally granted permission to examine the most famous specimens with high-powered microscopes. Researchers at institutions like the British Museum and the Smithsonian Institution subjected the skulls to a battery of tests in the 2000s. What they found was damning. The surfaces of the skulls showed microscopic marks that were perfectly consistent with rotary wheels and abrasive compounds used by 19th century European jewelers. These tool marks, invisible to the naked eye, were the unmistakable signature of modern lapidary technology. The specific polishing agents used, like jeweler's rouge, and the precise, symmetrical grooves left by high-speed wheels were impossible to achieve with the hand-powered, sand-based techniques available to pre-Columbian artisans. Additionally, analysis of the quartz itself suggested it likely came from sources in Brazil or Madagascar, not from Mesoamerica. The conclusion was inescapable. The most prominent crystal skulls were sophisticated fakes, likely manufactured in Germany or France between 1860 and the early 1900s, during a boom in the market for pre-Columbian antiquities. They were not ancient relics but modern forgeries created to feed a growing European fascination with the exotic and the occult. So why, even after being so thoroughly debunked by science, do the crystal skulls retain such a powerful grip on our collective imagination? The answer lies in a potent combination of cultural forces. First, they tap into a deep-seated human fascination with skulls as symbols of mortality, power, and the unknown. A crystal skull transforms this macabre symbol into something beautiful and transcendent, merging death with light and clarity. Second, they were perfectly positioned to be adopted by the rising New Age and alternative archaeology movements of the 20th century. They served as a perfect physical anchor for beliefs about ancient wisdom, lost civilizations like Atlantis, and psychic energy, providing a tangible object for practices that were otherwise abstract. But perhaps the single biggest factor in their enduring fame was their immortalization in blockbuster popular culture. The film Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull took the myth and supercharged it for a global audience, weaving a thrilling narrative that connected the skulls to interdimensional beings and fantastic archaeological adventure. The movie didn't just reference the legend, it became the legend for millions of viewers, cementing the image of the crystal skull as an object of immense power and mystery in the modern psyche, regardless of what scientists had to say. The story of the crystal skulls, therefore, is not a mystery of ancient history, but a fascinating case study in the creation of a modern myth. They are a testament to our desire to believe in a magical past, our willingness to be captivated by a beautiful object, and the powerful role that storytelling and cinema play in shaping our perception of history. They remind us that an object's true power often lies not in its actual origin, but in the meaning we project onto it. The skulls are, in the end, a brilliant illusion, not of ancient magic, but of 19th century craftsmanship and 20th century yearning, a perfect symbol of our endless fascination with the lines between fact, fiction, and the stories we tell ourselves about the past. While the legendary Hanging Gardens may represent a lost paradise of stone and leaf, The historical record from the end of the Bronze Age tells of a very different kind of wonder, one of terror and fire, brought by a nameless, faceless enemy from the sea. Around 1200 years before the Common Era, the sophisticated, interconnected world of the Eastern Mediterranean was plunged into a violent dark age. The mighty Hittite Empire in Anatolia collapsed. The great trading cities of the Levant, like Ugarit, were burned to the ground, and even the seemingly invincible Egypt was pushed to the brink. And standing at the heart of this cataclysm, according to the surviving records, was a shadowy confederation known only as the Sea Peoples. Imagine a threat so vast and so destructive that its name is not that of a single tribe or kingdom, but a generic label for an entire wave of maritime invaders, their true origins so mysterious that we still debate them over 3,000 years later. Our most vivid and crucial window into this chaotic period comes from the Egyptians themselves, who faced the onslaught directly. The mortuary temple of Pharaoh Ramesses III at Medinet Habu is not just a place of worship, it is a massive stone bulletin board proclaiming his victory. Its walls are covered with dramatic reliefs and hieroglyphic inscriptions that describe a desperate existential struggle. The texts speak of foreign countries that made a conspiracy in their islands and that no land could stand before their arms. The reliefs depict an epic naval battle showing the Sea People's distinctive ships, with high, angular prows and sternposts and bird-headed designs locked in combat with Egyptian vessels. The invaders themselves are shown with unique features. Some wear feathered headdresses, while others have horned helmets or rounded, skull cap-like armor. They fight from boats filled with their families, suggesting this was not just a raid, but a full-scale migration of entire populations on the move, a desperate search for new homes. Ramesses claims a great victory, saving Egypt from being cut off like its neighbors, but the cost was immense and the world beyond the Nile was forever changed. But who were these destroyers of empires? The names the Egyptians gave them, the Peliset, the Jekka, the Shekelesh, the Denyen, and the Weshesh, are our only clues, and they have been the source of intense scholarly debate for over a century. The most enduring theory connects these names to known peoples and places from the wider Mediterranean. The Peliset, for instance, are almost universally identified with the Philistines, who later settled on the coast of Canaan and gave the region the name Palestine. The Denyen may be the Danon, a name Homer used for the Greeks, and the Shekelesh could be the sickles from Sicily. This has led to the compelling collapsed world hypothesis. The idea is that the Sea Peoples were not a single ethnic group, but a confederacy of displaced peoples, refugees, and opportunistic raiders from the crumbling Mycenaean Greek world, the coast of Anatolia, and the islands of the Aegean. They were likely a mix of skilled warriors, uprooted farmers, and desperate families, set in motion by a domino effect of disasters farther north, who then crashed upon the shores of the more stable southern empires like a tsunami of human desperation. This leads to the critical question of what set them in motion in the first place. It is highly unlikely that the Sea Peoples acted alone. They were almost certainly both a symptom and a cause of the wider late Bronze Age collapse. Modern archaeology points to a perfect storm of calamities. Analysis of tree rings and sediment cores reveals a period of severe, prolonged drought around the 1200s and 1100s before the Common Era. This climate crisis, known as the 3.2 kiloyear event, would have led to catastrophic crop failures, famine, and the large-scale migration of populations in search of food. At the same time, there is evidence of major earthquakes devastating key cities. These natural disasters would have shattered the fragile economic and political systems of the time. The highly specialized palace-centered economies of the Hittites and Mycenaeans, dependent on long-distance trade for everything from tin for bronze to luxury goods, were incredibly vulnerable. A breakdown in this network, combined with internal rebellions by overtaxed and starving subjects, could have caused these grand civilizations to implode from within. The Sea Peoples, then, may have been the final, violent spark that landed on a pile of kindling that was already smoldering, pushing weakened states past their breaking point. Yet, the mystery of their ultimate origins remains stubbornly unresolved. While the theory of an Aegean and Anatolian origin is strong, it is not without its problems and competitors. Some scholars point to the distinctive material culture of the Philistines once they settled in Canaan, their pottery, which shows clear Aegean influences, and their dietary habits, which included eating pork, as strong evidence for a northern connection. However, others argue that the Sea Peoples could have originated from even farther west, in the central Mediterranean or Italy, or from regions in the Balkans. The frustrating truth is that the archaeological record is a chaotic mess from this period. Layers of destruction are clear, but attributing them to a specific, named attacker is nearly impossible. The Sea Peoples left no written records of their own, no king lists, no accounts of their journeys. We only see them through the eyes of their victims, and only through the prism of their most dramatic and violent encounters. They are defined by the destruction they caused, not by the cultures they built, making them less a people and more of a historical phantom, a personification of a dark age whose true name and face we may never truly know. From the shadowy confederation of the Sea Peoples, we pivot to a lost world born not from ancient terror, but from 19th century scientific curiosity. In the 1860s, a British zoologist named Philip Sclater was grappling with a peculiar puzzle of biogeography. He noted that the fossil remains of lemurs, those large-eyed, tree-dwelling primates, were found in the fossil records of Madagascar and India, but curiously, not in Africa or the Middle East that lay between them. To Sclater, this disjointed distribution demanded an explanation that seemed logical for its time. He proposed that a vast landmass must have once bridged the Indian Ocean, connecting Madagascar with the Indian subcontinent, and he named this hypothetical continent Lemuria, after the elusive primates that were its key evidence. This wasn't a fringe idea, it was a respected scientific hypothesis, a plausible solution to a genuine mystery using the best geological understanding of the era, which had no concept of plate tectonics. Lemuria was a continent conjured into existence by science to explain the wanderings of a small, furry creature, a sober, logical construct built to fill a gap in the natural world's map. This scientific Lemuria, however, had a remarkably short shelf life. By the early 20th century, the revolutionary theory of continental drift, first proposed by Alfred Wegener and later solidified into the modern understanding of plate tectonics, provided a far more elegant and evidence-based explanation. We now know that India and Madagascar were indeed once part of the same landmass, a supercontinent called Gondwana. Around 88 million years ago, the Indian plate broke away and drifted northward, eventually colliding with Asia to form the Himalayas. The lemurs and countless other species were simply passengers on these colossal, drifting rafts of rock. The ancient connection was real, but it wasn't a sunken continent, it was a continental divorce. With this new paradigm, the need for a lost land bridge like Lemuria evaporated from mainstream science, and it was relegated to the history books as a fascinating, but ultimately incorrect chapter in the story of Earth science. Yet, just as the scientific community was abandoning the concept, Lemuria was being enthusiastically adopted and spectacularly transformed by a very different group of thinkers. Helena Blavatsky, the charismatic co-founder of the Theosophical Society, seized upon the idea in the late 1870s. In her seminal work, The Secret Doctrine, she reimagined Lemuria not as a zoological land bridge, but as the third root race of humanity. In her elaborate cosmogony, Lemurians were described as bizarre, egg-laying giants with a third eye and psychic abilities, who inhabited a lush, tropical continent spanning much of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. This Lemuria was a spiritual homeland, a primordial utopia where humanity existed in a state of ethereal consciousness. According to Blavatsky, this continent met a catastrophic end, sinking beneath the waves in a global cataclysm, its few survivors evolving into the next, more physical root race, the Atlanteans. In the hands of the theosophists and later esoteric writers like James Churchward, who wrote of a Pacific version called Mu, Lemuria was completely rebranded. It was no longer a scientific hypothesis. It was a mythical golden age, a lost paradise of advanced spiritual knowledge and mystical powers that stood as a direct rival and predecessor to the legend of Atlantis. So why does the ghost of this discarded continent continue to haunt our collective imagination, particularly in New Age, occult, and pseudoscientific circles? The reasons are deeply rooted in human psychology and our yearning for a romanticized past. Lemuria serves as a perfect blank slate for our aspirations and anxieties. In a world often perceived as overly materialistic and technologically complex, the idea of a spiritually pure, ancient civilization offers a powerful counter-narrative. It suggests that our ancestors possessed a wisdom we have lost, a connection to the earth, psychic abilities, and a harmonious society. This taps into a profound sense of nostalgia for a paradise that never was, a place where life was simpler and more meaningful. Furthermore, the concept provides an elegant origin story for various spiritual practices and unexplained archaeological mysteries. Proponents often link Lemuria to the construction of the Moai on Easter Island, the ancient ruins of Nan Madol in Micronesia, or even the wisdom of indigenous cultures, framing them as surviving fragments of this vast, lost civilization. This creates a unified, if entirely speculative, history that is far more emotionally satisfying than the messy, gradual, and evidence-based narratives of mainstream archaeology and geology. The enduring appeal of Lemuria is a powerful case study in the life cycle of an idea. It demonstrates how a concept can seamlessly transition from the halls of science to the realms of myth, its authority shifting from empirical evidence to spiritual revelation. It highlights our innate desire to find patterns and meaning, even where none may exist, and to populate the gaps in our historical and geological knowledge with grand, sweeping stories of fallen empires and enlightened ancestors. Lemuria, therefore, is more than just a debunked theory or a piece of esoteric folklore. It stands as a testament to the enduring human need for mystery, a symbol of our longing for a lost world that somehow explains our present, offering the tantalizing, if unprovable, promise that we are the heirs to a forgotten greatness that once flourished on a continent now buried beneath the sea. From the tropical myth of Lemuria, we journey to a very real and chilling reality at the absolute opposite end of the Earth, the frozen, silent grave of the Franklin expedition. In May 1845, two of the most technologically advanced ships in the Royal Navy, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, set sail from England with tremendous fanfare. Their mission, commanded by the experienced Sir John Franklin, was to finally conquer the last great prize of Arctic exploration, the Northwest Passage, a legendary sea route across the top of North America that promised a faster trade passage to Asia. The ships were marvels of their age, fortified with iron plating and powered by revolutionary steam engines in addition to their sails. They were stocked with a 3-year supply of provisions, including thousands of tinned foods, a then modern innovation meant to ward off scurvy and starvation. The 129 officers and crew were the best of the British Navy, and confidence was so high that few considered the possibility of failure. Yet, after being spotted by 2 whaling ships in Baffin Bay in late July 1845, the entire expedition vanished from European view, swallowed whole by the unforgiving Arctic. For years, the silence from the north was deafening, sparking one of the most extensive and prolonged search and rescue operations in history, and giving birth to a mystery that would take more than a century and a half to even begin to unravel. The question of what happened to those two mighty ships and their crew is a puzzle pieced together from haunting Inuit oral histories and the grim, scattered evidence later found on the desolate shores of King William Island. The first solid clues emerged in the 1850s when search parties led by John Ray and later Francis McClintock encountered Inuit hunters who told of white men seen dragging sledges south across the ice who had fallen and died on the march. These accounts, initially met with skepticism and even outrage in Victorian England, were corroborated by the discovery of skeletons and a single, chilling note left in a stone cairn. That note, dated 25 April 1848, revealed a catastrophic timeline. It stated that the ships had become hopelessly trapped in the ice off King William Island in September 1846, a full year and a half after they were last seen. Sir John Franklin himself had died on 11 June 1847, though the cause was not stated. The surviving crew, under the command of Captain Francis Crozier, had abandoned the ships in April 1848 in a desperate, last-ditch attempt to reach the mainland overland. The note ended with the grim, understated phrase, "and start on tomorrow, 26th for Back's Fish River," a journey of over 250 miles across some of the most barren terrain on the planet. So, why did this well-equipped mission, stocked for years, end in such complete disaster? The evidence points to a perfect storm of technological failure, environmental misfortune, and a slow, creeping poison. The first villain was the sea ice itself. The Erebus and Terror had become trapped in a particularly dense and persistent ice pack off the northwest coast of King William Island, an area now known to have some of the most treacherous and unyielding ice conditions in the entire Arctic archipelago. They were stranded not for one winter but for two, with no prospect of release. This was a death sentence in itself, but it was compounded by a silent killer within their own stores, the very tinned food meant to save them. Forensic analysis of bones and food remnants from expedition sites has revealed staggeringly high levels of lead. The lead came from the poorly soldered seams of the tin cans, which leached the toxic heavy metal directly into the food over time. Lead poisoning causes a devastating array of symptoms, including severe fatigue, abdominal pain, neurological disorders, and mental confusion or psychosis. A crew suffering from chronic lead poisoning would have been physically weakened and mentally debilitated, utterly incapable of performing the arduous, clear-headed labor required for survival or a successful escape march. This physiological collapse was then exacerbated by the more familiar horrors of scurvy and starvation. While the tins were full of food, the lead contamination and the sheer length of their entrapment would have depleted their usable supplies. The symptoms of scurvy, bleeding gums, loose teeth, and open wounds that refused to heal would have further crippled the men. As their situation grew increasingly dire, the evidence suggests they resorted to the last taboo. Cut marks found on human bones from King William Island show clear signs of butchering, consistent with the bodies being dismembered to extract the marrow. This grim forensic data, combined with the earlier Inuit accounts that spoke of evidence of cannibalism, paints a picture of a crew in its final, agonizing throes, pushed beyond the limits of human endurance. They were not just dying, they were unraveling, their bodies and society breaking down under the combined assault of poison, disease, starvation, and the relentless Arctic cold. For over a century and a half, the final resting places of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror remained one of the Arctic's most closely guarded secrets, their locations lost beneath the waves. Then, in a stunning breakthrough of modern technology and persistence, the tides of history shifted. In 2014, a Parks Canada team, using sonar and historical data, discovered the wreck of HMS Erebus lying on the seabed in Wilmot and Crampton Bay, south of King William Island. The discovery was monumental, but the story became even more incredible just 2 years later, when the Arctic Research Foundation found the second ship, HMS Terror, in near pristine condition, resting upright in Terror Bay, a location that perfectly aligned with Inuit oral histories that had been passed down for generations. These discoveries were not just about finding two shipwrecks. They were a validation of indigenous knowledge and a powerful reminder that the clues to historical mysteries are often held in the living memory of the people who have inhabited these landscapes for millennia. The exploration of these underwater time capsules has provided breathtaking new insights, yet they have not delivered a single, simple narrative. The pristine condition of the Terror, with its window panes still intact and its shelves still neatly arranged, suggests it was sealed and abandoned in an orderly fashion, perhaps with the hope of one day returning. The Erebus, however, shows more signs of being stripped and used by the crew in their final struggles. These differences raise a host of new questions. Did the crews split into different groups with different strategies? Why was the Terror found so far from the Erebus? Did some men try to reman one of the ships after the initial abandonment? Each carefully recovered artifact, from the ship's bell to epaulets, from intact dinner plates to sealed writing cases, adds a deeply human detail to the tragedy, but the overall sequence of events in those final, desperate months remains fragmented. The ships themselves are now the primary witnesses, and their silent testimony, slowly being unlocked by marine archaeologists, continues to whisper partial truths. The Franklin expedition story is no longer a complete mystery, but it is a profound and layered tragedy. It is a tale of human ambition clashing with an indomitable environment, of cutting-edge technology turned inadvertently toxic, and of the slow, grueling extinction of a community of men who set out as heroes and were consumed by a frozen world that held no mercy. Our journey now takes us from the frozen Arctic to the humid heart of Georgia, USA, where a different kind of cold stone monument once stood, provoking not awe at ancient ingenuity but deep modern-day division. Erected in 1980 in a remote field in Elbert County, the Georgia Guidestones were not a relic from a lost civilization, but a conscious, calculated creation for a future one. Often dubbed America's Stonehenge, the structure consisted of 6 massive granite slabs, weighing over 110 tons in total, astronomically aligned to track the sun's movement and with a slot that pointed to the North Star. But it was the messages carved into the stones, not their celestial alignments, that ignited a firestorm of controversy for over 4 decades. In 8 of the world's most spoken modern languages, English, Spanish, Russian, and others, and 4 ancient scripts like Babylonian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphics, the monument presented 10 guidelines for humanity. The directives were stark and provocative, reading like a constitution for a radically different world. The first and most contentious commandment urged humanity to maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. To many, this single line sounded a chilling alarm, as the global population was already approaching 4.5 billion at the time. Other guidelines called for guiding reproduction wisely, unifying humanity with a new global language, and avoiding petty laws and useless officials. The stones presented a vision of a rational, ecologically balanced, and globally unified society, but its cold, utilitarian phrasing struck critics as deeply inhuman and elitist. The identity of the people behind this ambitious project was shrouded in as much mystery as its message. The individual who commissioned the monument did so under the pseudonym R.C. Christian, a name he claimed was a tribute to the legendary Christian Rosencreuz, founder of the Rosicrucian order, an esoteric spiritual movement. He worked through a local granite company and a trusted banker who became the only person to know his real identity, a secret he vowed to carry to his grave. This deliberate anonymity fueled a torrent of speculation about the Guidestones' true purpose. To some environmentalists and futurists, they were a well-intentioned, if severe, warning. They were a plea for sustainability, a stark reminder that infinite growth on a finite planet is impossible, and a call for global cooperation to avert ecological collapse. In this view, the guidestones were a blueprint for a post-apocalyptic society, a set of instructions meant to survive a potential future catastrophe and guide the survivors in rebuilding a better, more harmonious world. The choice of durable granite and multiple languages suggested the creators intended their message to endure for millennia, speaking to a far future audience long after our current civilization had passed. However, a much darker and more widespread interpretation quickly took hold, particularly among Christian fundamentalist groups, conspiracy theorists, and anti-globalists. They saw the stones not as a benevolent guide, but as a manifesto for a godless, totalitarian New World Order. The call for a reduced global population was interpreted not as a goal to be achieved through voluntary family planning, but as a thinly veiled endorsement of mass genocide or eugenics. The advocacy for a single global language and international courts was seen as a plot to erase national sovereignty and individual cultures, creating a homogenized world under a single, oppressive government. The involvement of a pseudonym linked to Rosicrucianism further convinced many that the monument was the work of a secret, occult society, like the Illuminati or the Freemasons, publicly unveiling their sinister plan for global domination under the guise of environmental concern. For these groups, the Georgia Guidestones were not a warning to be heeded, but a threat to be resisted. This bitter controversy made the monument a perpetual flashpoint, a place of pilgrimage for both curious tourists and activists who saw it as a symbol of everything wrong with the modern world. The tension culminated explosively in the summer of 2022. In July, part of the structure was severely damaged in a bombing, and just a few weeks later, the county authorities, citing public safety concerns, completely demolished the remaining slabs. Yet, rather than solving the mystery, the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones only deepened it. The demolition was seen by believers in the conspiracy as a cover-up, a way to erase the evidence of the elite's plan now that it had been exposed. For others, it was a tragic act of vandalism against a unique, thought-provoking piece of modern art and philosophy. The true identity of R.C. Christian and his associates remains a secret, their ultimate motivation forever debated. The Georgia Guidestones now exist primarily as fragments and photographs, a ghost of a provocative idea that challenged humanity to look at its own future, and in doing so, revealed just how deeply divided we are about what that future should be. But sometimes, the most captivating mysteries aren't unearthed from ancient tombs or found in cryptic manuscripts. They simply roll into your life on a sunny afternoon. In the spring of 1974, the Betts family was surveying the fire damage on their 200-acre property on Fort George Island, Florida, when the 21-year-old son, Terry, spotted something bizarre nestled in the charred undergrowth. It was a silvery, highly polished sphere about the size of a bowling ball and surprisingly heavy for its size, weighing around 22 pounds. Intrigued, they took it home, thinking it might be a piece of space junk from a satellite or perhaps a relic from a forgotten military experiment. For the first couple of weeks, it sat inertly in the house, a curious conversation piece. But then, the strangeness began. Terry was strumming his guitar in his room when he noticed the sphere start to roll on its own, as if drawn by the music. It slowly pivoted and came to a stop, then it did it again. The family quickly realized this was no ordinary ball of metal. When they rolled it across the floor, it would seemingly change direction on its own, travel for a bit, and then return to the person who had pushed it, like a faithful dog fetching a stick. At other times, a low, humming vibration would emanate from it, and the family's dog would reportedly whimper and refuse to go near it. As you can imagine, the Betts family was both fascinated and unnerved. Their attempts to understand the object only deepened the mystery. They claimed it would sometimes react to sunlight moving toward it, and that it would momentarily cease its activity if placed on a glass table. The most dramatic test came when Terry and his father decided to fire a pistol at it. According to their account, the sphere didn't just withstand the impact, it dramatically deflected the bullet, which then ricocheted and struck a nearby mirror, shattering it. This was the final straw that propelled the story from a family anecdote into a national sensation. Newspapers pounced on the story, dubbing it the mystery sphere and speculating wildly. Was it an alien probe, a top-secret Soviet spy device, a piece of advanced technology from a lost civilization? The public's imagination, already primed by the UFO fervor of the era, went into overdrive, and the Betts family home was soon inundated with reporters, curiosity seekers, and investigators of all stripes. The media circus inevitably drew the attention of official bodies. The U.S. Navy, intrigued by the reports, asked to examine the sphere. Scientists at the Naval Surface Weapons Center put it through a battery of tests, including X-rays, which revealed only that it was made of a high-quality magnetic stainless steel. Inside, they found what appeared to be two smaller, round objects, but nothing that suggested circuitry, explosives, or a power source. Their official conclusion was deeply anticlimactic. They declared it was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary industrial ball check valve, the kind used in large-scale machinery or pipelines to control the flow of fluids. These heavy, perfectly balanced spheres are designed to move and seal with precision, and their dense construction would easily explain why it could deflect a bullet. As for its seemingly intelligent movements, skeptical investigators offered a much simpler explanation rooted not in alien intelligence, but in basic physics and architecture. The Betts family home was an old building with noticeably uneven floors. A heavy, perfectly balanced sphere placed on a slightly slanted surface will naturally roll, and its path can be dramatically altered by subtle vibrations from someone walking, a truck driving by, or even the resonance from a guitar. The returning motion could be explained by the sphere rolling down one incline, building momentum, and then climbing a very slight opposing incline, giving the illusion it was coming back of its own volition. So why does this story of an industrial valve endure as a classic modern mystery when the scientific explanation seems so definitive? The answer lies in the powerful human tendency to see patterns and agency where none exists, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. The Betts family, living in an isolated area and encountering an object they couldn't immediately identify, were primed to interpret its mundane movements as something intentional. Once the idea of an intelligent sphere was planted, every subsequent wobble and roll was filtered through that belief, reinforcing the extraordinary claim. The media's role was crucial. They amplified the strangest aspects of the story while downplaying the more plausible explanations, creating a feedback loop of mystery and speculation. The sphere itself became a blank screen onto which people projected their own ideas about extraterrestrial life and government cover-ups. The case of the Betts mystery sphere serves as a perfect, almost textbook, example of how a combination of environmental factors, psychological suggestion, and media sensationalism can transform a completely ordinary object into the centerpiece of an extraordinary modern folk tale. It reminds us that the most compelling mysteries are not always about what an object is, but about how we, as humans, choose to interpret the world around us, often preferring a wondrous enigma to a simple, if less exciting, truth. Just when you thought the Victorian era was all about proper manners and industrial progress, the winter of 1855 delivered a shock that seemed to rip straight from the pages of a Gothic horror novel. Picture the scene in South Devon, England, on the morning of February 9th. The world lay under a pristine blanket of snow, a silent, picturesque landscape. But as the residents of the towns and villages from the Exe estuary to Topsham began to stir, they stepped outside to find that something impossible had visited them in the night. Etched into the snow was a single, continuous line of footprints, each one shaped like a small, cloven hoof. The tracks appeared in the most isolated gardens, marched straight through busy courtyards, and stretched across the open countryside. They were found on the tops of high walls, traversed the steep, snow-laden roofs of houses, and were even reported to approach the walls of drain pipes on one side and reappear on the other, as if the creature had passed directly through the solid metal or stone. The path was not meandering, it was eerily direct, covering an estimated 100 miles in a single, frantic, uninterrupted night, even crossing the wide 2-mile estuary of the River Ixie as if the walker had simply strolled across the water itself. The immediate and overwhelming reaction was one of sheer, unadulterated terror. This was a deeply religious and superstitious population, and the cloven hoof was the most potent symbol of evil imaginable, the undeniable mark of the devil. Panic spread like wildfire. Vicaries gave sermons about the impending apocalypse, families barred their doors more firmly than ever, and otherwise rational people refused to venture out after dark, convinced that Satan himself had taken a nocturnal stroll through their quiet corner of England. The local newspapers, of course, feasted on the story, with the Times of London soon picking it up and broadcasting the bizarre tale across the entire nation. The event became known and is still remembered as the Devil's Footprints. But as the initial shock subsided, the hunt for a rational explanation began in earnest, producing a catalogue of theories that were often as strange as the phenomenon itself. Some of the proposed culprits were wonderfully inventive, if not entirely plausible. The idea of an escaped kangaroo from a private menagerie was floated, its bipedal hop potentially creating a paired track that could, with a stretch of the imagination, resemble a hoofprint. Others suggested a hot air balloon, perhaps an experimental model, that had broken loose and dragged a wayward shackle or chain across the landscape, bouncing and imprinting the snow in a seemingly deliberate trail. There was even a theory involving flocks of birds like cranes or herons, whose leg structure might create a peculiar mark. Yet each of these grander theories collapsed under scrutiny. No menagerie reported a missing kangaroo, no one reported seeing a rogue balloon, and the sheer, relentless consistency of the trail, which showed no signs of wing beats or the scattered markings of a flock, ruled out most avian explanations. The path was simply too long, too continuous, and too focused to be the result of a panicked animal or a piece of wayward machinery. This is where modern naturalists have stepped in with a much more plausible, if slightly less dramatic, explanation. The most widely accepted theory today points to a common, yet easily misidentified culprit, the wood mouse. These small rodents have a distinctive hopping gait, especially in deep snow. As they leap, their 4 feet can land in a specific pattern. The 2 larger hind feet land first, side by side, and then the smaller front feet land just behind them. In the right conditions specifically, a thin layer of soft, melting snow over a harder, icy crust, these individual prints can melt and merge. The sun's warmth or a slight daytime thaw can cause the snow to slump, blurring the separate toe marks and fusing the 2 larger hind prints into a single, elongated impression that bears a striking resemblance to a cloven hoof. A trail of these melted-together prints, created by not one but many mice following their nightly foraging routes along walls and fences, could easily be misinterpreted as the trail of a single, bizarre creature. Add in the tracks of birds like the common pheasant or partridge, which can also leave marks that merge into a V shape, and you have a recipe for a mass misinterpretation on a grand scale. Yet, even this elegant natural explanation struggles to account for the truly phenomenal scale and the most bizarre details of the incident. A 100-mile trail is an immense distance for a population of mice to cover, even collectively. The reports of the prints scaling vertical walls and appearing to pass through solid obstacles remain deeply puzzling. Could the wall walking have been the result of mice scrambling up and along stone walls capped with snow, their tracks continuing along the top before descending on the other side? Possibly, the drainpipe mystery might be explained by a mouse entering a pipe on one side, scurrying through it, and exiting on the other, its tracks beginning again where it touched down. But the cumulative effect of all these details, witnessed by hundreds of people across a vast area, is what has cemented the devil's footprints in the annals of the unexplained. It represents a perfect storm of meteorological conditions, animal behavior, and human psychology. It shows us how a series of small, natural events, when woven together by fear and the power of a compelling narrative, can create a legend of supernatural proportions, a ghostly trail left in the snow that continues to challenge our desire for a simple, tidy explanation. Leaving behind the ghostly footprints of the English countryside, we venture into a landscape of a different kind of legend, one baked by the relentless Arizona sun and steeped in the intoxicating lure of instant wealth. In the heart of the Sonoran Desert, east of Phoenix, rise the jagged, brooding peaks of the Superstition Mountains, a place so rugged and forbidding that it seems to guard its secrets with a palpable sense of menace. And at the center of this arid mystery lies perhaps the most famous lost mine in the world, a story that has drawn thousands to their potential fortune, or more often to their doom. This is the legend of the Lost Dutchman's gold mine, a tale that begins not with a Dutchman at all, but with a German immigrant whose name has become synonymous with elusive treasure. The man at the heart of the story is Jacob Waltz, who arrived in Arizona from his native Germany in the 1860s, drawn by the same promise of gold that fueled a nation's expansion. The most common version of the legend tells that Waltz, along with his partner Jacob Weiser, either discovered a fantastically rich gold vein themselves or learned its location from a member of the Peralta family, who had been mining the area for generations under Spanish colonial authority. The story goes that Waltz and Weiser worked the mine in secret, but tragedy soon struck. Weiser was allegedly killed in an Apache attack or, in some darker versions, murdered by Waltz himself to keep the secret. Waltz then became the mine's sole guardian, a paranoid and secretive figure who would periodically appear in the nearby settlements of Phoenix with high-grade gold ore, enough to fill his saddlebags and fund his modest lifestyle, but he would never reveal the source. On his deathbed in 1891, the story claims he finally offered a few cryptic clues, muttering directions that have been passed and debated for over a century. A mine hidden in a shadowy canyon, visible only at a certain time of day, marked by a distinctive rock formation known as the Weaver's Needle, and accessible only through a treacherous, concealed trail. What happened next is a story in itself, a tale of how a single deathbed confession ignited a treasure-hunting frenzy that has never truly died. Waltz's clues were vague enough to be applicable to dozens of locations within the 500 square miles of the Superstition Wilderness, a labyrinth of canyons, sheer cliffs, and arid valleys where temperatures can soar to deadly levels and flash floods can appear without warning. Almost immediately, prospectors and adventurers began pouring into the mountains, armed with little more than a pickaxe, a canteen, and a burning hope. But the mountains seemed to live up to their name. The first to disappear was Adolph Ruth in 1931. He was a government clerk from Washington, D.C., who traveled west with what he believed was a genuine Peralta family map. His skull was found months later with 2 bullet holes in it, though his map and his money were untouched, deepening the mystery. He was far from the last. Since the 1890s, dozens of searchers have vanished or been found dead under suspicious circumstances in the Superstitions. Some succumbed to the harsh environment, dehydration, heat stroke, or a fatal fall. Others were victims of violence, perhaps killed by rival treasure hunters or by those who believed they were protecting the secret. This long and grim list of fatalities has only added to the mine's dark aura, fostering legends of a curse that protects the gold and ensuring that every new disappearance makes national headlines and fuels another wave of speculation. So, is there any truth to the legend, or is it merely a beautiful and deadly fantasy? Geologists confirm that the Superstition Mountains are part of a volcanic region that does indeed contain gold. However, they are quick to point out that the area is characterized by many small, scattered quartz veins, not the single, massive mother lode described in the stories of a mine so rich you could pry gold nuggets out of the walls with a knife. It is entirely plausible that Jacob Waltz was not guarding one mythical mine, but was instead a clever pocket hunter. These were prospectors who specialized in finding these small but incredibly rich surface-level pockets of gold. Waltz could have been working several of these sites, cleverly concealing each one after he had extracted its ore. This would explain his sporadic appearances with high-grade gold and his ability to keep his source a secret because he didn't have one source but many. The legend of a single, immense lost mine is far more romantic and powerful than the reality of a man who is simply very good at finding small, hidden caches of wealth in a vast and dangerous landscape. This distinction gets to the very heart of why the Lost Dutchman's legend persists with such tenacity. It has transcended its origins as a simple treasure story to become a powerful American archetype. It represents the ultimate get-rich-quick dream, the fantasy of stumbling upon a secret that will erase all life's struggles in an instant. It taps into the same spirit that launched the California Gold Rush and 1,000 other quests for El Dorado. Yet, it also carries a stark and sobering warning about the dangers of obsession. The Superstition Mountains are a graveyard for dreams, littered with the stories of people who sacrificed their health, their families, and their lives for a glimmer of something that may not even exist in the form they imagine. The mine has become a symbol of the fine line between determined hope and self-destructive fixation, a desert siren song that promises everything but often delivers only dust and despair. The search continues to this day, with modern prospectors using metal detectors and satellite imagery in their quest, proving that the allure of the Lost Dutchman is as potent as ever. It remains the West's most sought-after secret, not just because of the potential gold, but because of what it represents. The eternal, human, and often perilous hope that just beyond the next ridge, hidden in the shadow of a needle-like peak, lies a fortune waiting to change everything. Imagine holding in your hands a palm-sized disc of fired clay, a little over 6 inches in diameter, and feeling the weight of a mystery that has baffled the world's finest minds for over a century. This is the Phaistos disc, discovered in 1908 by the Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernia in the basement of the Minoan Palace of Phaistos on the Greek island of Crete. It dates to the Middle or Late Bronze Age, roughly from the 17th century before the Common Era, placing it firmly in the era of the magnificent Minoan civilization. At first glance, it might seem like a simple, if ancient, piece of pottery, but a closer look reveals its truly extraordinary nature. Both sides of the disc are covered, from the outside edge spiraling tightly into the center, with a sequence of 241 individual symbols. These aren't painted or scratched onto the surface. Each symbol was meticulously stamped into the soft clay with a seal before the disc was fired, making this object one of the earliest known examples of movable type printing in the entire world, a technology that wouldn't reappear for another 3,000 years. The symbols themselves are a captivating menagerie of familiar yet abstract forms: walking men, women with elaborate hairstyles, birds in flight, fish, insects, shields, boats, and a range of geometric shapes. They are arranged in clear groups separated by incised lines, suggesting they form distinct words or phrases in a script that is utterly unique. And that is the very heart of the enigma. This script appears nowhere else. Not on any other clay tablet, not on any piece of pottery, not on any wall in any ruin on Crete or anywhere else on Earth. It is a complete and total singularity, a message from the past with no key, no Rosetta Stone, and no context to help us unlock its silent code. The fundamental challenge of deciphering the Phaistos disc is this profound isolation. Typically, when archaeologists encounter an unknown script, they have multiple examples to work with. They can look for recurring patterns, compare the language to known ones from the same region, or find bilingual inscriptions. With the Phaistos disc, we have none of that. It is a data set of one every attempted decipherment, and there have been well over 100 serious proposals, is essentially an educated guess built on a foundation of shifting sand. The most common approach has been to assume the script represents a form of writing and to try to match the 45 distinct symbols to the sounds of a known language, most often an early form of Greek or a language native to the Minoans, known as Linear A. Brilliant linguists and obsessed amateurs have spent lifetimes trying to crack this code. Some have claimed it is a prayer to a mother goddess, while others have decoded it as a list of Minoan soldiers or a description of an ancient voyage. One of the most famous attempts was by the British classicist Sir Arthur Evans, the excavator of Knossos, who believed it was a document from a non-Greek people, perhaps from Anatolia. Yet, not a single one of these proposed translations has gained universal acceptance within the academic community. The problem is that without another sample of the script to verify any theory, any proposed translation can be made to fit the symbols with enough creative interpretation, but it cannot be proven. It's like having a single, complex sentence in a language you've never seen before. You might guess its meaning, but you can never be sure you're right. This persistent failure has led to a fascinating range of alternative theories about the disk's purpose, moving beyond the idea that it is a written text in the conventional sense. One compelling suggestion is that it is not a linguistic script at all, but a form of numerical or astronomical notation. The spiral arrangement and the repetitive groups of symbols could represent a calendar, tracking lunar cycles or the movements of stars and planets. Another inventive theory posits that the disk is a blueprint or a schematic diagram, perhaps for the construction of a specific type of building or the layout of a sacred space, with each symbol representing a different architectural element or ritual object. There's even a proposal that it was an ancient board game, a sort of Bronze Age predecessor to something like backgammon, where the spiral path is the playing track and the symbols indicate different moves or challenges for the players. The groupings could then be the squares on the board, and the disk itself would be a portable game set for the Minoan elite. While this theory is difficult to prove, it highlights the creative thinking the disk inspires and underscores that our modern assumption that it must be a written document could be the very thing preventing us from understanding its true nature. Of course, the disk's singular nature has also raised persistent doubts about its very authenticity. Almost from the moment of its discovery, a small but vocal group of skeptics has suggested that the Phaistos disk might be an elaborate hoax, a brilliant forgery planted by its discoverer, Luigi Purnier. The argument hinges on its uniqueness. Why would such an advanced stamping technology exist for a single object and then vanish without a trace? Proponents of the hoax theory suggest that Purnier, perhaps seeking fame or embroiled in the competitive atmosphere of early 20th century archaeology, could have created the disk himself. However, most scholars firmly reject this idea. Detailed analysis of the clay and the aging process confirms it is genuinely ancient. Furthermore, the stylistic elements of the symbols, such as the tiara worn by a male figure, have parallels in other authenticated Minoan and Anatolian art. Details a forger in 1908 would have been unlikely to know or replicate so accurately. The disk's authenticity is now widely accepted, which only deepens the central mystery. Why was this remarkable object, demonstrating such a unique and seemingly sophisticated technology, created in the first place, and why do we have no other examples? The enduring power of the Phaistos disk lies in its perfect, self-contained mystery. It is a locked box with no key, a solitary whisper from a civilization that otherwise speaks to us through its silent palaces and beautiful artwork. It forces us to confront the vast gaps in our knowledge of the ancient world and the sobering reality that some knowledge may be permanently lost. Unlike the Grand Pyramids or the colossal Moai, the Phaistos disk is a small, intimate puzzle. It doesn't challenge us with its scale, but with its intellect. It is a testament to the human drive to communicate, to record, and to create, and it stands as a permanent, silent challenge to our own cleverness. daring each new generation to try once more to listen to what it has been trying to say for 3,500 years. From the cryptic symbols of the Phaistos disk, we now turn to a mystery captured not in clay but on a simple snapshot, a single photograph from the English countryside that has become an enduring legend in the world of the paranormal. In May 1964, a firefighter named Jim Templeton took his wife and young daughter for a day out near the Solway Firth in Cumbria. An amateur photographer, he wanted to capture some pictures of his 5-year-old daughter, Elizabeth, and found a perfect spot in a meadow. The day was bright and clear, and he took 3 shots in quick succession. When he got the developed photos back, 2 were perfectly normal, but the third was anything but. There, standing directly behind his daughter, was a tall, stark white figure with a blank helmet-like head and what appeared to be a bulky one-piece suit, its arms held in an unnatural, robotic position. The figure looked for all the world like an astronaut who had somehow materialized in the English pastoral landscape. Templeton was adamant he had seen no one else in the field that day. His daughter was the only person in the frame, and this mysterious, silent watcher had appeared from nowhere. The story quickly escalated from a family curiosity to a national and then international sensation. Newspapers, always hungry for a good spaceman story, splashed the image across their pages. The photograph was so compelling and so strange that it even reportedly attracted the attention of officialdom. Templeton later claimed that shortly after the photo was published, he was visited by 2 men in dark suits who identified themselves as being from Her Majesty's government. These mysterious figures, who fit the classic description of the infamous Men in Black, questioned him intensely, expressing particular interest in the type of film he had used. They were described as pale, oddly behaved, and driving a pristine Jaguar. According to Templeton, they even took him back to the location and asked him to point out exactly where he had been standing, seemingly baffled by the entire event. This encounter, whether real or later embellished, added a powerful layer of Cold War-era intrigue to the mystery, suggesting that someone, somewhere, thought the photo was important enough to investigate, fueling theories that it showed a genuine extraterrestrial visitor or perhaps a time-traveling astronaut from the future. So, what could possibly explain this bizarre apparition? The most widely accepted and frankly most logical explanation is a classic case of photographic misidentification, one that doesn't require aliens or time travelers, just a simple camera and an unlucky moment. The theory posits that the spaceman is none other than Jim Templeton's own wife, Annie. Here's how it works. In the original, uncropped version of the photograph, you can see that Jim's wife was standing just out of the main frame to the left. It is highly plausible that as Jim turned to take the picture of Elizabeth, his wife, wearing a light blue dress, took a quick step backwards to ensure she was out of the shot. At that precise moment, the shutter clicked. Because she was moving, her image would be slightly blurred. The bright sunlight, combined with the overexposure common with older film cameras when shooting light-colored objects against a darker background, would have caused her blue dress to burn out to a brilliant, featureless white. Her head, positioned directly behind her daughter's in the composition, would have been obscured by the camera, creating the illusion of a smooth, helmet-like dome. The unnatural pose of the arms is easily explained by the motion of her stepping back, perhaps with her hands at her sides or held slightly away from her body as she balanced herself. This explanation is not just a wild guess, it is supported by the physical evidence within the photograph itself. The figure's proportions and stance are entirely human. The bulky suit is consistent with the shape of a dress or coat on a person in motion. When you mentally superimpose the figure of a woman with her back turned, stepping away, the entire image snaps into a coherent, mundane reality. It's a perfect storm of unfortunate timing, optical illusion, and the technical limitations of 1960s color film. Proponents of the wife theory have even recreated the conditions with similar clothing and camera equipment, producing strikingly similar spaceman figures in their own test photos, demonstrating just how easily this kind of ghostly apparition can be created by accident. Yet, if the explanation is so simple, why has the Solway Firth spaceman endured as such a classic piece of UFO and paranormal lore for nearly 60 years? The answer lies in a powerful combination of factors. First, the photograph itself is genuinely eerie. The figure's stark whiteness and ambiguous form are visually striking and immediately trigger a sense of the uncanny. It is the perfect Rorschach test. You see what you want to see. Second, Jim Templeton's unwavering insistence that the field was empty carried immense weight. He was a fireman, a respected, credible member of his community, not a known prankster. His sincere conviction lent the mystery an authenticity that is hard to dismiss outright. Third, the cultural timing was perfect. 1964 was the heart of the space race and a peak era for UFO fascination. The world was looking to the skies, and the idea of a spaceman appearing in rural England fit the zeitgeist perfectly. The photograph gave a tangible, visual form to the anxieties and wonders of the atomic age. Finally, the subsequent lore. The Men in Black story provided a ready-made narrative of government cover-up and cosmic conspiracy that transformed a simple photographic anomaly into a full-blown, multi-layered mystery. The Solway Firth spaceman, therefore, is more than just a misidentified picture of a woman in a dress. It is a cultural artifact, a testament to how technology, human perception, and a good story can intertwine to create a legend that continues to captivate us. A stark white ghost from a spring day in 1964 that remains forever poised between a simple explanation and the thrilling possibility of the impossible. But if the Solway Firth spaceman represents a mystery born from a single, ambiguous photograph, the entity that haunted Point Pleasant, West Virginia, beginning in the autumn of 1966, was witnessed by hundreds, a collective nightmare that would crystallize into one of America's most terrifying modern legends. It started on a cold November night as two young couples were driving near the abandoned West Virginia Ordnance Works, a former World War II munitions plant locally known as the TNT area. Their headlights swept across the old generator plant, illuminating a massive figure standing in the shadows. They described it as a man, but a towering one, at least 6 or 7 feet tall, with vast wings folded against its back. The most chilling detail, the one that would become its signature, was its eyes, 2 glowing, fiery red orbs that seemed to burn with an unearthly light. As they panicked and sped away, the creature, they claimed, unfolded its wings and took to the air, following their car with impossible speed, keeping pace with them even as they accelerated to over 100 miles per hour, emitting a high-pitched squeaking sound before finally peeling away. This was the first of many encounters, and the witness who later gave the creature its name, a copy editor at the local newspaper, dubbed it Mothman, inspired by a villain from the popular Batman television series of the time. What followed was a 15-month period of intense, community-wide terror that transformed the quiet Ohio river town into a vortex of strangeness. The sightings were not isolated to a few teenagers. They came from credible sources: doctors, nurses, policemen, and business owners. People reported seeing the creature perched on rooftops, gliding over the river, or staring into their homes at night with those piercing red eyes. The encounters were often accompanied by eerie phenomena. Witnesses spoke of their car engines stalling, their radios filling with static, and their telephones emitting strange clicks and voices. The Mothman seemed to be an omen, a feeling that intensified as other paranormal activity surged in Point Pleasant. Reports of UFOs, mysterious men in black intimidating witnesses, and poltergeist activity in people's homes created a pervasive atmosphere of dread. The local press, particularly the Point Pleasant Register, fed the frenzy, publishing every new account and turning the winged figure into a media sensation. The town was no longer just a place, it was the stage for a real-life monster story, and the entire nation was watching. This collective anxiety reached a horrific crescendo on December 15, 1967. During the evening rush hour, the Silver Bridge, a vital suspension bridge connecting Point Pleasant to Ohio, was packed with Christmas shoppers and commuters heading home. Without warning, the bridge shuddered and gave way, plunging dozens of cars and their occupants into the icy, churning waters of the Ohio River. 46 people lost their lives in the catastrophic collapse. In the immediate aftermath, as the town grappled with an unimaginable tragedy, a narrative began to form, linking the disaster directly to the preceding months of terror. Many residents were convinced the Mothman had not been a monster but a prophet. Its appearances, they believed, were dire warnings of the impending catastrophe, a supernatural harbinger trying, in its own inexplicable way, to alert the community to the coming doom. This connection between the creature and the bridge collapse was cemented into popular culture by journalist John Keel in his 1975 book, The Mothman Prophecies, which wove the sightings, the UFO reports, and the men in black into a sprawling tapestry of cosmic conspiracy and paranormal foretelling, a story later adapted into a major Hollywood film starring Richard Gere. When we step back from the legend, however, and examine the events with a scientific and psychological lens, a more rational yet equally fascinating picture emerges. The primary suspect in the Mothman sightings is a large native bird, the sandhill crane. These birds stand up to 5 feet tall with an impressive wingspan of over 6 feet. During the autumn of 1966, an unusual eruption or mass movement of sandhill cranes occurred in the region, bringing the birds into an area where they were not commonly seen. When startled or taking flight in low-light conditions, a sandhill crane can appear startlingly large and humanoid. Its call is a loud, rattling croak that could easily be misinterpreted as an unnatural, high-pitched sound by a frightened witness. Furthermore, the cranes have a distinctive red patch of bare skin on their foreheads. In the dark, reflecting car headlights or streetlights, this patch could create the vivid illusion of glowing red eyes. Another plausible candidate is the barred owl, a large, powerful bird known to inhabit the dense woods around Point Pleasant. Its silent flight, broad wings, and dark, forward-facing eyes that can reflect red in light make it another prime candidate for misidentification, especially when seen briefly and under the extreme stress of a nighttime encounter in a reputedly haunted location. This psychological element is crucial to understanding the Mothman phenomenon. The sightings occurred in a community already steeped in folklore and living in the shadow of a vast, eerie, and abandoned industrial site. The TNT area, with its dilapidated bunkers and overgrown grounds, was a perfect breeding ground for scary stories. The initial, highly publicized account from the two couples acted as a powerful trigger for mass hysteria, a form of social contagion where the power of suggestion primes an entire population to interpret ambiguous stimuli in a specific, frightening way. Once the idea of a winged humanoid was planted in the public consciousness, every large bird, every shadow, every strange reflection became a potential Mothman. The fear was real and the sightings were sincerely reported, but they were likely the product of misperception amplified by a collective, escalating state of panic. Even the bridge collapse, a genuine and separate engineering tragedy caused by the failure of a single, corroded eyebar, was tragically woven into the narrative, our pattern-seeking minds instinctively linking a preceding omen to a subsequent disaster, a classic example of hindsight bias that gives random events a false sense of prophetic meaning. And yet, the legend endures, stubbornly resisting all rational explanations. The Mothman has transcended its origins to become a permanent fixture in American folklore, a modern-day Grim Reaper or Banshee. It taps into a deep, archetypal fear of the winged harbinger, a creature from mythology that appears to warn of plague, war, or death. The people of Point Pleasant have, in a remarkable turn, fully embraced their monstrous legacy. The town is now home to an annual Mothman Festival, a towering metal statue of the creature in the town center, and a dedicated museum that attracts thousands of curious visitors and paranormal enthusiasts each year. The Mothman is no longer just a bringer of doom. It has become a symbol of community resilience, a unique piece of local identity, and a testament to the enduring power of a good story. It proves that a legend's truth is not always found in its factual accuracy, but in its profound impact on the people who live it, a shared experience of fear and wonder that continues to cast its long, mysterious shadow over the banks of the Ohio River. Yet even the collective horror of the Mothman hysteria pales in comparison to the chilling, singular terror invoked by a name that has become synonymous with the shadowy, anonymous killer, a spectre who walked the gaslit fog of Victorian London. In the impoverished, overcrowded district of Whitaker-Pell in the autumn of 1888, a predator stalked the night, targeting the most vulnerable women in society and committing acts of such savage mutilation that they sent waves of panic through the entire British Empire. The name given to this phantom by an enterprising press, Jack the Ripper, would echo through history, becoming the gruesome benchmark against which all future serial killers would be measured. The canonical 5 murders attributed to him, all occurring between August 31st and November 9th of that year, were characterized by a shocking and escalating brutality. The victims, Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, were all prostitutes, and their deaths were not merely killings but grotesque displays of anatomical knowledge, with organs skillfully removed and taken away by the killer as grisly trophies. The sheer audacity of the crimes, committed in a densely populated area and often in public spaces where the killer could vanish in an instant, created an atmosphere of near hysteria, forcing even the notoriously divided London police forces, the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police, into an uneasy and ultimately futile collaboration. The investigation was immediately hamstrung by the very environment in which it took place. Whitaker-Pell was a teeming warren of narrow, poorly lit alleys, common lodging houses known as doss houses, and a transient population numbering in the tens of thousands. It was a world of crushing poverty, where violence was commonplace and trust in authority was virtually non-existent. Compounding these inherent difficulties was the primitive state of forensic science in the Victorian era. Fingerprinting was not yet a practical tool for identification, blood type analysis was unknown, and the concept of preserving a crime scene was rudimentary at best. Evidence was inadvertently contaminated by crowds of policemen and curious onlookers, and the only way to identify a suspect was through traditional and often unreliable eyewitness testimony. To make matters worse, the press, particularly the penny dreadfuls, seized upon the story with sensationalist fervor. They printed gruesome, often exaggerated details of the crimes, published the infamous "Dear Boss" and "From Hell" letters, which may or may not have been genuine communications from the killer, and actively criticized the police's failure to make an arrest, whipping public fear and paranoia into a frenzy that both pressured and hampered the official investigation at every turn. This perfect storm of investigative challenges has, over the subsequent century and a half, generated a sprawling, almost endless list of suspects, turning the identity of Jack the Ripper into the world's most macabre parlor game. One of the most compelling and long-standing suspects was a Polish Jewish barber named Aaron Kosminski. He was a resident of Whitaker-Pell, known to the police as a man with violent, insane tendencies, and he was even identified as the killer by a witness at the time. However, the evidence against him was circumstantial and flimsy, a common thread for nearly all the major suspects. Another prominent figure in the suspect gallery is Montague John Drute, a barrister and schoolteacher who was found dead in the River Thames shortly after the final murder. His own family reportedly suspected him due to his alleged depression and sexual insanity, but again, no concrete proof links him directly to the crimes. The theories only grow more elaborate from there. Some point the finger at a disturbed Russian revolutionary, others at a notorious American criminal. The most sensational theory of all, popularized in the 1970s, posits a grand conspiracy involving a royal physician, Sir William Gull, who was supposedly tasked with silencing these women to cover up a secret marriage between a member of the royal family and a Catholic shopgirl. While this royal conspiracy makes for a thrilling narrative, it is almost universally dismissed by serious ripperologists due to a complete lack of credible evidence and its reliance on convoluted, speculative logic. In the modern era, the hope for a definitive answer has turned to science, specifically the power of DNA analysis. In recent years, researchers have claimed to have extracted mitochondrial DNA from stains on a shawl allegedly found at the scene of Catherine Eddowes' murder, a shawl which has a documented provenance linking it to the investigation. The analysis supposedly points to Aaron Kosminski. This announcement was heralded by some as the final solution to the mystery, yet the scientific community has been deeply skeptical. The chain of custody for the shawl over 130 years is impossible to verify conclusively, raising the possibility of contamination. The methods used in the analysis have been questioned by other geneticists, and the results have not been independently replicated or published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. For every expert who believes the DNA evidence is compelling, there is another who argues it is inconclusive at best and a modern-day false hope at worst. The shawl, rather than being a smoking gun, has become yet another piece of contentious evidence in a case already drowning in ambiguity and controversy. So, why does the shadow of Jack the Ripper continue to loom so large over our collective imagination? It is not just the brutality of the crimes, but the profound and unsettling nature of the unknown. He was a phantom who emerged from the fog, struck with horrific precision, and then melted back into the anonymity of the city, leaving behind only butchered bodies and a trail of unanswerable questions. His case represents the ultimate cold case, a stark reminder of the limitations of justice and the terrifying possibility that evil can sometimes operate with absolute impunity. The name Jack the Ripper has transcended the historical figure to become a cultural archetype, a blank screen upon which we project our deepest fears about urban decay, social inequality, and the monster that can live next door or simply pass us by in a crowded street, forever unseen and unidentified. Far out in the wild, churning waters of the North Atlantic, perched on the highest rock of the remote Flannan Isles, a lighthouse stood as a solitary sentinel against the fury of the sea. In December 1900, this beacon, known as the Eilean Moor Lighthouse, became the stage for one of the most haunting maritime disappearances in history, a puzzle wrapped in isolation and salted with the spray of the open ocean. The first sign that something was amiss came just before Christmas, when the passing steamer Archdor noted that the lighthouse lamp was dark, an alarming failure on such a treacherous stretch of coast. Due to severe weather, a relief vessel couldn't reach the island until December 26th. As the ship approached, the relief keeper, Joseph Moore, was lowered into a small boat to brave the landing. He found the island utterly silent. The main gate and the outer door of the lighthouse were securely locked, but when he used his own key to enter, he stepped into an enigma that has captivated the world for over a century. The three experienced keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Jucat, and Donald MacArthur, were gone, vanished without a single trace. The condition of the lighthouse only deepened the mystery. The lamp was clean and ready for lighting, its wicks trimmed and the oil reservoirs full. The lens had been meticulously polished. In the living quarters, however, the scene hinted at a sudden, unexpected departure. A chair was lying on its side in the kitchen, as if knocked over in a rush. A set of oilskins, the heavy, waterproof clothing vital for any work outside, remained hanging on their peg, suggesting at least one of the men had ventured out into the fierce elements without this crucial protection. In the logroom, the final entry in the keeper's log was from 9 in the morning on December 15th, noting a severe storm, but the most chilling detail was the state of the kitchen table. It was set for a meal that was never eaten, with a partly consumed plate of food, suggesting the men were interrupted mid-meal and never returned to finish it. It was as if they had simply evaporated into the salt air, leaving behind a perfectly maintained station and the ghost of an abandoned supper. The official investigation, led by the Northern Lighthouse Board, had the grim task of making sense of the senseless. After reviewing the scant evidence, they concluded that the men had most likely been swept away by a great sea, a freak wave of colossal proportions. The theory went that one of the keepers, perhaps Thomas Marshall, had gone outside to secure equipment at the cliff's edge, some 150 feet above the violent surf. Seeing him in peril, a second keeper rushed out to help, only for both to be caught by a massive, unexpected wall of water. The third keeper, witnessing the catastrophe, would have then dashed out in a desperate and ultimately fatal rescue attempt, leaving the door to slam shut behind him in the gale-force winds. This scenario explained the overturned chair, the abandoned meal, and the missing oilskins. It was a tragedy born of professional duty and the unpredictable, awesome power of the North Atlantic, a stark reminder that even on solid rock, the sea could reach up and claim its victims. Yet the sheer completeness of their disappearance, the locked doors, and the lack of any physical evidence of a struggle gave fertile ground for more speculative and supernatural theories. In the years that followed, the story was woven with threads of folklore and fear. Some whispered of malevolent forces specific to the Flannan Isles, a place long rumored in local legend to be haunted. Stories circulated of a mysterious boat crewed by silent, black-clad figures that had been seen near the island. Others spun tales of sea serpents or giant, otherworldly birds snatching the men from the rock. Perhaps the most persistent fanciful theory was one of abduction, either by foreign spies, a notion fueled by the political tensions of the era, or even by beings not of this world, with the remote lighthouse acting as a perfect, unnoticed landing site for an extraterrestrial craft. These ideas, while lacking any factual basis, speak to a very human need to fill the void of the unknown with narratives that, however outlandish, provide a kind of explanation more satisfying than the indifferent brutality of a random wave. What truly cements the Flannan Isles mystery as a classic, however, is its powerful combination of an isolated, dramatic setting and the profound, lingering questions about human behavior under duress. The official report, while logical, is not without its inconsistencies. Why would all three experienced keepers who knew the dangers of the cliff edge better than anyone have simultaneously exposed themselves to such risk? The log entries in the days leading up to the disappearance, though likely misdated, describe storms of biblical fury, with Marshall reportedly crying in fear at the sight of waves so large they eclipsed the lighthouse itself. This paints a picture of men pushed to their psychological limits, trapped for weeks in a stone tower being pummeled by a seemingly sentient ocean. Perhaps the tension broke them, leading to a fight or a shared, delirious decision that ended in catastrophe. Or perhaps the truth is even simpler, yet more terrifying, that a single, perfectly timed, monstrous wave did indeed wash all three men away in an instant, a swift and silent execution by the sea that left no evidence behind but a set table and an overturned chair, a silent monument to three men who simply vanished from the face of the earth. If the Flannan Isles mystery feels like a ghost story whispered by the sea, our next puzzle feels like it was torn from the pages of a Cold War spy thriller, complete with a dead man with no name, a secret code, and a connection to one of history's most beautiful books of poetry. On the 1st of December 1948, on Somerton Beach in Adelaide, Australia, the body of a well-dressed, physically fit man was discovered leaning against a seawall. He had no identification. All the labels had been meticulously cut from his clothing. In his pockets, police found an unused railway ticket, a bus ticket, a pack of chewing gum, some matches, and 2 combs. There was no wallet, no cash, and no hint of who he might be. A subsequent autopsy revealed a bizarre and frustrating dead end. The man was in excellent health, yet he had died suddenly, with his blood pooled in his spleen and stomach, his organs flushed and congested, symptoms consistent with a massive, undetectable poison. No known toxin could be identified, and the coroner concluded that a rare, untraceable substance was the most likely cause, a finding that only deepened the aura of professional intrigue surrounding the case. The investigation seemed to have hit a wall, but months later, a chance discovery in a car parked near the beach that same night would transform the case from a simple John Doe death into the Tamman Shud mystery, one of Australia's most enduring enigmas. A local man came forward with a brown, hard-covered book he had found in the back seat of his unlocked vehicle. It was a first-edition copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, a collection of 12th-century Persian poems. Crucially, the very last page, which contained the famous verse Tamman Shud, which translates from Persian as ended or finished, had been torn out. When police tested the book, they made a stunning connection. A tiny, rolled-up scrap of paper found in a hidden fob pocket sewn into the dead man's trousers was a perfect match for the torn edge of that missing page. It was definitive proof that the book was connected to the dead man, and its ominous final word, ended, felt like a grim epitaph placed on him by his own killer, or perhaps by himself. This discovery unlocked a new, even more baffling layer to the mystery. On the back of the book, detectives found a series of letters scrawled in pencil as if in a great hurry. This was the now infamous Somerton Man Code, a sequence of words that appeared to be a secret message. It read, wrgo/mlio/wtbimpanep/mliaboiak/itnsamsgab. For decades, this code has been the holy grail for amateur cryptographers and intelligence agencies alike. Was it a cipher, a series of acronyms, a one-time pad used by spies? The most common interpretation breaks the letters into 5 lines, but despite the efforts of top codebreakers from around the world, including during World War II, no one has ever produced a universally accepted decryption. The code's resistance to solution suggests it was either incredibly sophisticated or perhaps a personal shorthand that is now impossible to reconstruct without the key that died with the man himself. So, who was this impeccably dressed, unidentifiable man, and what is the most compelling explanation for his bizarre death? The leading theory, which gained significant traction during the Cold War, paints him as a covert operative. The use of an untraceable poison, the removal of all identifying marks, the secret pocket, and the indecipherable code all point to the hallmarks of espionage. Proponents of this theory suggest he was a courier or an agent, likely involved in the early stages of the nuclear arms race or the geopolitical tensions between the West and the Soviet Union. Adelaide was home to sensitive weapons research at the time, making it a plausible theater for such a drama. His death could have been a silent assassination by a rival intelligence service, or perhaps a suicide pill taken to avoid capture, explaining the lack of violence and the mysterious toxin. The Rubaiyat itself was a known tool in the spy's kit. During World War II, copies were used by intelligence agencies as a one-time pad cipher key, where specific editions and page numbers were used to encode and decode messages. However, a more human, and some would say more tragic, theory has emerged in recent years, centered on a local woman named Jessica Thompson. In the initial investigation, police showed the dead man's plaster cast bust to Jessica, who initially denied knowing him. Yet her behavior was deeply suspicious. She lived mere minutes from where the body was found, and it was later revealed that she owned a copy of the very same edition of the Rubaiyat, a copy that she claimed had gone missing from her car around the time of the man's death. Even more intriguingly, her phone number was found unlisted, written on the inside back cover of the book discovered in the car. This has fueled the theory of a tragic love affair. Perhaps the Somerton man, whose real name may have been Carl Webb according to some recent but still debated investigative work, was a former lover or a suitor she had rejected. The code could have been a tormented, poetic farewell note, and his death a dramatic suicide staged to haunt her, using the Taman Shud verse to signal that their relationship was ended. The local love triangle theory suggests that the intense personal emotions and secrets involved could explain the extreme measures taken to conceal his identity, not by a spy agency, but by the man himself or by those close to him who wished to avoid a scandal. The enduring power of the Taman Shud case lies in this perfect storm of the professional and the personal. It presents two equally compelling narratives, one of high-stakes international intrigue and another of intimate, devastating human drama. Modern technology has tried to break the stalemate. In 2022, researchers exhumed the Somerton man's body for DNA analysis, and using genealogical databases, they proposed the identity of Carl Charles Webb, a 43-year-old electrical engineer from Melbourne. While this has provided a potential name, it has not solved the fundamental mystery. It doesn't explain the code, the poison, or his precise connection to Jessica Thompson. It simply gives a name to the ghost without revealing the story of why he died. The case remains a locked door. It is a haunting blend of poetry and espionage, of a nameless man on a beach and a cryptic message that has challenged our best decryption efforts for over 70 years, a permanent reminder that some stories are written not to be understood, but to remain forever tantalizingly unfinished. That single electrifying wow on a decades-old printout continues to resonate, not as a solved equation, but as a profound question mark hanging in the void. It serves as the perfect embodiment of the entire search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, a field built on patience, immense technological effort, and the courage to confront a universe that is often silent, but might, just might, whisper back. The signal's enduring legacy isn't that it proved we are not alone, but that it demonstrated with startling clarity the sheer statistical improbability of the perfect cosmic alignment required for a successful detection. It was a one-in-a-billion event that validated the entire premise of listening, while simultaneously highlighting the mind-boggling challenge of the search. The vastness of space, the limited time we can listen to any one star, and the narrow window of frequencies we can realistically scan mean that even a galaxy teeming with chatty civilizations might only occasionally send a signal our way, a transient flash in the cosmic dark that we are incredibly fortunate to catch. The wow signal is the ghost at the SETI feast, a permanent reminder of what could be, fueling the drive to build better ears to hear the cosmos. In the decades since that summer night in 1977, the tools of the hunt have undergone a revolution, transforming SETI from a niche pursuit into a data-driven, large-scale scientific endeavor. Gone are the days of a single telescope printing out reams of paper for a lone astronomer to scrutinize. The modern search is spearheaded by initiatives like Breakthrough Listen, a monumental $100 million project that harnesses some of the world's most powerful radio telescopes, including the Green Bank Telescope in West Virginia and the Parkes Observatory in Australia. These colossal dishes are now trained on millions of individual stars, not just listening for narrowband signals like the WOW signal, but also scanning for other technosignatures such as powerful laser pulses or the waste heat of hypothetical alien megastructures. The data torrent from these observations is so immense that it would be impossible for human eyes to analyze. Instead, sophisticated algorithms and machine learning systems sift through the cosmic static in real time, flagging any anomalies that fit the profile of an artificial signal. This represents a quantum leap in capability, turning the entire sky into a subject of systematic, relentless scrutiny. We are no longer just hoping to stumble upon a signal. we are actively conducting a census of the galactic neighborhood, methodically checking every address for signs of intelligent life. Yet, this technological march forward is accompanied by deep and humbling philosophical questions. What does it mean to be alone? And conversely, what would it mean if we suddenly discovered we are not? The famous Fermi paradox, the unsettling question of where is everybody, looms large over every silent observation. If life is common, why does the universe seem so quiet? This silence forces us to confront a range of sobering possibilities, known as the Great Filters. Perhaps the evolution of complex, intelligent life is far more rare than we imagine. Or perhaps the lifespan of a technological civilization is tragically short, snuffed out by its own inventions, be it nuclear war, environmental collapse, or a future technology we haven't yet conceived. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is, in a very real sense, a search for our own future. Finding nothing is in itself a deeply important data point, suggesting that the Great Filter might lie ahead of us, a challenge that every advanced species fails to overcome. But finding even a single signal would be the most transformative event in human history, instantly shattering our cosmic isolation and forever altering our understanding of our place in the universe. It would be a definitive answer to one of our oldest questions, proving that the spark of intelligence, curiosity, and technological prowess is not a singular, lonely flame, but a potential beacon shining from countless shores across the galactic ocean. So, why do we persist funding massive projects and pointing our most sensitive instruments at the stars, year after quiet year? The WOW signal provides the emotional answer. It is the spark of hope, the tantalizing almost that keeps the fire of curiosity burning. It represents the staggering potential of a single, unexplained day to point to inspire generations. That one red circle on a printout is a testament to human perseverance and our innate, unquenchable desire to know. The search continues not because we are certain of success, but because the question itself is too profound to ignore. It is a fundamental expression of who we are as a species, explorers and seekers of truth. Every minute of telescope time, every line of code in a new search algorithm, is a message in a bottle cast into the cosmic sea, a declaration that we are here, we are listening, and we yearn to know if anyone else is out there, looking back at us and wondering the very same thing. The legacy of the WOW signal is not that it was the answer, but that it forever cemented the importance of the question, driving us to build a future where perhaps one day the silence will be broken for good. And so we arrive at the end of our incredible journey, having traversed thousands of years and crossed every continent from the sun-scorched deserts of Egypt to the frozen passes of Siberia. We've stood before the silent, imposing moai of Easter Island and peered into the cryptic codes of the Voyage manuscript. We've sailed with the ghostly crew of the Mary Celeste, trembled at the shadow of the Mothman, and pondered the cosmic whisper of the WOW signal. These 50 unexplained events are more than just a collection of bizarre stories. They are a testament to the vast, sprawling, and wonderfully incomplete story of us. They are the blank pages in the history book, the questions that echo in empty rooms, the shadows that remind us that for all our advanced science and accumulated knowledge, our world is still brimming with wonders that defy easy explanation. Each mystery, from the grand collapse of the Minoans to the intensely personal tragedy of the Somerton Man, represents a frontier of human understanding, a stubborn puzzle piece that refuses to click into place. What truly unites these disparate enigmas, from ancient constructions to modern disappearances, is not a potential supernatural force, but something profoundly and beautifully human, our insatiable curiosity. It is the same driving force that pushed the builders of the Great Pyramid to achieve the impossible, that compelled medieval monks to dedicate their lives to creating the Codex Gigas, and that sends modern scientists to the depths of the ocean or the farthest reaches of space in search of answers. This relentless drive to ask why and how is our greatest inheritance. It's what transforms a simple historical anomaly into a lifelong obsession, a cold case that refuses to stay cold. These mysteries persist not because they are unsolvable, but because we are unwilling to stop trying to solve them. They challenge our assumptions, force us to reconsider our capabilities, and humble us with the realization that the past is not a static, settled account, but a dynamic, living conversation between what we know and what we have yet to discover. This is where the story truly continues and where you become a vital part of it. The search for answers doesn't end when this video does. In many ways, that's where the real adventure begins. I urge you to take this curiosity and run with it. Delve deeper into the stories that captivated you the most. Read the first-hand accounts of the Dyatlov Pass investigators. Study the complex glyphs of the Phaistos disk for yourself, or map out the competing theories about the princes in the tower. History is not a monologue delivered by experts. It is a collaborative dialogue, and some of the most compelling breakthroughs have started with a fresh pair of eyes looking at an old problem. Your unique perspective might just be the key to seeing a clue that everyone else has missed. So let's keep this conversation alive. The comment section below is your forum for wonder. Tell me, which of these 50 mysteries haunts your thoughts? Is it the eerie fate of the Flannan Isles keepers, the tantalizing promise of the Copper Scrolls treasure, or the bizarre biology of the green children of Woolpit? What's your personal theory on the identity of Jack the Ripper or the purpose of the stone spheres of Costa Rica? Share your ideas, your research, and your own favorite historical puzzles. This is our collective campfire, a place to gather and share the stories that remind us of the world's enduring magic and mystery. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for embarking on this epic exploration of the unknown with me. Your curiosity is what fuels this channel and makes this community so special. If you've enjoyed this journey through history's greatest enigmas, please consider subscribing and turning on notifications. We have so many more fascinating frontiers to explore together: lost cities, scientific paradoxes, and archaeological discoveries that are still rewriting the history books. The past is calling, filled with whispers and wonders waiting to be heard. Let's continue to seek, to question, and to marvel together.